Galw'r aelodau I drefn ar eitem cyntaf ar yn agenda prynawn mae yw'r cwestiynau I ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros yr ymgylchedd a materion gwledig. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Joyce Watson.
Diolch, Llywyd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the Welsh Government's priorities for farming industry in Wales?
Thank you. I want to see a more resilient, profitable and sustainable agricultural sector in Wales. I'm supporting our farmers to achieve this through innovative use of funding available, including the Sustainable Production Grant, the Farm Business Grant, the Strategic Initiative for Agriculture, as well as through Farming Connect.
I thank you very much for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. But I was very pleased over the summer to hear of the £4.2 million investment, £3 million of which was the European Regional Development Fund, for a cutting-edge veterinary hub at Aberystwyth University. It's a much welcome investment for Mid Wales, and it will, I'm sure, help to put that on the map. The important research carried out in that new development will be beneficial not just for the farmers, but for other industries too. Cabinet Secretary, do you have any indication of when the new veterinary hub is likely to be fully functional?
Thank Joyce Watson for that supplementary question. There's no doubt that EU funds have been absolutely crucial source of investment for R&D, not just in West Wales, but obviously right across Wales. £3 million of ESF funding through the Welsh Government will be used to develop the new Vet Hub facility at Aberystwyth, and it will provide modern, fully equipped state-of-the-art laboratories and office spaces. It will be used also not just for promoting animal health and welfare, but also human health. And I was really pleased to be able to launch the Vet Hub at the summer the Royal Welsh Show. As to the timeline for it, my understanding is it will be next year in 2018, but I don't have a specific month, for instance, but I certainly can let the member know.
Russell George.
Cabinet Secretary, there are still issues that exist for cross-border farmers owing to the lack of sometimes constructive engagement between the English and Welsh payment agencies. At a meeting of the cross-party group on cross-border issues, which I chaired earlier this year, the chief executives of Rural Payments Agency and of Rural Payments Wales are committed to holding joint meetings with the farming unions on a regular basis to discuss the outstanding issues and promote better working together. Are you aware if this has occurred and what preparations can be made to ensure that there is no delay in making payments to cross-border farmers this year?
You raise a very important point, because I think the majority of late payments last year were due to this issue around cross-border and the lack of engagement, shall we say, from RP England. I'm not aware if specific meetings have been held with RPW and RP England and the farming unions. That's a matter for the farming unions, but certainly I know my officials have been having meetings to ensure that this year we're able to pay as many payments as quickly as possible in relation to those cross-border payments.
Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. What plans is the Cabinet Secretary putting in place to ensure that the right to fish off Welsh coastline is prioritised for Welsh fishermen and not just boats registered in Wales post-Brexit?
The member will be aware of the extensive engagement that's currently being undertaken. You'll be aware of my ministerial roundtable, which obviously the fishing industry sits on. This clearly is going to be a matter as we bring forward a fisheries bill. I've made very clear we will have a Welsh fisheries bill. So those conversations are taking place at the current time, and that engagement, but that level of detail hasn't been worked up as yet.
Question 2, Jeremy Miles.
What role does the Cabinet Secretary envisage for local authorities in generating and distributing energy in Wales?
Thank you. I have set ambitious renewable energy targets and call for the public sector to be carbon neutral by 2030. Local authorities have an important leadership role in supporting the decarbonisation of energy in their communities through area planning and delivering projects which retain income and wider benefits locally.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response. There's been a growth in recent years in the role of local councils in supplying energy as well, ranging from energy service companies or ESCOs to those with fuller supply arrangements like Robin Hood Energy, of course, in Nottingham, which claims reduced bills, increased energy efficiency and lower carbon emissions. There have also been developments in Bristol, in Leicester and the Lecky in Liverpool. Most of the growth in this seems to have been over the border. What is her analysis of why this has not taken off in Wales? And in light of her recent statement about increasing local involvement in renewable projects, does she feel that this is something that she'd like to see growing in Wales?
I think you're right. We do need to see more work and progress being taken in those areas. I'm aware of a number of public organisations in both England and Scotland have announced energy companies, and my officials have met with these organisations as part of the work that we did when we looked at whether we should have an energy supply company in Wales, and you'll be aware of the statement I made as to why we're not pursuing that at the moment. I'm aware Scotland have just recently announced, but they're not doing it till 2021. But I will be having discussions with my counterparts to see how they're going to develop their proposals. It's not something I've shut the door on completely. I think we also need to work with local authorities. We need to help them look at the opportunities that could be available and how then they would plan to take those forward.
Angela Burns.
Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, one of the challenges faced by the Innive Community Energy Scheme was the difficulty in obtaining planning permission and consents when wishing to create such community energy projects. How have you addressed this after the report on the Innive Community Scheme? And would that not be one of the key reasons why, in fact, so many of these community energy projects are not able to go ahead because of the involvement and engagement with local councils?
I think it's certainly a barrier. And I've asked my officials to work to have a look at, I've made a statement about how I want to see local ownership, for instance, in relation to our energy targets, and there's going to have to be a great deal of movement if we are going to achieve those targets by 2030. So I have asked officials to start looking at the barriers and why there is these difficulties with planning.
Cwestiynau nawr gan lefarwyr y pleidiau. Llefarydd Plaid Cymru, Simon Thomas.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, can you tell us why you consulted on 56 different proposals on the management of natural resources over the summer?
I brought forward the consultation on the sustainable management of our natural resources because I think it's particularly important in light of Brexit that we have the views of stakeholders as to what legislation and regulations we will need to look at, particularly over the next year ahead of our EU transition.
Well, it wasn't quite the Heinz variety, but you almost got there. One other and you would have made it. Many people suggested this looked like clearing the desks before Brexit. Can I suggest to you that surely it would be better to deliver on previous consultations before opening up new ones? For example, last autumn you consulted on nitrogen vulnerable zones. 10 months later, you still haven't made a decision. How can we take it seriously when it takes a year for consultation to come to any conclusion?
I think in relation to the MVZs, I've said many times we had a significant number of responses, and I think many of the ideas that were brought forward in relation to MVZs are worthy of very detailed consideration. I have committed to bringing forward a decision on MVZs by the end of this year. I've actually got a meeting with officials later today regarding MVZs. As to why we had another consultation, I think I set that out in my original answer to you, and I know there was a lot of noise around this consultation. I've listened to what stakeholders were saying. I did extend the consultation till the end of September. We've had 15,000 responses, of which I would say about 1,000 are sort of independent, 14,000 are probably campaigns, etc. And again, those responses will be have to be looked at very carefully. We need to be in a position to announce legislation very quickly, maybe. That's the problem, and I think it was really important to hear stakeholders' views, and I have to say the stakeholders have engaged in the consultation very well.
I think they have engaged because they were concerned, to be honest, that you were suggesting so many changes in such a short time frame. This is not to criticise some of the individual ideas in some of these consultations. It's the way that your government's now approaching consultation, a constant stream of new initiatives and no sign of actually delivering on previous ones. So let's look at one that you have now just published. Last week, you finally published the new TAN 20, which is planning in the Welsh language. That took a year and a half, so I do wonder how long 56 consultations with 15,000 responses is going to take. But we did get the TAN 20 last week. Now, in the TAN 20, you say you want a local development plan-led system, and TAN 20 in turn says that the best way of assessing the potential cumulative effects of development on the Welsh language across the local development plan area is to consider the use of the Welsh language during the preparation of the LDP itself. So you want an LDP-led system, and you say the best way to consider the Welsh language and the effect on the Welsh language is during the preparation of the LDP. In which case, why is it that consideration of the Welsh language is not a mandatory part of preparing and reviewing the whole LDP, and simply just one of the different assessments?
I think it's disappointing that we're criticised for consulting. Certainly that's not what stakeholders say. I appreciate it was a great deal of work for them over the summer, and that's why I did extend the consultation period. But I think it really is important that we consult. I think we'd be criticised if we didn't. So I'm afraid, on the basis you can't please all the people all the time, I'm very happy to consult. I'm also a Cabinet Secretary who insists as much as possible that we have the full time for consultations. I think 12 weeks is really important. In relation to TAN 20, you are correct. I published the updated TAN 20 last week to provide local planning authorities, developers and communities with clarity on how the Welsh language can be supported and protected by the planning system. It is a legal duty to consider the language as part of the sustainability appraisal of LDPs, and I think TAN 20 will help them with that task.
Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr David Melding.
Cabinet Secretary, yesterday you spoke about, and indeed your party voted in favour of, a tax on non-reusable and non-recyclable plastics in Wales, and I wonder if you can now provide us with some clarification on the details and practicalities of this intention and how you might take it forward, or is it just a vague reassurance to Plaid Cymru that they have some continuing relevance in Welsh Government decision-making?
I would never take that stance with Plaid Cymru, David Melding. In relation to the plastic tax, we had a very good debate yesterday on the circular economy. And there are several points I mentioned about the extended producer responsibility feasibility study I'm undertaking. There was several members spoke in relation to a DRS, and obviously the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government having announced, I think on the 3rd of October, the possibility of one of the taxes being from 4 of the taxes, and plastic tax was one of them. I will be having those detailed discussions both with officials and with the Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I am reassured that you'll have a full assessment because in the past you've said a deposit return scheme needs to assess the implications that would have on the everyday household bills. And can you assure us that in any new tax you might be considering, that again, the effect that would have on household bills would be fully considered?
Yes, absolutely. I mentioned yesterday, I was a child of the 60s and I remember DRSs, but I think, things have moved a great deal since then. And in Wales, we recycle 75% of our plastic bottles. We have excellent curbside recycling. So you must make sure there are no unintended consequences or outcomes in relation to having a DRS, but absolutely the cost to the household has to be part of the analysis as whether we take this forward.
And I echo that, it's very, very important. But as is how any tax would be applied, and as I've already stated, polystyrene food containers are technically reusable. And I think we need to be very precise in the action we are trying to take to achieve the outcome in reducing pollution from plastics. And I just wonder if you might be open to a more radical proposal, and one that these Tory benches would be pleased to support if you can find a feasible way of advancing it. And that's just banning some of these materials. That's what they're doing in the United States now. So if they could do it and don't find it's a horrifying attack on the free market, then perhaps we should be doing it too. And it's much simpler for the public to understand as well.
Well, I'm all for radical policy, so I'm very happy to look at anything that will help us reduce, particularly plastic litter. There's been a campaign recently about plastic litter in our oceans, and I think it's absolutely appalling. So anything that we can do to help. So I'm very happy to look at any radical policy, and if the member would like to meet with me to discuss further, I'd certainly be happy to do that.
Llyfarydd UKIP Neil Hamilton.
The Cabinet Secretary will be attending NFU Cymru's conference in 2 weeks' time, and I'm sure she'll have seen the advanced press release from John Mercer, the Director of NFU Cymru, in which he says that the Union firmly believes we can make a success of Brexit if our collective focus is centred on supporting our industry to meet the challenge of feeding a growing world population with safe, quality, affordable food. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary will agree with me that it's vitally important that farmers in Wales should have a firm idea of what the legislative framework for agriculture will be after we leave the European Union, and therefore it's vitally important that the Welsh Government should make its framework decisions, at any rate, as soon as possible, and make them public. This is a great opportunity for Welsh farmers, as John Mercer says. Could the Cabinet Secretary give us some firm idea of the time it will take her to develop at least a framework agricultural policy that she can make public?
Thank Neil Hamilton for his question. Yes, I certainly am attending the NFU conference. I think it's early November or late November. That's right. So I'm looking forward to that very much. I'm not sure I've actually seen the press release that you refer to, but certainly I engage frequently with the NFU, and I'm very aware of their views around opportunities as well as the challenges that we're facing. There is a huge amount of work going on by my officials in relation to frameworks, possible legislation, also discussions with their counterparts. So I know all the senior officials met last Wednesday here in Cardiff from the Four Nations. You'll be aware of the ministerial engagement that I have. We now have another date for our monthly meetings. Unfortunately, October we haven't had one with the DEFRA Secretary of State, but we are meeting again, unfortunately, again in London on November the 6th. But it's really important those discussions are ongoing. In relation to a timescale, I would imagine that we will be starting to be able to make that public maybe early next year. But again, it's a huge amount of detailed work being undertaken at the current time.
I fully understand that. No one underestimates the vast scale of this project. But it is vitally important to us and the UK government in the context of the current negotiations going on in Brussels also, because if we are to get the best possible deal which is available out of the EU, they need to know that we're fully prepared for no deal. The more, therefore, that we can make public in advance will help us, I think, to get a reasonable deal out of the EU if they are rational about it. The fundamental basis of the current regime is the basic payment scheme, and UKIP's policy is to continue a variation of that, but to cap payments at £120,000, so we end the discrimination in favour of larger farmers and agri-businesses, and we give more support to smaller enterprises. And we also believe there should be a 25% uplift for organic farms. Given the nature of agriculture in Wales being very different from England, we don't have the vast prairie lands of Lincolnshire and so on, it should not be difficult for the Welsh Government to come to broadly similar conclusions. So I wonder if she can give us any indication on at least the basis of a future agricultural policy.
I think you raised a very important point at the beginning of your contribution then about having that best possible information. I think it's really important that we share information also. And certainly, I'm very happy to share information with my ministerial counterparts, and I think we are starting to see more of that. In relation to being fully prepared for a no deal, well, I don't know how you can be fully prepared for a no deal. I don't actually understand how you can have a no deal, because leaving the EU, to me, is like a divorce. Now, you can't have a no deal with a divorce. You have to have a deal of whatever description. You have to have a deal. So all this talk about no deal, I'm completely perplexed as to how you can have no deal. And I think it's absolutely the UK's governments should be their top priority that they get the best deal possible. And that's what we're pushing for the people of Wales. In relation to your proposals, again, I'd be very happy to look at what UKIP's proposals are for future farming post-Brexit.
obviously, we all want a deal if one's available, but it takes two to tango. And if the EU are not prepared to do a deal, they're not prepared to carry on talking until we pay the ransom demand, then that's what a no deal looks like. But that wasn't the purpose behind my question today, is to look at the future of Welsh farming and fishing. And further to Michelle Brand's question earlier on, what UKIP would like to see to restore life to our fishing and coastal communities is an exclusive economic zone all around the United Kingdom, and obviously in our Welsh waters, under the control of the Welsh Government, and halting equal access to these waters by European fishermen, to have no-take zones to aid spawning and replenishing of fish stocks. Yes, we might have foreign trawlers able to access our waters, but with permits, and to ensure that all fish caught within UK waters, including those taken by foreign vessels operating under licence, are landed and sold in the UK to help finance and attract investment in the newly developing fishing industry. So I hope the Cabinet Secretary sees that we can make a positive contribution towards this debate in a non-partisan way. And I think that there is scope for doing that with all parties in this Assembly.
Yes, absolutely. I've just mentioned to David Meldon, I'm very happy to look at anybody's ideas, of course, and certainly I want to have a very positive fishing and fisheries policy. I think, talking to the fishing industry, and we're just starting now to get our negotiations ready ahead of the Fisheries Council in December, they do feel very badly done down by the EU. There's no two ways about it, certainly talking to the Welsh fishing industry. So it's absolutely right that we get that Welsh fisheries policy correct. So, yeah, very happy to look at any ideas you want to bring forward.
Cwestiwn 3, Hugh Iranca-Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary provide further detail on how stakeholders beyond management authorities can contribute to the development of the Marine Protected Area Management Priority Action Plan?
Thank you. The Wales Marine Advisory and Action Group has been engaged in the development of the National Marine Plan for Wales. There is a statutory function which we must perform, and we will engage stakeholders taking this forward. We will seek the views of this group regarding the MPA Management Plan.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response. Back in August, as she will know, the CERA Committee published its catchily entitled report, Turning the Tide. And it stressed the pride we should have in a Welsh marine and coastal environment, the potential for marine protected areas to help support healthy seas and sustainable fisheries, and much more. Recommendation 1 spoke of the urgency of developing that MPA strategy. Recommendation 3 spoke of the need for Welsh Government to operate in a transparent and efficient way, ensuring stakeholders are fully engaged in the development of that MPA strategy. And the Cabinet Secretary responded positively to the recommendations, though, rather than committing to the development of an MPA strategy as recommended by the committee, committed instead to finalising the MPA Management Priority Action Plan and thereby agreeing a strategic direction by working with the Marine Protected Area Management Steering Group. But unfortunately, marine stakeholders working in the private sector and also non-governmental organisations are not part of the MPA Steering Group, which is limited to MPA management authorities such as NRW and local authorities. So could I, in a very constructive way, ask the Cabinet Secretary to look at this again, as I know she'll want to draw on the fullest expertise of the marine sector into the development of that action plan and marine strategy, and with the help of her officials, examine ways to have a platform of full engagement with all stakeholders before April next year?
Yes, I'm very happy to do that. My department is working with NRW and the MPA Management Steering Group to finalise the Marine Protected Area Management Priority Action Plan. And once that's established, we will, of course, engage with a diverse range of marine stakeholders through the Marine Advisory Action Group.
Mark Reckless.
Cabinet Secretary, shouldn't that engagement, though, come before the plan is finalised? You have limited resources in your department. You face having to make more savings. There are extraordinary challenges about these marine protected areas. We know very little about what goes on at the bottom of the sea, and it's very expensive to find information. Why do you not bring the stakeholders in at an earlier stage so you can use both their resources and their expertise to help develop this plan?
Well, when we began marine planning, we did publish a statement of public participation, and that set out how stakeholders could input to the plan right from the beginning, and then as it developed. So there is that consultation and that agreement with stakeholders. It's not a matter of them, they were excluded. We did have that. We've also got the Marine Planning Stakeholder Reference Group. That has a huge range of NGOs and industry and coastal fora, Crown Estates on it, NRW's obviously on it, and CFAS. They've been inputting throughout the whole process. So I think it's wrong to say they were excluded. They were there from the beginning.
Cwestiwn 4, Mark Isherwood.
What assessment has the Welsh Government made of the benefits that access to waterways brings to Wales?
Thank you. In addition to considering activity tourism and recreation participation reports and strategies, the Welsh Government has undertaken significant public engagement. The recent consultation on sustainable management of our natural resources received around 15,000 responses. All show the value and potential of water recreation activities such as angling and boating, and why a resolution to current disagreements is necessary.
Thank you. Well, the September 2017 update on the report Value to the Welsh Economy of Angling on Inland Fisheries in Wales, collated by the Sustainable Access Campaign Cymru, found that under the current arrangements for access to Welsh rivers, around 1,500 Welsh jobs and £45 million in household income are supported by angling on inland fisheries each year. There are 1.7 million days fished on inland fisheries in Wales by licence holders, generating £104 million annually, and that the contribution to the Welsh economy of angling on inland fisheries in Wales must exceed over £125 million annually in Wales. In that context, how do you respond to the concern expressed by the Salmon and Trout Conservation Trust Cymru that it would not be in the interest of the ecological integrity of such habitats to move to unfettered access under the proposed extensions of the Crow Act, and that environmental protection is paramount when consideration is given to increased access to the natural resources of Wales, and especially the fragile ecosystems in and around rivers and lakes?
I think your question lends me to say that it's really important that you get the balance right, and that's absolutely why we've consulted on such an important issue. You're quite right, fishing tourism in both domestic and day trip visits to Wales is very important. I think it was about £38 million in 2015, and you referred to a report in 2017, but I know in 2015 it was about £38 million per year. And I think it also highlights the importance of developing a framework so that we can facilitate responsible access opportunities going forward.
Cabinet Secretary, I've received many representations from constituents regarding this matter in particular, and I think, as you pointed out, there is a resolution that needs to come together between the two groups. Now, you just mentioned fishing tourism, but many of our citizens actually enjoy fishing as a pastime, and therefore enjoy the activities they undertake, not as tourist activities, but as part of their spare time. Do you agree with me that actually it's a way of resolving these by coming together, getting an agreement which is voluntary between the organisations is the best solution, not having something imposed upon them?
Yes, I do, but I think, you know, when I was a backbencher, this was a very hot topic, and, you know, I think what the consultation showed, it can be incredibly divisive and incredibly polarised. So it is about getting that resolution. We want to see that because it is vital for our tourism. So I'm hoping that following the analysis of the consultations and when we come forward with resolutions, we're able to engage with all the stakeholders to make sure we have the absolute best way forward.
David Rowlands.
Diolch, Beres. Cabinet Secretary, following on from the comments earlier, I'm sure you're aware of the potential for conflict that free access to Wales waterways may bring between those who use them in differing ways, in particular anglers and canoeists. I would say that David Rees is quite right in that if we can get some consultation between these two groups, that's the best way forward. Unfortunately, the feedback to me from the angling societies is that there doesn't seem to be that desire for talking coming from the canoeists. I've been contacted by a number of angling societies and have had meetings with ISCA and Hay-on-Wye, one situated on the River Usk and the other on the River Wye. Both showed considerable concern with regard to canoe activity on the rivers, which at this moment is not regulated. One important factor pointed out is that canoes do not carry any form of identification, so any canoeist committing offences or simple nuisance cannot be identified. Does the Cabinet Secretary intend to bring in regulations to make registration and hence identification a mandatory requirement? And are there any plans to get canoeists to pay a fee for access to our waterways, as of course anglers have to by way of fishing licences and or society fees?
I mentioned in my answer to David Rees that it's an incredibly divisive issue, and it's a divisive issue that's been around for a long time. However, I think this is our opportunity now to get it right. I would certainly want to bring all the groups together. I don't want to take sides with any group, but if we can facilitate groups coming together, then I'd be very happy to do that. In relation to your specific policy questions around identification and fees, again, that is something that we would have to look at coming out of the consultation.
Question 5, Janet Finch-Saunders.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the review of designated landscapes in Wales?
Thank you. The recent review has provided an opportunity to reaffirm the importance to Wales of our designated landscapes. I will make a statement on the way forward when I have considered the wide range of comments in response to the recent consultation on taking forward Wales's sustainable management of natural resources.
Cabinet Secretary, I'm really interested in your thoughts on the Alliance for Welsh Designated Landscapes response to the review. The Alliance has called for the report to be rewritten to provide traceability from the Marsden report, from the recommendations of which, of course, it was commissioned.
He didn't say anything. You can carry on.
Yeah, no.
Not yet. Not yet.
They have also called, this is what they said, not me. They have also called for a clear reaffirmation of the Sanford Principle. Will you commit to both of these proposals today?
I certainly won't be having any report rewritten. It was a group that took a decision, brought a report forward that I've accepted. I was very grateful to Lord David Ellis-Thomas, who only has to look, clearly, for doing the work that he did with the group. In relation to the Sanford Principle, I'm very happy to say once again, I will not bring forward any proposals for reform which would put the natural beauty and special qualities of ANMBs and national parks at risk. I think there was a lot of mischief-making that went on, and I'm very happy to confirm that again in the Chamber.
John Griffiths. Question 6, Mike Hedges.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the problem of non-native invasive species in Wales?
Thank you. Invasive non-native species continue to have a significant environmental, social and economic impact in Wales. We are working to reduce these through implementation of the EU Invasive Alien Species Regulation and collaboration with our partners to promote awareness, share best practice and data and act to control or eradicate these species.
Thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. Of all the non-native species that we have in Swansea, the one that's causing us our biggest problem is Japanese knotweed, which is highly invasive, almost very difficult to get rid of, causes houses not to be able to be sold, causes things, drains to be damaged, and can cause houses to be have their foundations undermined. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on both the use of the natural predator tests and on improved chemical treatment in getting rid of this highly dangerous invasive species?
Thank you. Yes, we had an improved delivery method, and that has resulted in better survival in the insect psyllids, which is a key development in tackling Japanese knotweed. We had further releases earlier this year. Swansea University are currently analysing the results from the separate chemical control trials, which you'll be aware we supported a 2-year trial by Swansea University, and I very much look forward to reading their report.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Actually, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about the chemical control of Japanese knotweed myself, but I hear your answer there. Have there been any preliminary findings that Swansea University might be able to release, or any additional trials that might have taken place on interim findings? As you know, our LDP means that there's going to be quite a lot of land disturbed as a result of new buildings, and I think it'd be quite useful if developers could have an early sight of anything that might help them, or not help them, maybe, depends where it's going to be, decide whether they're going to develop a particular piece of land.
I'm not aware of any interim findings. I know the data is currently being analysed. I'm not aware of any interim findings or any sort of small report that they've done, but I'll certainly find out, and if that is the case, I'll be very happy to write to the member. But you'll know that the trial examined various combinations of herbicide treatments, mechanical actions. It was a very thorough trial, and I'm hoping that we will be able to find the most effective control method.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. Yes, Japanese knotweed is a real headache for householders. We also have invasive species from the animal kingdom, which can be a real menace, such as the killer shrimp. This was discovered in waters off Cardiff Bay and in Eglwys Nynydd Reservoir in Port Talbot in 2010. Now, the biosecurity sector has been monitoring the situation since then. I wondered if you had any updates on the current level of menace posed by the killer shrimps.
I'm afraid I don't, and I will have to write to the member.
Cwestiwn 7, Lynn Neagle.
Will the Cabinet Secretary outline what support is available to protect the most vulnerable households in Wales from fuel poverty this winter?
Thank you. Support is available through Welsh Government Warm Homes, which includes our Nest and Arbed schemes. Nest offers free and partial advice and support to help people reduce household energy bills and provides eligible households with free home energy efficiency measures to help them keep warm at a more affordable cost.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And I was pleased to see in the Nest annual report that the installation of a government-funded home energy efficiency improvement package will see on average an energy bill saving of £410 per household each year. These figures demonstrate clearly that the scheme is performing above expectations and is making a real difference to fuel-poor households. I just wanted to ask, though, about residential retrofit, because ensuring that existing homes in Wales are energy efficient has a key part to play in tackling fuel poverty. So could I ask what plans you have to increase the Welsh Government's activity in terms of residential retrofit?
Yes, thank you. I am working very closely with my colleague Carl Sargent, the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children, in relation to retrofitting. I've also established a ministerial decarbonisation task and finish group with 2 other of my Cabinet Secretary colleagues. So that will really drive cross-government action. I want it to help bring forward proposals to meet our challenging carbon commitments also. So whilst we will continue to look at the scale of our own energy efficiency programmes, we do need to look at our decarbonisation ambitions. They can't be achieved through government funding alone. So we are going to have a much more joined-up approach across government and across all sectors, really, to help us deliver on this agenda.
David Melding.
Cabinet Secretary, I'm sure you'll welcome the energy price cap announced last week, and also the continuing rollout of smart meters. I think smart meters have a huge role to play, giving homeowners more control over how much energy they use, and encourage them also to switch between providers. However, there has been some reluctance among some homeowners to have smart meters installed. I wonder what role the Welsh Government is playing to encourage the rollout of smart meters to all households in Wales.
I think you're right. There have been a few issues around smart meters. I think talking to a group of consumers as to why they wouldn't want a smart meter. They put it down to, their neighbours had had issues with it, etc. So I think we need to make sure that we work across all sectors to encourage people to have smart meters installed, and it is something that we work with the utility companies, for instance, to do.
Bethan Jenkins.
When settling on a replacement for the NEST scheme, can you tell us whether you'd be prepared to look at the eligibility rules around applying for some home energy efficiency improvements? I'm thinking Scotland's corresponding energy assistance package has less stringent criteria being available for those who are on low income and pregnant, for example, or to some homes with children. In Wales, current rules exclude a lot of people in fuel poverty, particularly young people. So I'm wondering, with the new scheme that will potentially, I hope, come into place after this current one comes to an end, that you would consider changing that criteria?
Yes, certainly that's something we can look at. I think we are just about to go out to procurement. So clearly this is something we can look at as we do bring in the new scheme next year.
Cwestiwn 8, Paul Davies.
Will the Cabinet Secretary outline the Welsh Government's priorities for the agricultural industry in West Wales?
Thank you. The Welsh Government is supporting the farming industry in Pembrokeshire and West Wales, as in all parts of Wales, to become more profitable, sustainable, resilient and business-focused. Over 1,400 people in Pembrokeshire are signed up to Farming Connect to learn more about improving the profitability, competitiveness and environmental performance of their businesses.
Cabinet Secretary, one of the major issues facing the agricultural industry in West Wales is the Welsh Government's proposed designations for nitrate vulnerable zones. Now, earlier on in this session, in an answer to Simon Thomas, you committed to making a decision on NVZs by the end of the year, and that later on today you will be discussing this matter with your officials. Given the huge impact that the introduction of NVZs could have on farmers in my constituency, will you commit to consider looking at voluntary measures before imposing NVZs? And can you confirm whether you're prepared to discuss voluntary measures with your officials later on this afternoon?
I have been having ongoing discussions with officials over the past few months, or probably over the past year, in relation to this. And as I say, I have another meeting this afternoon. I am not ruling out anything. We had a significant number of responses, and I did say in my answer to Simon Thomas earlier that there are some very good proposals and suggestions in those responses, and that's why it's taking longer than expected, I think, to analyse them and look at the level of detail contained within the returns. But I do commit, and I have committed all along, to coming forward with an announcement at the end of the year. I'm also very keen to work with farmers and with their stakeholders and the farming unions so that we can develop solutions.
Cwestiwn 9, Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Pa gamau mae'r ysgrifennydd y Cabinet yn ei gymryd i gannog pobl ifanc I mewn I diwydiant amaeth?
Diolch. This government supports young entrants into agriculture through several important measures. £6 million has been made available over the next 2 years in the recent budget settlement for a young entrant scheme, which we are in the process of developing, which complements our wider package of support, and of course we are meeting this afternoon to discuss it further.
Diolch yn fawr ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen I drafod y manylion y cytundeb fyngddyn ni I sefydlu cynllun ar gyfer ffermwyr ifanc o fyw 6 miliwn. A tro diwetha oedd gan Llywodraeth Cymru cynllun o'r fath, oedd yna fyw 7 miliwn o arian yn y cynllun hwnnw, ac oedd e wedi helpu 520 o bobl ifanc I mewn I diwydiant amaeth. Oedd falle bod rhywun y bresennol yn cofio'r cynllun hwnnw Llywydd. Wrth fynd ymlaen ar cynllun yma, dwi'n meddwl bod e'n bwysig iawn bod ni'n gyrru neges gryf I ffermwyr ifanc, bod ni moyn iddyn nhw fod yn fan o lliwio'r cynllun a bod nhw'n gallu dysgu o ar ein gilydd hefyd. Felly a fod naiff yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet ystyried sut a pa fôl mae clybiau ffermwyr ifanc yn gallu wafen hyn wrth hysbysebu cynllun o'r fath, wrth fannu a dysgu ac wrth gwrs wrth roi gefnogaeth a mentora uniongyrchol I ffermwyr ifanc.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure the Llywydd does remember the scheme very well. I think looking back at previous schemes, I really want to ensure that we get new entrants from this, not people who are in succession, for instance. It is really important that we engage with, you mentioned Young Farmers Club, certainly happy to do that, because we want to get these young people before they go into farming as a business. Certainly, my early thinking is around FE colleges and HE. I think it's really important that we talk to the students and get their views. But as I say, I'm sure when we meet, we can discuss this further.
Angela Burns.
Yeah,
I was delighted just then to hear you say new entrants to the farming schemes, because I think that the young entrant scheme is a very welcome step, and we're very supportive of it. However, I find in my constituency I have a number of people who don't fit into that criteria. Families have changed, people are working longer, family dynamics are very different. You have people who, but nonetheless they're still there, still trying to add vibrancy to our rural heritage. They find it very difficult to get support because they're supposed to know it all, because they just fit outside the young bracket. And I wondered if you might consider, when you're looking at this, making it more of a new entrance, or keeping an eye on the new entrants, that you might consider putting in place some kind of mentoring scheme. I have pointed people to organisations such as Farming Connect, but it's just not the same as having somebody who really can help you, walk you through those first vital couple of years while you really get to grips with not just how you're running the business, but actually it's the paperwork, the the various schemes that you can belong to. Those are the things that people are finding very difficult to navigate.
Yes, I think you raise a very relevant point, and I've been looking over the past few months, prior to the budget agreement with Plaid Cymru, I've been looking at how we can encourage more people, and particularly young people, and particularly new entrants, because I think looking back at the Yes scheme, I think only about 10% were new entrants. I think the rest were part of that sort of succession into existing businesses. So I think it is important that we look at how we can bring new entrants in. I mentioned that I was sort of thinking about FE colleges and working with students and HE colleges. I think mentoring is really important. So if you think about another scheme that we have, the venture scheme, where we're looking at young people again with people who are maybe wanting to retire, I think that's been very successful on a different level. But it's about picking all these sort of best pieces out and bringing it together to form a new scheme.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r cwestiynau i ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gymunedau a phlant. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf gan Hannah Blythin.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the support that is in place for Communities First employees?
Thank the member for her question. The Communities First transition team was established to support Communities First lead delivery bodies in planning and advising staff. There have been ongoing conversations with local authority staff, third sector staff and unions. Lead delivery bodies have transition plans in place to inform the delivery of the programme during 17 and 18.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I raise this both as an Assembly member who serves employees of the Communities First programme and as a trade unionist. With both hats mean, I'm sure you'll understand that the workforce get the support and consideration that they are deserving of. You said that it's currently going through the transition period, and that is obviously happening in Flintshire as elsewhere in the country. And many of the staff in Flintshire have worked on these Community First projects since they were established in 2002, serving across our communities on a number and variety of projects that enable people to be work ready and to support them into work. Having met with the Communities First team in Flintshire, I know that they continue to work hard, as you will do, Cabinet Secretary, under a lot of pressure to provide the smooth transition for all employees. And I think they are now keen to focus on moving forward. So I hope that the Communities for Work programme projects supported by the Legacy Fund will provide new opportunities for existing employees to move into and during this transition period, that the well-being of the committed workforce and their families will be given priority. So, Cabinet Secretary, do you agree with me that supporting our Communities First employees and providing certainty on their future should be a priority through this transition period? And what message of reassurance can you send to them today?
I'm grateful for the member for raising this, and many other members have also done that also. Thank you for that. I agree with that one of the priorities of ensuring Communities First staff are supported through this transition period is an important one. I am aware that my officials have been working with lead delivery bodies to ensure correct procedures are being followed, including liaison with union representatives as necessary. I know many of the Communities First staff in Flintshire and across Wales will want to continue to work to support our communities in other important programmes, and I wish them luck in doing that too.
Janet Finch-Saunders.
Cabinet Secretary, such is the confusion now over the winding up of Communities First in our communities that a number of permanent vacancies are still being advertised online. What steps are you taking to ensure taxpayers' money is not being wasted on further recruitment processes for a scheme that you are technically winding down?
Well, the only person that's confused here appears it's you. The lead delivery bodies are in regular contact, encouraged to talk to my officials. If there are any questions or queries around transition period or associated staffing issues, then they're more than happy to talk to my team in that process. But the member has been misled in terms of her views today.
Cwestiwn 2, Jane Bryant.
Diolch, Llywydd. What assessment has the Cabinet Secretary made of the impact of UK Government welfare reforms on South East Wales?
I'm grateful for the member's question. I'm deeply concerned by the devastating impact the UK Government's welfare reforms are having on low-income families, particularly those with children. Average annual losses are estimated to be around £600 per household in this sub-region the member represents, compared with £300 for households in the least affected sub-regions of Wales.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Earlier this year, research commissioned by the Cardiff Metropolitan University found the average rent arrears for tenants claiming universal credit was £449.97. The 6-week waiting period for the first payments will mean that the first payment universal credit for those in Newport will be December the 27th. Will the Cabinet Secretary once again urge the UK Government to reconsider the 6-week waiting period for this flawed policy, which will plunge yet more people into poverty and debt, and also support the housing sector's calls to immediately roll out the much-needed landlord portal and trusted partner status so that housing associations in Wales will be treated the same as those in England?
I'm really grateful for the member raising that with me today. I have written to the UK Government to ask them to put a halt to the universal credit rollout. The principle of universal credit programme wasn't wrong, but it's not working right, and people are being affected, traumatised in the way that they are living their lives. In fact, 6 weeks wait. I read an article today of a young person on the Wirral in Merseyside having to wait 6 weeks, who was suicidal and living on water for that period of time. It is not right. It needs stopping and needs reassessing now.
Mark Reckless.
The unemployment rate in South East Wales has fallen to 3.5% this year. The employment rate in the year to June is up from 70.2% to 72.5%. And given that the government in Westminster's welfare reforms are designed, at least in part, to help people into work, and the Cabinet Secretary himself says he supports the principle of universal credit, shouldn't he be welcoming these and working with the government to implement them?
I certainly don't welcome the universal credit rollout as it is, and I've expressed that in a strong letter to the Minister in Westminster. This is having a devastating effect on families and children right across Wales. It needs stopping now and reassessing how that should be delivered for the future.
Fan Lewis.
The member for Newport West touched on a point of the levels of personal debt, and that being a real impact of the hideous welfare reforms being thrust upon us by the British state. And research earlier this year showed that personal debt levels in the NP postcode area were the highest in Wales, and across the United Kingdom they are now reaching pre-recession levels. I wonder what action the Cabinet Secretary is considering, in light of this new research, to target ethical financial support in those areas with the highest levels of personal debt, and also the areas that are losing financial services from the traditional banks, because the last thing we want is these people who are already under siege from the state to also be under siege from rogue lenders.
Yeah, the member is right to raise this point, and I've worked with Bethan Jenkins in terms of financial literacy. It's a really important point. But many of these people who are undergoing universal credit rollout, the problem is here, they don't have any money. The problem is to have savings or otherwise. It's a luxury. This programme is flawed. I'm grateful for the member's support in this space, but actually we have to collectively think about making sure the UK government recognises the damaging effect universal credit rollout is having on communities. And while we had 2 trial areas in Wales, there is lots of evidence behind that saying about the devastating impact it's having on those families there. We are only just starting the rollout of this programme, but it's flawed. It needs stopping.
Cwestiwn yn nawr gan lefarwyr y pleidiau, llefarydd y ceidwadwyr Mark Isherwood.
Clywyd. As you'll be aware, the Prime Minister announced at the beginning of the month that there would be an extra £10 billion for the Help to Buy scheme, both to stimulate new home building and to get 135,000 more people onto the housing ladder, with full plans to be detailed in the UK budget 22nd of November. Given that the Welsh Government previously launched its own version of this programme some 18 months after the UK made a similar announcement with recyclable loan finance, how do you understand Wales might be impacted or benefit from this, and what engagement have you had or will you be having with the UK Government accordingly?
We've had no indication of any additional funding coming to Wales on that particular point.
Well, I'm disappointed, obviously, but I hope you'll be pursuing that, given this isn't normal block money, it's recyclable loan finance, if it's going to be funded on the same basis. Of course, we don't know yet. Moving on from housing to housing-related support, of course, at the end of last month, the Welsh Government announced that £10 million annually for 2 years was being restored to the Supporting People programme. Of course, well received. £4 million of that going through your own departmental budget. The sector responded warmly, but calling to assurance that this money would be ring-fenced for housing associations and third sector providers. Will it be so, or what assurance can you provide, working with them, that this money will go where it needs to go?
Well, the member could have been a little bit more generous in his observations. This wasn't money put back into the system. This was additional money. This Labour government here in Wales has put additional £10 million for 2 years for tackling homelessness, £6 million of that into the RSG and £4 million into my budget line. I can't guarantee what that will look like, because it's about working with the sector and organisations to get the best value that has to tackle issues around homelessness. And I've been in discussions with agencies already about how that will look in terms of delivery for the future.
Well, of course, it was a restoration of money that had been taken out of the budget since 2013, and that was welcomed. But we do need to know to be ring-fenced, because it's about working with people. For example, through the Big Lottery funded People and Places programme, which must be funding projects that are people-led, strength-based and supporting people and communities to build on the knowledge, skills and experience they already have. Again, how will you ensure, therefore, that this fits those sorts of programmes and enables people themselves to directly participate in the improvements in their own lives?
The Wellbeing of Future Generations Act places a duty on government and public sector bodies. We are working with organisations external to the public sector and the third sector, Llamau, the Woolwich, other organisations who are very keen to understand how best placed we should use this money. I'm very open. I'm not an expert in this field, but they are, and I want to work with them to make sure we direct our limited finances to the right places to help people in need across our communities.
Llefarydd UKIP Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. I wanted to raise today the problem of drug abuse, and particularly drug abuse carried out in public places. We've had several recent media reports relating to drug users fairly openly injecting heroin in the Butte Town area of Cardiff. This also raises the related problem of discarded needles, which can be a real danger to children, which has also been highlighted by the media. Now, this is a problem not only confined to Cardiff, it is also a recurring issue in many of our valleys towns. So my first question is, do you recognise this as a major problem, and what steps can the Welsh Government take in helping the relevant authorities to tackle it?
Drug use and substance misuse is on the increase, but we are seeing an effect of welfare reform having an impact on individuals moving into that space. But let's not forget, people who are suffering from drug and alcohol or substance misuse are human beings too. We have to think carefully about how we are able to support them in making sure that we can act appropriately to take them off the effects of drug and alcohol and put them back onto a pathway of success. It pains me when I see people in our communities taking drugs and other paraphernalia used to expose themselves to risk. It's our duty to make sure that we can help everybody in our communities, irrespective of their position in life and where they are.
Yes, and I agree with your sentiments. These are human beings. Nobody is denying that, and we need to help these people as far as we can to come off their habits. But in terms of how to deal with it as an issue of public order, perhaps, what do you think about the issue of stop and search and how effective it is in providing or helping to provide a safe urban environment?
Well, the issues around stop and search are a matter for the UK government and policing, but actually I don't think stop and search in itself is helpful in delivering services for people that need to be supported. Our Supporting People programme, along with our substance misuse policy, is designed to help people back onto the into what would be considered a normal way of life, whatever that actually means, but actually taking them away from the risk that they pose to themselves and others is something that we should work at carefully.
Yes, supporting people. Of course, we await what the funding for that will be in the upcoming budget. So I'm glad you mentioned supporting people. But on a related issue on the drug theme, do you have any updates on Welsh Government investigations into so-called safe injection zones, where drug users can inject in a medically supervised environment? And do you have any thoughts of your own on this issue, whereby it is a possible way of taking needles away from the streets?
There have been some discussions with authorities, but this is a matter for a different minister. I will ask the minister appropriate to write to the member.
Llyfarydd Plaid Cymru, Bethan Jenkins.
Cabinet Secretary, can you confirm the following questions? Did the Welsh Government offer the Baglan Moor site for the prison when, at the time it was offered in May 2016, the site was categorised as a C2 flood risk zone and went against your own TAN 15 planning guidance? Can you also clarify whether or not the covenant on the land meant that it could only be used for economic purposes in keeping with an industrial park?
I can't do just a yes or no answer there because there was lots of questions, but if you remember, bears with me. The land that the member mentions was part of a long list of land that is available to any developer, whether that be from the Ministry of Justice or any other commercial operation, and it is not abnormal for us to do that. Is there a covenant on their land? I believe there is a covenant on the land.
Okay, I don't think you answered the first question, but I can come back to it again. I just want to try and probe further on that in particular. Why was the flood risk category only updated via NRW in March 2017? This was the same month that news about the site became the preferred option for a new prison. During this time, it became public. It's my understanding from a communication via our councillor, Nigel Hunt, that NRW only informed Neath Port Talbot Council of a change to the flood risk category in February, a few weeks before the site was publicly chosen. Why was this? Can you confirm when NRW informed you or anybody else in the Welsh Government that the flood risk category of their land would change, therefore making it viable for a large development such as the prison? Assuming it would have taken some time to compile a list of suitable sites for a prison of this size, was before the flood risk category was changed?
Well, I don't have the detail on exactly when those the correspondence was with NRW or otherwise, but I will ensure that the member is communicated with in terms of that detail. But the member should be also aware of that because there's land is designed with a flood risk, there is opportunities for developers to mitigate against that. So the member is alluding to a state of fact in terms of that land may have had flood risk posed on it, but actually mitigation by any businesses can be considered in a normal planning process.
The point is, though, that it was changed and it made it more viable, therefore, for this prison to be able to be built. In the past, it wasn't as viable for industries to go and seek out that land. And I'm trying to understand why that was and when that decision was made. And I'm not hearing that from you here today. With regards to the covenant, and it's my understanding, as is yours, as we've heard, that there was a covenant and is a covenant in place. I've received legal advice which states, and I quote, "Assuming the covenant is legally valid, it means that the site is affected by an obligation in favour of a third party, limiting its use to an industrial park only. In those circumstances, building a prison on the site could be a breach of the covenant. How do you plan to get around this, assuming you are still going to cooperate with the UK Government and continue to offer this land for the prison? The bottom line, of course, is that we understand that potentially things will change in relation to the flooding and the categorisation, and the covenant now ensures that it should be for industrial usage. Will you therefore go back to the MOJ and say, well, actually, now we are not cooperating with this piece of land and we will not therefore be providing Baglan Moors for a prison site?
I'm really disappointed in the tone of the question from the member. I've been in discussions with her and many other members, including Di Rees, the local member. Well, if the members would like to listen, I'd be more than happy to answer the question. The fact of the matter is, this is a matter for the Ministry of Justice. We are, as always, and with our land process, we offer land that is appropriate for development. If they wish to look at the covenant or other arrangements of that land, this is a matter for the Ministry of Justice, not for Welsh Government.
Cwestiwn 3, Rhiannon Passmore.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the progress being made in meeting the Welsh Quality Housing Standard?
Thank the member for her question. All social landlords are on track to meet the standard by 2020. Latest annual statistics show at the 31st of March 2017, 192,302, 86% of existing social housing now meets the standard, compared with 79% for nearly a year. Over 15,000 households now live in better quality homes than in the previous year.
Diolch, Cabinet Secretary. The figures released, as you said earlier this month, show that 86% of all social housing dwellings met the Welsh Housing Quality Standard by March 31st, which was a rise of 7 percentage points, unlike in England, where there has been disinvestment. This significant investment by Welsh Government is having a significant and far-reaching impact, and indeed transforming lives. Will the Cabinet Secretary outline how we can ensure that this progress is maintained and advanced across Wales?
Llywydd, this is good news story for us, as the quality of homes are so important to people's well-being. It's also vital for us achieving many of our other goals as a government, including improving the nation's health and well-being. Investment in improving and building homes also has a huge potential to create jobs and training opportunities in areas like Rhiannon Passmore's constituency, and we look forward to continuing that support for organisations to develop housing quality standards.
David Melding.
Cabinet Secretary, I recently visited the Salsa House in Bridgend as part of the Climate Change, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee's work. I was very enthusiastic to see the prospect of building homes now that actually produce more energy than they consume. Now, that house costs roughly twice as much as a normal build house, but is not yet done to scale. And I understand that social housing does offer an opportunity to develop these products at scale, and they're aesthetically pleasing and very efficient and offer huge benefits to people, especially those who may be in fuel poverty also.
I agree with the member. It's rather unusual, but in terms of this point, he's absolutely right in making sure that actually this is a clever investment for the future. It may cost a little bit more, but it's an investment for lower energy bills or decarbonisation. It ticks all of those boxes. I will be making an announcement shortly on the innovative housing schemes, and it's a case of watch this space.
Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I do support the objective of upgrading social housing. I really do, Cabinet Secretary. But I would like to ask, what analysis have you made of the cost to the social landlords of upgrading the houses and the likelihood of that cost being passed on to future tenants via rent rises?
This is all measured within the business plans for associations and local authorities. We provide additional funding to ensure that they are no worse off, but it's about making sure that housing is fit for the future, and many households across all our constituencies are benefiting from this investment from government and from the sector itself.
Cwestiwn 4, Mark Isherwood.
What role does the Welsh Government play in the rehabilitation of offenders in Wales?
Despite the rehabilitation of offenders in Wales being a matter for the UK Government, we work closely with HM CFP and the Probation Service, for example, through our support for the Women's Pathfinder Diversion Programme?
Thank you. Well, given that response, and of course your responsibilities at the devolved level for crime and justice policy, including youth justice, how are you engaging, or will you be engaging, with the UK Justice Secretary after the announcement at the beginning of this month of a £64 million investment in youth custody to boost staffing and education for young offenders, and a national task force, i.e. UK presumably national task force, to help ex-offenders into employment, which will target employers to sell the benefits of employing ex-offenders, as well as advising governors on training to give former prisoners to maximise their chances of employment?
I think what we mustn't forget, when in a lot of these institutions there are Welsh prisoners, and that we must think about their integration back into our society as well. A lot of the services around prisons are devolved services, so health, education, etc. Are devolved services, and we have regular discussions about what the involvement is of government in terms of their ability to help structure a new approach to probation services and rehabilitation in our communities.
John Griffiths.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, in order to effectively rehabilitate those leaving prison, it's very important that they have a roof over their heads. The Housing Act 2014 meant that prison leavers were no longer automatically categorised as being in priority need for housing. There was a 2017 post-implementation evaluation of that legislation, which stated that amongst those groups not having their housing needs met were prison leavers. Given those facts, will you now give further consideration to the protection and the categorisation of prison leavers in terms of homelessness and housing need?
I think that the member is right to raise the issue, but I did create a working group that looked at prison leavers in terms of housing solutions. I will write to the member with the details of that group and what the outcomes of that were.
David Rees.
Cabinet Secretary, rehabilitation and the reduction of reoffending is something we all want to try and achieve. I'll give you one hint now. By stopping super prisons might actually do it a little bit, and therefore stop the one in Baghdad. It might help you a little bit. But in a sense of how we help them do be rehabilitated, support services are critical. And those support services are going to be a huge resource to sort of draw on our services. What discussions are you having with the Ministry of Justice to ensure that they fund those resource services? So when we do rehabilitation, when we reduce reoffenders, because they're actually helping us and we're not doing it off their back.
As with all prison estates across Wales, there is an agreement between the UK government and Welsh government in terms of the cost needs assessment on additional services required. I can assure the member, irrespective of if and when a prison does appear anywhere in Wales, there is a discussion with the UK government to ensure that we have the right amount of services and finances to deal with the issues surrounding any prison.
Question 5, David Rowlands.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary outline the Welsh Government's priorities for ex-service people in Wales following his discussions with the Armed Services Expert Group?
Thank you. Our priority is to ensure we provide effective services that meet the needs in areas such as health, housing and employment. Examples of these are the Housing Pathway and the work Veterans NHS Wales are undertaking in delivery of research trials to alleviate mental health issues such as PTSD.
I thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. I'm sure you will agree with me that we in Wales are proud of our armed forces and the work they do on our behalf. We must remember it is politicians who sent them into conflict. Therefore, it is incumbent upon politicians to ensure they are looked after when they leave the service. And even given all the interventions which I know the Welsh Government has done, and they are to be applauded by that, we still find that there are those who slip through the net and are still sleeping rough on our streets. Do you have any updates on how the Welsh Government are going to deal with those people?
Well, what we're trying to establish here is a national solution to the problems, as well as here in Wales. And what we're trying to do is identify service leavers who want to be supported and therefore give them a pathway to change. I think it's incumbent of the UK Government in terms of how they deal with ex-service personnel. And I've raised this with ministers on several occasions about their moral responsibilities for when people go into conflict, how do they deal and support them post-conflict? And it's something I will continue to do and work with the Armed Forces Expert Group on that.
Darren Miller.
Cabinet Secretary, will you agree with me that one low-level support service is the Veteran Shed movement, which of course was established in North Wales in terms of the first one, is now being a model which is being copied in other parts of the country, not just in Wales but across the UK as well, and that is something which the Welsh Government would do well to support. I know that your colleague Leslie Griffiths, when she held the Armed Forces portfolio, made a visit to the Veteran Shed in Colwyn Bay and was hugely impressed by what they're achieving. But what resource might the Welsh Government be able to make available to support the Welsh Veteran Shed network so that it can enhance the lives of other veterans in other parts of Wales that it's not currently in?
I'm grateful for the member and thank him for the work he does on the cross-party group on armed forces. Also, I can't commit to a financial reward for this group. I do recognise the work that they do in our communities. I think what we are looking at as a government body is looking at the very high-level interventions that we can support with. The more lower but meaningful interventions the member talks about is an important one. We have to see what pathway to finance they can access, but I'm not quite sure it's at a government level.
Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, former service personnel can often have difficulty in accessing new employment opportunities despite the wealth of transferable skills that they possess, and I'm sure you're aware of recent media coverage about this issue. You alluded in your answer to David Rowlands to help that the Welsh Government provide in this area. I wonder if you could expand on that for us, please.
Grateful for the member's question, and an important one about how do we move from a service position to the public and private sector is can be for some a very difficult transition. We're working with the Career Transition Partnership on discharge. I indeed also met with a ex-service user in Dawn Bowden's constituency who had moved in from ex-service personnel to an excellent member of staff for a local contracting company. And there's things that we can learn there about the support mechanism that some people might need, in addition to actual work and training skills, about how do we learn from experience. And it's something that my team and the expert group on service personnel is looking at and gives me advice on regularly.
Tynwyd cwestiwn 6 yn ôl, felly cwestiwn 7, Lynn Neagle.
Will the Cabinet Secretary outline what support is available from Welsh Government to enable parents to develop positive parenting techniques? I'm
grateful for the member from Torvine's question. Positive parenting is fundamental to our cross-cutting priority of early years with prosperity for all. We support every local authority in Wales to provide a range of parenting support encompassing universally available information and advice. Parenting groups and targeted and intensive early intervention through Flying Start and Families First continues.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Yesterday, the NSPCC launched their new Take 5 Positive Parenting campaign, which looks at encouraging parents to stop and react calmly when faced with a challenging parenting situation. The campaign was developed with parents in Wales and provides easy-to-remember advice to help them keep their cool. It urges to take 5 to stop, breathe and react calmly when dealing with tantrums, difficult behaviour or other challenging parenting situations such as meal times and getting dressed, and is designed to complement the positive parenting advice and programmes that are already operating. Cabinet Secretary, will you join me in welcoming the NSPCC's campaign, which looks to provide parents with confidence to make better informed decisions which allow them to build positive, healthy relationships with their child?
Yes, I do, and indeed I met with the NSPCC and had a briefing on that particular campaign that they've launched. And you're right, it does complement the Talk Parenting campaign that we've launched as Welsh Government. We must continue to work together proactively in supporting parents across our communities, and I'm grateful the member raised that with me today.
Angela Burns.
Cabinet Secretary, I know you will agree with me that resolving attachment issues is absolutely crucial for ensuring that young people or young children can grow up to be well-rounded individuals. And in the last Assembly, the Children and Young People's Committee did a very hard-hitting report on adoption and post-adoption support. A lot of children who are adopted or who are about to be adopted suffer from attachment issues. And yet, still today, we are being told by adopters and would-be adopters that they are finding it very difficult to access training to help them learn how to parent children who have severe attachment disorder. If we want these children to go into stable, loving, forever homes, we have to help those who want to reach out to those kids. When will your government, or what can your government do to help these parents and to give them the training that they need to make sure that not only can they adopt those children, but when they do adopt them, those adoptions are robust and do not break down, as I have seen too often with constituents in my own constituency?
I share the member's concern around this, and we are doing work indeed with David Meldon, who chairs an advisory group for us, looking at the very vulnerability, the intense vulnerability of young people put in either fostering or adoption care. And we are I'm seeking advice on what more we can do to help with this. This is not always about cash, by the way. This is often about support mechanisms, sometimes third sector or public sector bodies actually doing what it says on the tin, making sure we recognise that these young people are highly vulnerable and following up on that process as well. It's not just a case of placement, it's about placement and support, and it's something I'm very conscious of.
Question 8, Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywydd. Would the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the use of notices served under Section 21 of the Housing Act 1988 in Wales?
We do not collect specific data on Section 21 notices. However, we have introduced new requirements regarding their use, and landlords must be registered with Rent Smart Wales. In addition, the Renting Home Act will provide additional protection to contract holders on the use of landlords' notices.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And as you'll be aware, the use of Section 21 notices, the so-called no-fault eviction notices, can be served at any time on a tenant who's not protected by a fixed-term contract. And the notice can be served without any grounds being given or proven, and can bring an abrupt end to tenancies and total disruption to the lives of tenants. Not surprisingly, the increase of the use of Section 21 notices is causing concern to shelter and other housing and homelessness organisations. Whilst this is a pre-devolution piece of legislation that is still applied in Wales, can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if he would give consideration to reviewing the operation of Section 21 of the Housing Act 88 and, if necessary, move to disapply its provision in Wales so as to remove the unfairness and to provide greater security for such tenants?
This was a long discussion piece of the Housing Act as we took it through the Assembly in the previous term. Can I say to the member that the Rented Homes Act, whilst retaining the ability for a landlord to serve a 2-month notice, will offer greater protection for contract holders through the Act's retaliatory eviction process. So there is a part of the Act that does give protection to tenants as well. But I have heard the member, I've heard her strong views, and I will give that some further consideration with my team.
David Melding.
Secretary, I agree with the member who's just raised this question that tenant protection does need to be looked at carefully. Now, in England, as a result of the Deregulation Act 2015, Section 21 notices cannot be served on, cannot be served by landlords to residents if the housing is of a poor standard and doesn't meet legislative standards. This does seem to be perhaps an appropriate way to now regulate this area in Wales also.
That's where we are placed at the moment with consultation on the fit and proper person and fit and proper accommodation consultation that we are undertaking.
Question 9, Sian Gwenllian.
Yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet ddatganiad am ymdrechion Llywodraeth Cymru I fynd i'r afal a thlodi ymhlith plant.
Diolch. Our child poverty strategy sets out our objectives for tackling child poverty. We are committed to a whole-government approach to tackling child poverty, and we are taking action to ensure that every child has the best start in life.
Mae'r defnydd o fanciau bwyd wedi codi dros 500% gyda threian o'r defnyddwyr yn blant. Mae 31% o blant yn byw mewn clodi ac mae 10 gwaith yn fwy o bobl yn derbyn sancsiynau ar hyn o bryd. A tystiolaeth fod y cynnydd yn y defnydd o fanciau bwyd yn uniongyrchol gysylltiedig efo sancsiynau a materion yn ymwneud â chredyd cynhwysol. Ydych chi'n cytuno fod angen trosglwyddo rheolaeth weinyddol dros fudd-daliadau o Loegr i Gymru? Rheolaeth weinyddol ddim y gallu ei amrywio lefel na'r matha o fudd-daliadau, ond y gallu i ddod ar diwylliant o sancsiynau creulon i ben a'r gallu i greu cyfundrefn mwy trigarog a dynol yma yng Nghymru.
I don't disagree wholeheartedly with the member in terms of bringing the administration to Wales. However, what does concern me is that the UK government's inability to service that with the appropriate funding behind that. And I think I'd be very interested to have further discussions. The First Minister has been very clear about powers coming to the Assembly without finances to support that. I think it's a really important point the member raises, and she's right to say that I believe universal credit is one of the points that is driving people into poverty in our communities.
Susie Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. All our local authority councillors, of course, should consider social justice in all their decision-making. But I wonder if, like me, you will welcome the specific appointment of a social justice champion in Monmouthshire County Council, an individual who's been tasked to make sure that the whole concept is cross-cutting through all decision-making. Myself, I would be more than delighted if she took it on board to make sure that the UNCRC articles were part of her work. I'm just wondering if you think the time really has come now to make sure that Article 12 in particular, but all aspects of the UNCRC, are obligatory for our public services, including local authorities.
Well, that's, again, another long-standing discussion point of this Assembly. I would be quite keen to further debate that with the member and others to make sure that this is the right thing to do. What concerns me about champions in organisations is often it's a badge or a title. Actually, what I'm really keen on is making sure those champions turn their action, their duty into action. And we are seeing that in several aspects. And I'm encouraged by the member's point of the particular council that she raises with a social justice champion within that organisation. I wish her well.
Question 10, Steffan Lewis.
What assessment has the Cabinet Secretary made of the rollout of universal credit in Wales?
I'm deeply concerned about the devastating impact on universal credit, who are left waiting for 6 weeks or more for their first payments. I've written to the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions calling for the rollout of universal credit full service to be paused.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his answer, and it follows on from an answer he's given to the member for Arfon this afternoon. I know he will agree that universal credit is more than just a political shambles. It's cruel and it's causing real hardship. The cost of calling helplines has been raised regularly, as too as the crucial issue of the frequency of payments. Now, I don't doubt the Cabinet Secretary's sincerity in his opposition to welfare reform more generally. I know that he genuinely opposes the cruel sanctions regime as well. But I'm at a loss to understand why, therefore, he won't at least take a further step forward and look at the feasibility of establishing a social solidarity fund in Wales that could begin funding mitigation steps and then, at the same time, look to a devolved welfare administration model, because let's remember we're the only country in these islands without devolution of the administration of welfare, so that we can make it work for Wales, and rather than having to protest that lot up in London to change their ways, we can do something more humane for our citizens here.
I'm grateful for the member's question. I generally know when I get questions, the member raises this on a regular basis, and that's encouraging in terms of his commitment too. The fact of the matter is that we do many things that mitigate the issues and effects that happen as a result of Westminster decisions. But as I said earlier, making sure that we have the finances to support the administration of this process is an important one. We have to make sure that taking responsibility is credible in the fact that we are able to to act positively to support these individuals who are being affected by this. At the moment, the responsibility lies with the UK Government, and we are very clear in saying that the universal credit process is not working for people and is dangerous in the way that it's being enacted.
Cwestiwn 11, Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywydd. What assessment has the Cabinet Secretary made of the scale and scope of modern-day slavery in Wales?
I thank the member for her question. Today is Anti-Slavery Day, and anti-slavery events and activities are happening across Wales to raise awareness of this. It is by raising awareness and improving reporting that perpetrators can be brought to justice, and importantly, victims can be offered support.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The Welsh Government's Code of Practice and commitment to ensuring ethical employment opportunities among businesses in receipt of public funding offer clear objectives for how the private sector can help end modern-day slavery. Now, businesses like the Cooperative Group are leading the fight by offering paid work placements to victims of modern slavery through their Bright Futures programme and ensuring no place for traffic labour in their supply chains. What progress has the Welsh Government made more generally in ensuring the code is followed by businesses receiving public funding, and what work has been done to encourage the Westminster Government to follow our lead?
Well, the member's right. The code is a first for Wales, along with many other things, and first for the UK. And along with the supporting guidance, it gives provides a practical means for tackling unfair, unethical and illegal practices, including modern-day slavery. However, the lead member for this is my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government. I will ask him to write to you with specific details around the code and implementation of that.
Mark Isherwood.
Yeah. Well, concern has been raised with me that human trafficking through Holyhead Port is getting worse, but that not enough of the victims desperate to be found are being found. And despite this, it's so far been impossible to get the 6 North Wales county representatives around the table. How, therefore, do you respond to the findings of the North Wales Police Serious Organised Crime Local Profile Modern-Day Slavery report, that there's evidence of organised crime groups operating in North Wales by trafficking victims through Holyhead Port to Ireland, or employing victims in nail bars or pop-up brothels, and of groups based in North Wales tied by familial bonds who target vulnerable males for manual labour and canvassing?
Oh, believe me, human trafficking is alive in the UK, and we are the only part of the country that has an anti-human trafficking coordinator. And my team work incredibly hard with the police and other agencies to ensure that we are trying to keep on top of this issue. But we are a part of a larger island. I would encourage the member and other members to speak with other parts of the administrations of the UK to come together to create an anti-human trafficking coordinators across the whole of the UK in order to ensure that we can tackle the issues that the member rightly raises about the trafficking of human beings.
Joyce Watson.
Yesterday we had a round-table meeting on, and the room was full of experts in the field of ending human trafficking or slavery in Wales. One of the issues that came up time and time again was the 45 days in which victims have to prove their case and get through the National Referral Mechanism, NRM, and the wish to make that a much longer period, a minimum of 60 days. I know that those powers rest within the UK Government Cabinet Secretary, but there is a clear request from all the experts in Wales for you to ask the UK Government to consider expanding that, because it isn't until individuals get through the National Referral Mechanism that they're offered any help or support whatsoever, and it's left to the non-government organisations to offer any shelter, any help, any support whatsoever after those 45 days.
I'm grateful for the member raising that with me. I will ask my anti-human trafficking coordinator to meet with the member in order for her to explain that with him, and I will act accordingly on his advice.
Ac yn ola, cwestiwn 12, Hugh Iranca Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the National Housing Pathway for ex-service personnel?
Thank the member for Ogmore for his question. I launched the National Pathway for ex-service personnel in November of 2016. We continue to champion the approach through the recent publication of supporting leaflets, posters and advice cards, so that anyone needing accommodation can get access to the support that they need.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response. In launching this pathway, which is a great innovation, much stress was laid by the Cabinet Secretary on the need for effective collaboration with housing consortia, with local authorities, regional collaborative committees, local health boards and other provider agencies. So this far into the pathway, could he give us an update on how effective that collaboration is and whether he sees a good uniformity in the collaboration right across Wales and not some variability on a postcode basis?
I think what we are seeing, that we're learning from experience, and I said to Vicky Howells earlier on around dealing with ex-service personnel, it's a variable process because people's needs are all different. We have to understand that better. What we are really pleased with is about the housing pathway, is that local authorities and housing associations have picked up the gauntlet here and are working very well to help able service ex-service personnel and veterans in regards to their needs, but also the needs of families as well that accompany service personnel. So I'm seeing a great positive outcome right across Wales, and I have visited some of the organisations delivering these services to personnel too.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. A'r eitem nesaf yn agenda ni yw'r cwestiynau amserol. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Angela Burns.
Diolch, Clare. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the Welsh Government's progress in bringing forward a long-term solution to the high cost of medical insurance facing Welsh GPs?
Thank the member for the question. We continue to have a constructive conversation with both the BMA and the Royal College of GPs in Wales about the high cost of indemnity insurance. We have agreed with them to review how the market currently operates in Wales to help inform our options for progress. This government remains committed to finding an answer that works for GPs in Wales.
Cabinet Secretary, I do not doubt your commitment to finding an answer. The trouble is that you've been looking for that answer for over 2 years, if not longer. You offer no timeline, no end date, and no commitment to a state-backed solution, and no answers. The issue at hand is that GPs have to pay for 2 elements of insurance. There's a relatively stable set rate for professional advice and support, and a variable separate rate for clinical medical negligence cover. Changes to the clinical negligence cover model has made this insurance extremely expensive and precludes many contracted GPs from upping their hours in times of need, such as winter pressures or stepping in to help another practice where a GP may have resigned or died or retired. The Welsh Risk Pool offsets cover for managed practices, locums and out-of-hours GP services. Cabinet Secretary, whilst this is a welcome move, by only doing half the job, by tackling half the workforce, you risk destabilising general practice. I accept it is an unintended consequence, but I think this highlights why you need to act swiftly, because it makes becoming a GP in a practice far less attractive. And the recent and welcomed announcement by the Secretary of State for Health in England that English GPs will be covered by a state-backed solution could further attract GPs away from Wales. And given the disparity in earnings between GPs in Wales and GPs in England, this could be the final straw. So we have a situation in Wales where you've been looking for a solution, you've been looking for an awfully long time. Cabinet Secretary, can you please tell us when you're going to come forward with some kind of proposal so that we can try to ensure that we do not lose those hard-won GPs that we have? We need to ensure that they will stay with us. We need to get rid of the disparity between being a GP in a practice and a GP that works for a health board, is a locum or does out-of-hours services, and we need to make sure they do not drift across that border. I think that this could undo an awful lot of the good work I know you've tried to do in recruiting and retaining GPs to this country.
There are a number of points to respond to there. It's worth reminding ourselves that indemnity insurance is a general issue across the UK. Yes, and it's been an issue for some time. the need to do something about it has been accelerated by the announcement made by the then Lord Chancellor on the personal injury discount rate. And there is a difference in those people that are working directly for health boards and the role of the Welsh Risk Pool, and those people that are working as independent contractors, and we need to recognise that. So this isn't someone there's an easy answer, and demanding progress in the here and now will deliver the answer. And committing to a timeline for where we are, we're actually undertaking some proper market analysis. We've agreed on the appointment of someone to do that for us. I expect the report to come back into government by the end of this calendar year, and that will then allow us to have a more detailed conversation about options moving forward. And I know you made the point about not committing to a state-backed solution. That's because I'm not in a position to do that. The announcement that Jeremy Hunt made to a state-backed solution is one that isn't fully worked out. The announcement's been made with 12 to 18 months to work out what that means. And we don't know what that means for us here in Wales or in Scotland or in Northern Ireland, because we haven't been given the facility to understand what that means to a state-backed. We don't have the power to do that here. If it's going to be a state-backed solution that provides resource, or the state standing behind GPs in England, we need to make sure that those facilities are available in every devolved nation. And of course, since the initial announcement, it's also been clear that GPs may need to top up their own premiums in any event. So there isn't a certain position that exists in England, but an uncertain one uniquely here in Wales. I expect us, over the time that we're working to have an answer for what options exist in Wales over the exact same timescale that people will move within England. And it's important that GPs understand that message. That's why I'm pleased to reiterate we have been and continue to work constructively with both the BMA and the Royal College of GPs. I wrote them at the time of the announcement, and I will, of course, come back to inform members when there is real progress to report. But this is an issue I take seriously, and I recognise the timescales to act.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. The announcement last Thursday by the Secretary of State for Health concerning indemnity arrangements for GPs in England presents a potential challenge for Wales. The Secretary of State for Health plans to introduce a state-backed indemnity scheme for general practice in England, and he has also stated the indemnity arrangements are a devolved matter. Therefore, the Secretary of State for Health has opened up the possibility of there being significantly different indemnity arrangements for GPs in England when compared with Wales. So in light of the current shortage of GPs, this is concerning news, really. If future GP indemnity arrangements are more attractive in England than in Wales, then GP provision in Wales could face several challenges. One challenge would be that existing GPs practising in Wales may move to practice in England, and would graduates also find practice in England a more attractive proposition. So in his statement last Thursday, he stated that his department would continue to liaise with the devolved administrations about GP indemnity provision. So, Cabinet Secretary, will you ensure that this promise is kept? And will you point out the specific challenges that we face in Wales? And furthermore, Cabinet Secretary, will you commit to holding discussions with GP representatives, including both British Medical Association and Royal College of General Practitioners, about the specific challenges we face concerning GP indemnity schemes in Wales, the recruitment issue, the retention issue, and in light of the proposed state-backed scheme in England, which I think will exacerbate the issues that we have in Wales? Thank you.
I'm happy to reiterate that, of course, we're engaging with the BMA through their General Practitioners Committee in Wales and the Royal College of GPs as well. We have been engaged with them in a meaningful discussion in advance of this announcement. And, of course, there will continue to be conversations with the UK government. But with all due respect to the comments that have been made about GPs in England potentially in a more advantageous position, or the previous questions, comments about there's clarity in England, there isn't. There absolutely isn't. This is an announcement about a direction of travel and saying there can be a state-backed scheme. The detail of what that really means has not been worked out and is not clear to GP representatives in England or in any other of the devolved nations. And this challenge about what exactly is a state-backed scheme, it really isn't clear. If the state, the UK, is going to stand behind a scheme in England but not in the devolved nations, that would be a very big problem. And I don't believe for one single second that the BMA would sign up to a scheme that uniquely advantaged practitioners in England, but not their members in Northern Ireland, Scotland or Wales. There's a need to have a grown-up conversation about what this means, what our options are here in Wales, how whatever answer we have fits the needs of our practitioners here in Wales and the public that they serve, but equally to make sure the state is not used to particularly advantage one part of the United Kingdom over others. And I would have thought that people in all parties would recognise that that's something for us to adopt and expect to hold the UK government to account. That is certainly where GPs themselves are in every nation across the UK.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Cwestiwn nesaf gan Simon Thomas.
Diolch Llywydd. A wnaeth y gweinidog ddatganiad ynglyn â adroddiad awylygiaeth gofal y gwasanaethau Cymdeithasol Cymru ddoi ynglyn â diogelu plant ym Mhywys.
Diolch. Safeguarding children must be the highest priority for public bodies. The CSSIW report raised serious concerns and I have issued a warning notice to Powys County Council. This was laid before the Assembly yesterday and I have also published a written statement. I expect rapid improvement or more direct intervention action will be taken.
Diolch i gweinidog am yr ateb ac am y cyfle i trafod y materion pethau hyn gyda hi ddoi. Ers i'r datganiad gael ei wneud ddoi a'r cwestiynau gen i hefyd i prif weinidog, mae yna couple o cwestiynau wedi codi yn ymateb a Powys i'r sefyllfa yma. Gai ofyn yn gyntaf felly yn benodol pa gamau mae Llywodraeth naill ai'n gymryd neu yn diogelu sy'n cael ei gymryd i sicrhau bod y gwasanaethau yn diogel yn ystod y 20 diwrnod nesaf. Wy'n gwybod bod chi'n disgwyl ac yn erbyn gweld cynllun gweithredu a fewn 20 diwrnod, ond beth sy'n cael ei wneud nawr gan fod yr adroddiad yn gwaed bod yna peryg i blant yn Powys, ac felly beth sy'n cael ei wneud yn 20 diwrnod nesaf. Yr ail beth os gai jyst gofyn neithiwr ar y cyfryngau oedd Cyngor Sir Powys yn ymateb i'r sefyllfa gan ddweud bod y ffigurau oedd gyda nhw y fan reoli y gwasanaethau o bosib wedi cael ei ffigio a bod nhw wedi trafod hyn gyda heddlu. A oes gyda chi unrhyw wybodaeth gallech chi fannu gyda'r cynulliad ynglyn â'r ydy'r ffigurau yma yn rhai cywir, yn seiliedig ar gyfer y gwasanaethau, a pa cwestiynau mae hyn yn gofyn ynglyn â'r gwasanaethau ehangach yn Powys. Os oes na honiad bod yna ffigurau gwasanaethau Cymdeithasol Plant yn cael ei ffigio, be mae hwn yn dweud am gwasanaethau oedolion ac i'r henoed. Ac felly yn y cyd-destun yna, pa gamau ydych chi'n cymryd fel gweinidog i sicrhau diogelwch yn gwasanaethau ehangach cymdeithasol ym Mhywys. Ac yn olaf, roedd Powys hefyd yn datgan yn gyhoeddus bydde mynd i'r afael ar broblem yma yn costi 4 miliwn o bunnoedd iddyn nhw. Ydych chi yn ddiogel eich meddwl bod gyda nhw yr arian a'r adnoddau digonol i wneud hyn?
I thank you very much for those questions and also for the opportunity to bring this issue to the floor of the Assembly today. As you say, safeguarding of vulnerable children has to be the #1 priority, and that was certainly my priority when I first was made aware of the situation, and that was through the submission actually of a confidential note from the Chief Inspector of CSSIW, and that really does reflect the seriousness of the inspection report. It's very unusual, certainly unprecedented in my time in this post, for such an action to be undertaken. So it was certainly a priority then to satisfy myself, even before the report became formally accepted by Powys, that children in Powys were safe, and I required some immediate action to be undertaken. For example, Powys has responded by auditing cases and records and a risk-based assurance programme regarding safeguarding, and they brought in an external company to do that piece of work. They've also increased their staff resources, have put in place a leadership and behaviours programme, and all Cabinet members are now on the Corporate Parenting Committee. So they have taken some early steps, but at every step I have sought out reassurances from the Chief Executive and the Leader of the Council that in their view, children in Powys are safe, and they have given me those assurances, most recently when I met with them on Friday of last week to give them advance notice of the action we would be taking in terms of the warning notice. You mentioned the issue that Powys have referred a matter of potential performance management, manipulation to the police. I have to tell you that neither I nor CSSIW have had any previous notice of this matter from Powys County Council, so I was disappointed and surprised to have to learn about that from the media. This is a matter for Powys County Council to consider, and of course now it is a matter for the police, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment any further on that at this time. But I will say, of course, that we are considering the implications for our published statistics and those that we are due to publish following the announcement yesterday that the police are investigating those potential data manipulation issues in Powys. In terms of services more widely, I understand that Estyn does have some concerns about education and that Powys is subject to the case conference process that it has. And in view of the concerns that I have about children's services in Powys, I have asked CSSIW to bring forward its inspection of adult social services. It was due for spring of next year, but I've asked them to bring it forward. And Powys will receive 6 weeks' notice as to when that will take place. I also understand that Powys County Council have suggested that, that improvements to children's services will cost in the region of £4 million, and I do understand that monies which had previously been taken from the children's services budget will be restored from the Council's reserves to meet that money.
Russell George.
Jock Flywydd. I would agree with you, Minister, that the CSSIW report on children's services in Powys is incredibly serious. It's a damning report and makes uncomfortable reading and highlights, of course, a number of historical failings which have meant that children's safety and well-being has been jeopardised. The report raises a number of very serious concerns about Powys County Council's Children's Services Department, which the report says has placed children at risk of harm. I note you've said today that you've had assurances from the Chief Executive and the leadership of the County Council yourself that children are now safe. But can I ask, are you yourself satisfied that children are safe at the present time? If families who have experienced dealings with the Council's Children's Services Department have concerns to raise following the report publication yesterday, what course of action would you suggest they take? Should they raise this directly with CSSIW or with Welsh Government directly or via Assembly members or indeed via Powys County Council? But if there is a mechanism to report any issues via Powys County Council, would you agree with me that it wouldn't be appropriate for them to raise concerns via the Children's Service itself? The report doesn't suggest any funding issues or cuts within the service area as a result of its failings. But I do see the report also today in regards to an extra £4 million of funds that have been made available. Can I ask, is there any commitment that the Welsh Government could make in terms of supporting that particular service financially from Welsh Government? I was also disappointed to hear that the Council hadn't raised with you any discussions it has had with the police, as we've seen in reports today. I note that the information reported says that Powys County Council have talked to the police. It doesn't say that the police are investigating any issue. Can I ask you, Minister, if you would formally make representations to the County Council? I shall certainly do it myself as a local Assembly member, but formally yourself as a Minister to ask the County Council what exactly they're talking to the police about and find out if there is a formal investigation taking place or not. It's certainly my view that the service should be built up from scratch and leadership will be crucial in that. Have you any assessment of the experience of the new interim director that has been appointed? Do you also have any, are any arrangements in place to encourage staff who do have concerns to come forward without fear of being any negative consequence to them? And finally, while the report was very highly critical of the departments and the Council's leadership, it should also be noted that the report has praised the commitment of staff who have shown resilience and professionalism in challenging circumstances. That's what the report states. Often comments, of course, are lost when the media reports such concerning issues. So what is your message to those particular staff?
Thank you very much for those questions. And you're right, the report is very clear that inspectors did note that there was real commitment shown amongst the staff, and who actually showed some real resilience and professionalism during this period. But serious performance issues did arise, and that was, in the view of the report, because of instability in management, poor and confused direction and weak governance. And certainly when I've had discussions with the Chief Inspector myself, she has been very much at pains to press that point, that it was deliberately very clear in the report that actually we should be recognising the commitment of the frontline staff who wanted to do a good job, but however the structures and the leadership and the governance and so on around them was preventing them from doing the better job that they could have done for the children in Powys. With regards to the police issue, as I say, I found out about it through the media, just like everybody else. So I'll certainly be pursuing that to get to the bottom of exactly what the issues are and what the police intend to do about it. Obviously, you wouldn't expect me to comment any further, being in receipt of very little information on it myself. However, I certainly will be getting to the bottom of the issue. The Improvement Board is going to be crucial in terms of driving forward improvement, as you can imagine. And Powys County Council have already convened that Improvement Board. That was one of the stipulations in the warning notice. I can tell you that the members of the board include Jack Straw, the former Chief Executive of Swansea, who retired from the council in the local authority in 2016, Phil Hodgson, the former Director of Social Care at Blaenau Gwent, and Jeff Burrows, who up until May 2017 was a Conservative member of Monmouthshire County Council. And those alongside Phil Evans, who is the former Director of Social Services at the Vale of Glamorgan, who is now taken over the Interim Director of Social Services for Powys, will be working as a strong team in order to drive forward improvement, and they'll be reporting back to Welsh Government on a monthly basis as we go through this period. But as you can imagine, since the concerns were first raised, Welsh Government and the WLGA have been in very close and constant contact with Powys on these issues. I understand that those members of that board have already been holding discussions together with CSSIW about the work of the board and what they'll need to do in terms of moving forward. It really is for Powys County Council to make sure that they provide significant funding to address these issues. As I say, funding had previously been moved out of children's services, and I understand that money will be found from reserves to reinvest in children's services to seek to address some of the issues which have been found in the inspection report. Some of these issues don't require funding, of course. Some of the key issues were lack of strategic direction and planning, and lack of permanence in some of those senior and middle management roles, a blame culture. Some of these things are about the culture of the workplace and lack of leadership, as opposed to necessarily investment and capacity and so on.
Joyce Watson.
Llywydd. I've been reading with interest this morning about some of the allegations that have been surrounding the delivery or the non-delivery, to be exact, of children's services within Powys. I find it somewhat disconcerting to hear that you equally, Cabinet Minister, have found out for the first time by reading things online or listening to the news, in whichever form that arrives at. And it seems very clear to me that what has been missing is leadership, management, focus and finance. And unless you have those four constituent elements working together, then nothing is actually going to improve. But there's one thing that really worries me, and that is that you are talking about identified potential vulnerable children in every single case that we are talking about. And you're talking about case reviews where those children will have been identified ranging from low to medium to high risk. And we are being informed via the newsreels today that there is a possibility that some of those cases, or some of the information possibly surrounding those cases, has been misrepresented. In other words, tampered with. Now, I find that concerning thing of all. So my question clearly is, they're in a mess. There seems no doubt about that they're absolutely in a mess. And you've got staff there who have been trying really, really hard to do their best. It seems clear that there wasn't a transparent or open or trusted whistle-blowing process in place, because those staff would have been telling somebody somewhere about their concerns, and it was either suppressed or they were too afraid to state it. And I've seen this elsewhere in another authority where I used to be a county councillor. And if you've got a culture that doesn't allow things to come out in the open, then that culture needs close examination. So my question to you is this. They've got 20 days to put their bits of paper together, but it won't be 20 days that will change the culture. So I will ask you, Cabinet Minister, I ask you if you will look at the culture so that it isn't the culture of inward looking and maybe infighting and secretive nature that actually puts these children at risk.
I thank you very much for those points which you've made. And certainly the Implementation Board will be looking very closely at the culture within the organisation and taking on board all of the many comments which have been raised in the inspection report as well. I think it's important that Powys County Council now looks to seek out peer support and looks for good practice amongst other local authorities which have a good and strong record on children's services. And also, I know that the Regional Safeguarding Board for Children in the area is also really keen to offer their advice and support. And the Chair, Jake Morgan, Director of Social Services in Carmarthen, has already spoken to the Chief Executive of Powys to offer his support. So I would expect the local authority to be looking for and accepting strong support from those areas which do have a stronger experience of children's services. In terms of the whistle-blowing question you raised, I think that is an extremely important one, and it's one that I will commit to looking to see exactly what happened in Powys, and I will respond to you by letter with some further observations on that.
Diolch i'r gweinidog. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r datganiadau 90 eiliad, a'r cyntaf Hefin David.
Diolch, Llywydd. On Friday last week, I attended the annual service at the Welsh National Mining Memorial in Senghenedd, which is in the Aber Valley ward of my constituency, and I had the honour of laying a wreath at the memorial. The service is held every year on or near the anniversary of the Universal Colliery disaster of 1913, a tragic incident which claimed the lives of 440 men and boys. It was, in terms of the sheer numbers lost, and remains the worst disaster in Welsh and British history. The Welsh National Mining Memorial, which stands at the site, was officially opened on the centenary of the disaster in October 2013. Indeed, the First Minister himself attended that event to unveil the bronze sculpture of a rescue worker coming to the aid of a miner. The idea of a Welsh National Mining Memorial was realised thanks in no small part to the tremendous efforts of the Aber Valley Heritage Group, a small band of volunteers who gave up their own time to go about collecting donations to bring this idea to fruition. The fundraising appeal received welcome match funding from the Welsh Government, as well as contributions from other sources, including the Coalfields Regeneration Trust and the Heritage Lottery Fund. The patron of the Aber Valley Heritage Group is well-known Welsh broadcaster Roy Noble. Roy did a lot of good work during the fundraising appeal himself, and as always, he was present and spoke at the annual service last Friday. Many local school children from the Aber Valley were also present at Friday's service, and it struck me how important it is that our younger generation learn about the industrial heritage of their area and the ultimate price paid by those who ventured out one day just to do their job.
Jeremy Miles.
October 1917 was a month which left its mark on the world. Here in the UK, it is 100 years since the cooperative movement first decided to give expression to its values through the parliamentary route at Westminster by forming the Cooperative Party. That decision was taken at its Congress in Swansea. fitting, given the role Wales has played in the history of the cooperative movement. Since then, devolution has given the Cooperative Party other parliaments through which to campaign for its vision of a cooperative world. Indeed, the very idea of devolution echoes so many of the values of cooperativism, of democracy, of active participation and of community. This last weekend at our centenary conference, the First Minister spoke of the ways in which this institution and Wales more generally supports and nurtures the cooperative ideal. As we celebrate our centenary, we have cooperators in all parliaments of the UK, and we have a thriving cooperative party group at the National Assembly, of which I'm proud to be chair. This fifth assembly includes the largest number of co-op party members since devolution. Indeed, 25% of assembly members now belong to the Cooperative Party. Through 100 years of change, the Cooperative Party has been a champion for democracy, active citizenship, mutual support, equity, community and sustainability, the principles of cooperation. And as we face the next 100 years, those principles remain as relevant as they were when the party was founded 100 years ago.
Bethan Jenkins.
I'd like to make a statement marking tomorrow as International Credit Union Day. Not for credit, not for charity, but for service is a credit union motto. We often forget the purpose of banking is not only one of business, but of social need. As we've witnessed the closure and acquisition of thousands of small retail and local banks in the last 30 to 40 years, and when we consider that the banks we do have are now fast disappearing from high streets and smaller towns, now more than ever an alternative is needed. Along with greater education surrounding financial inclusion, which I myself have been privileged to work on, more needs to be done to promote credit unions as part of a better financial education and tackling inequality and poverty. In the UK, sadly, Wales does not stack up favourably to Scotland and Northern Ireland when it comes to credit union membership. This despite Wales being one of the areas of the UK facing the biggest challenge in accessing credit and people managing their money. In the first quarter of this year, Scotland counted 1/3 adult members, Northern Ireland counted over 500,000 and Wales only 66,000 members of credit unions. This needs to change. On Friday, I was pleased to help open Celtic Credit Union's new branch in Swansea City Centre. This is the sort of development of the sector we should welcome, and I would urge all members here to get in touch with their local credit unions, support them and help to promote a more secure, financially inclusive and socially responsible alternative for the people of Wales.
Yr eitem nesaf ar yr agenda yw'r cynigion I ethol aelodau I bwyllgore. Yn unol y rheol sefydlog 12.24, rwy'n cynnig bod y cynigion I ethol aelodau bwyllgore yn cael eu grwpio ar gyfer eu trafod, ond â phlydleisiau ar wahân. Galwa felly yr aelod o'r Pwyllgor Busnes I wneud y cynigion yn ffurfiol, Rhina Piorwerth? Ac I siarad Paul Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. And can I, from the outset, make it absolutely clear that we on this side of the chamber have no issue with Plaid Cymru filling the vacancies on the Public Accounts and Petitions Committee. We also have no issue with Neil McAvoy taking a place on the Petitions Committee as an additional member. Indeed, we think that he should take that place. However, we believe that these changes should not take place without also changing the allocation of committee chairs. Given that the political balance of the Assembly has changed once again, it's even clearer that the Welsh Conservative Group is the largest opposition group. Therefore, I want to once again put on record this afternoon my extreme disappointment that the current allocation of committee chairs continues to not accurately reflect the relative sizes of each of the party groups. As the Welsh Conservative Group continues to be the second largest group in this place, it's only right that that is reflected amongst the allocation of committee chairs. Indeed, the presiding officer has also concluded that business managers must have regard to the need to ensure that the allocation of committee chairs is politically balanced. As the Business Committee's report notes, and I quote, "Whilst the Llywydd is satisfied that business managers have been aware of that requirement during their discussions, she does not agree with the majority view on the committee that the current allocation is acceptable in fulfilling that requirement." Unquote. Therefore, it's my view that the Assembly should honour and respect the presiding officer's determination, because anything else, in my view, is disrespecting the chair. The presiding officer makes it absolutely clear that a situation where the Plaid Cymru group has more chairs than the Conservative group is clearly anomalous, and so the Business Committee should abide by that. Of course, the current number of members now stands at 12 for the Welsh Conservatives and 10 for Plaid Cymru. And yet Plaid Cymru has more committee chairs and more committee places than the Welsh Conservatives. So it won't surprise members to hear that my view has not changed since we last discussed this issue in this chamber. I believe that this is unacceptable, deeply undemocratic and frankly worrying that the National Assembly for Wales continues to operate in this manner. As a result, we on this side of the chamber will be objecting to these motions as a matter of principle, given that these particular changes have taken place without changing the committee chairs given the Assembly's current political balance. I'm disappointed that business managers from other parties are not convinced that a change needs to be made on the basis that committee chairs should have security of tenure. The role of business committees is not to keep chairs in their positions come what may, but to reflect the ever-changing political landscape of the Assembly. To chair a committee is a privilege, not a given. And if the political landscape changes, surely members must all respect that and be mature enough to reflect any new political balance. Now, in the report, the Labour Party's business manager has raised the question of the permanence of the current balance, given that Neil McAvoy is currently suspended rather than expelled from the Plaid Cymru group. And, of course, that's ultimately a matter for Plaid Cymru to determine. Her view is that there is a possibility that the allocation of chairs may therefore need to be revisited again by the Business Committee. Yes, that's true. But why are we making other changes if the situation isn't permanent? Surely, following that logic, we shouldn't be making any changes at all. And in any case, the presiding officer has determined that Neil McAvoy is no longer a member of the Plaid Cymru group, and this institution should respect that determination. It is simply not right that an opposition party in this institution with fewer members than another opposition party has more committee chairs, and this could have serious implications in the future for this institution. In the year of the 20th anniversary of devolution, is this really the message that the Assembly wants to send to the people of Wales? If this situation is allowed to continue, then it has become clear that the majority of this Assembly no longer supports a balanced Assembly that reflects the political balance of its members. Therefore, Llywydd, I believe that this is yet another sad day for the National Assembly and its operations, and a sad day for our Constitution. Moving forward, I sincerely hope that this Assembly will eventually deliver an outcome that reflects the political balance of this institution when coordinating Assembly business, so that the people of Wales can have full confidence that the Assembly is working in a fully open, transparent and democratic manner.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Could I please ask someone to clarify Mark Reckless' position within the Conservative Party? Thank you.
Well, I don't think there are... Oh, yes, there is somebody who wants to clarify. Mark Reckless.
Well, I have to clarify. The presiding officer wrote to Andrew R.T. Davis and to myself and confirmed that I should be considered a member of the Conservative group for all purposes of this Assembly, just as she has ruled that the committee chairs should be moved in order to reflect the balance of party groups. And it ill-behoves this institution, which wishes to be considered a parliament, that it will not even follow its own presiding officer or follow its own standing orders in line with any reasonable democratic institution should do. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
No. Thank you. There are no other speakers. There are no other speakers in this debate. All members who have indicated that they wish to speak have spoken. And just for the record, my views on this matter, and I think I would suggest that you all are quiet as I'm about to say something, and I don't say it very often, but my views on this matter are set out in the report that is tabled with this motion. I suggest that you all read it. It makes for a fascinating read in itself, and the views of all business managers of all political parties are also outlined in that report. We have discussed this matter over a number of weeks, and I am satisfied and not disrespected by the fact that the Business Committee has been through the process required by standing orders in considering this matter, and that it has every right to make the decision it has. In a situation such as this, Standing Order 17.13 gives Business Committee the option of revising the allocation of chairs, but on this occasion the majority view was that it was not appropriate to do so. There is clearly a tension between, on many fronts, there is clearly a tension between different provisions in the standing orders, and an unprecedented series of events has led to the current anomalous situation. That's why I'll be asking the Business Committee to review the requirements regarding the allocation and election of chairs. Y cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn y cynnig i ethol Neil McAvoy i'r Pwyllgor Deisebe, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais ar hynny felly tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Y cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn y cynnig i ethol Rhina Biorwerth i'r Pwyllgor Deisebe, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais ar y cynnig yma tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Y cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn y cynnig i ethol Adam Price i'r Pwyllgor Cyfrifon Cyhoeddus, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais eto ar y mater yma tan y cyfnod y pleidleisio. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r cynigion i ethol aelodau i bwyllgorau ac yn unol y rheolau sefydlog 12.24 ac 12.4. Rwy'n cynnig bod y cynigion i ethol aelodau i bwyllgorau yn cael eu grwpio ar gyfer eu trafod a'u pleidleisio. Galwaf ar aelod y Pwyllgor Busnes i wneud y cynigion yn ffurfiol Rhina Biorwerth. Cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn y cynigion a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Felly, derbynir y cynigion yma yn unol y rheol sefydlog 13.36. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r cynnig i ddiwygio rheolau sefydlog 26, 26A, 26B mewn perthynas ag uwch fwyafrifoedd ar gyfer biliau'r cynulliad. Dwi'n galw'r aelod o'r Pwyllgor Busnes i wneud y cynnig yn ffurfiol Rhina Biorwerth. Cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn y cynnig a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Felly derbynir y cynnig yna yn unol ar rheol sefydlog 12.36. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r ddadl gan aelodau unigol o dan reol sefydlog 11.214. Dwi'n galw'r Jenny Rathbone i wneud y cynnig. Jenny Rathbone.
Diolch, Llywydd. Chris Blake, who many of you will know as a non-executive of Natural Resources Wales and a proponent in many guises of sustainable renewable energy, has invested in an electric car along with a wind turbine and solar panels on his house to make sure that his vehicle is only powered by clean energy. But his frustration is that he cannot use this electric car to get to all parts of Wales. He, like other pioneers of electric cars, they can get from Carmarthen to Nottingham or London and back in an electric car, but they cannot get to Gwynedd or Anglesey, simply because the electric charging points don't exist. Many of us will be familiar with this argument, as Simon Thomas also tells us about his pain that he can't use an electric car to get from Aberystwyth to get round his region of Mid and West Wales. So I was delighted to hear that there is a proposal in the budget for this year to invest £2 million in developing more electric charging points so that we aren't just making them available on the M4 and the eastern parts of the A55. I've no doubt that Simon Thomas had something to do with this, but I think that this commitment by the Welsh Labour government is just the beginning of how we see this transformation through. Because we cannot see this as a challenge to build yet another power station the size of Hinkley Point, as suggested by the National Grid, who said that that was what was sufficient to satisfy peak demand in the evenings if electric vehicles take off and become the norm. We have to see this as an opportunity to disperse our electricity generation and supply, and electric charging points are an ideal way of kick-starting that process. So, how are we going to do this? The renewable that we have in abundance is wind. We are the windiest country in Europe. So instead of getting the Brigand Inn on the A470 to install an electric charging point hooked up to the grid, they could be generating their own wind and solar energy, just like Chris Blake is already doing. Indeed, if they do install an electric charging point using conventional energy from the grid, I submit that they will quickly lose their market advantage before too long, as cheaper electric charging points fueled by renewables come along. This could provide a major boost for community energy schemes who no longer have to run the gauntlet of expensive connection costs to the grid if they have a steady income from electric vehicles needing to charge up, both for local transport and for long-distance journeys. And this will also then generate an additional opportunity for people to be able to generate their own energy for warming their homes. But electric vehicle charging points are but one cog in the revolution required to deliver our more sustainable future. Last week, the World Solar Challenge took place in Australia, was won by a Dutch car solely powered by the sun. Even though we have less sun than in Australia, vehicles that are at least partly solar powered is something we will need to consider too. Electric vehicles are not new to Wales. The milk float was produced in Merthyr from the 1930s up until the 1980s. An eco-travel network already operates across the Brecon Beacons National Park, offering electric vehicle hire of their fleet of Renault Twizzys. They've developed an informal 13-amp charging network with tourist businesses, so visitors get an interesting choice of attractions to visit, activities to try, and places to eat and drink. But electric vehicles are not just for individual or leisure use. They are one of the key ways we can clean up our public transport system, and this we must do because of our climate change obligations. The debate is not whether or how we will switch away from dirty diesel to clean public is whether how we are going to do this in our switch away from dirty diesel to clean public transport systems. We've already seen London, Milton Keynes, Nottingham have all commissioned electric vehicles, and many of them are already in operation. Other cities will have to follow. So the question is, can Wales build the vehicles of the future that are going to be needed, particularly for mass public transport? Not least, I have to say, to capture the expertise we already have centred around the Ford engine plant in Bridgend, the Toyota hybrid engine plant on Deeside, whose current activities will cease as a result of the UK government decision to phase out petrol and diesel combustion engines by 2040, and probably a lot earlier as a result of that. Can we build an alternative vehicle industry focused on zero carbon emissions to make sure we don't lose the expertise we currently have in Bridgend and in Deeside? How can we, for example, take advantage of the production of lightweight electric London taxis, which is now happening in Caerphilly, to, for example, green our own taxi fleet? Now, the alternative to electric vehicles is hydrogen. The hydrogen fuel cell was invented by William Grove from Swansea in the 1840s. 12 years ago, but we haven't developed it to date properly. 12 years ago, Wales Online ran a story headlined "Hydrogen Valley to put Wales on green map." And the WDA at that point was setting out to develop a microeconomy in South Wales based around hydro technology. The then Minister for Economic Development and Transport, Andrew Davies, described Hydrogen Valley as a unique opportunity to use existing hydrogen infrastructure to harness the expertise in the private and the public sector. Within 10 years, he envisaged there would be hydrogen fueling stations, zero-emission integrated transport networks, hydrogen-powered water taxis and hubs where HGVs can transfer goods onto electric vehicles for delivery. The results so far are modest. The University of South Wales Hydrogen Centre in Baglan has developed Wales's first hydrogen fueling station using renewably produced hydrogen. But hydrogen refuelling stations are limited to 2 University of South Wales sites in Baglan and at Pontypridd. They are working with a small company in Llandudno who plan to build hydrogen cars for leasing starting next year. But this is obviously not on the grand scale that we will need to do in the future. My final point that we need to think about is the systems that are already in place for wireless communications between vehicles and the congestion systems that we need to manage. And that is, they are already in place. We already can see them in operation when we look up how we're going to get from A to B on Google. But in the future, they will be used as a vehicle for managing driverless cars. And it seems to me absolutely vital that we fight to resist the privatisations of the 5G network, which will be the platform from which this can happen. This needs to be a public service, not a privatised service for profit that only those with the money can operate. So that is a major thought I leave you with for now.
Thank you very much. Di Lloyd.
Oh, diolch yn fawr, Deputy Llywydd. It's a pleasure to take part in this individual members' debate. Now, Tim Peake, the astronaut, gazing at planet Earth from outer space, marvelled at the spectacular appearance of our planet. And in a world when we talk in millions of miles, billions of kilometres and light years away, he noted that the spectacular appearance of our atmosphere, which is only 16 kilometres high, a thin, bright veneer that needs protecting, it's so vitally important. And it hit him at that time, the fragility, potentially, of our existence. It's a 16-kilometre depth, this atmosphere that we live and breathe only, which is how we come to this very necessary discussion on phasing out the traditional combustion engine, for all the reasons that Jenny's already alluded to, and introducing electric cars, hydrogen cars, driverless, automated cars, vans, buses, and all the rest. Because there's a lot of huge innovation going on. In terms of electric vehicles, which obviously are already on our roads, we are seeing significant strides, with some cars surpassing 300 miles in range and producing 0 to 60 mph times to rival supercars. This increase in numbers of electric cars needs to be planned for, as well as the use of hybrid cars and those powered by hydrogen fuel cells that, again, Jenny alluded to, from William Grove's start, with hydrogen cells and photovoltaic cells invented in Swansea back in Victorian times, used by NASA before now. We need to be using them far more on the ground as well, because those don't require mains electricity, the hybrid cars or the hydrogen fuel cars. But planning for increased electricity generation and supply needs to happen now, with a predicted increase in the peak time demand for electricity of between 15% and 40%. We need to be developing Welsh solutions to this electricity generation challenge. And obviously with tidal lagoons being obvious examples that should be supported now. In addition, there needs to be a national network of charging points for electric cars. We need to know what government is doing in conjunction with industry to expand this network to meet predicted demand. Simon.
Just thank the good member. And just on the point about national network, I think it's important to bear in mind. Today, for example, Shell have announced that they are going to install fast electric charging points at some of their forecourts, but they are concentrated in the southeast of England. And this is why it's important to have a national infrastructure approach here in Wales, so that places in Wales are not left out.
Exactly right, because we need to have
that national network of charging points. And turning to driverless cars, which are one of the biggest technological breakthroughs since the assembly line, companies such as Tesla, Audi, Nissan and Google are spending millions to get driverless cars on the road. You simply climb aboard, set your destination, and the electronics do the rest. And this is only a few years away. One of the biggest benefits driverless cars will offer is mobility to those who currently cannot drive, with clear social benefits in tackling loneliness and isolation as well. But I return to the fact that we need to plan for all this. How we pay for self-drive cars, buses, delivery vans and the rest. Yes, it should be a public service, I would contend. I agree with Jenny there. And exactly what role the public sector plays in developing a truly integrated transport network. And what about all those narrow, twisting country lanes in Wales? A special challenge, indeed, for driverless vehicles. Well, not just driverless vehicles, but particularly a challenge for driverless vehicles. So to end, there is much to ponder, but the direction of travel, as it were, is clear. In order to protect that fragile 16-kilometre depth of atmosphere that we all depend upon, support the motion. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much. David Melding.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. It's a pleasure to support this motion, and I'm glad that the individual members' debates continue to bring really interesting ideas to the Assembly, and ideas that generally have cross-party support. I think we're all very much aware of the close links between higher levels of congestion and air pollution. And I think that electric vehicles will offer a way to alleviate this issue. But as Jenny has already outlined, the lack of infrastructure at the moment is really quite frustrating. Though I would say that in the last election, I think for the first time, I saw several charging points built in naturally into the infrastructure of new houses, and rather than a long cable leading to the back somewhere or through the garage, there are now obviously properly designed charging points in some houses, at the front of some houses. So, you know, the world is changing, and we need to see this progress very quickly. I think the public sector can take the lead, especially in terms of public transport, and I'd include in that encouraging taxis to move to electric vehicles. Now, that obviously will require the availability of charging points around the city, and also, you know, perhaps some other incentives. But and also, I think, as urban areas restrict the use of private vehicles, especially if there's just single occupancy, then we can see much more of the inner urban travel being conducted on electric vehicles. So I think that's an important area as well. But unless you get the infrastructure right, you simply won't be able to see this transformation. They've tried very hard. It was interesting to note in Hong Kong, and they've been really trying to have a shift there with their Green Transport Fund. But they've concluded that high production costs, limited service life, long charging times and low energy density of e-vehicle batteries are the key constraints for electric vehicles to take up commercial transportation duties. So it is quite obvious that we've got to have a sort of holistic approach to sorting out the infrastructure and then providing whatever incentives are needed on top of that to see this modal shift, or at least the shift in the manner of the running of these vehicles. I think if we look at Cardiff, Swansea and Newport in particular, the air quality is often poor, and if we want clean air zones in these cities, and I'm sure that that is something we need to demand, then we're going to have to see this sort of shift. Can I just talk a little bit about the integration of transport modes? Because, again, I think this is very important. Now, usually we hear about, you know, you need to get off a train and onto a bus or vice versa. and that's very important. But I think the facilities for people who are perhaps driving part of their journey, perhaps to a satellite car park at the edge of a city, and then transferring to a bus, to train indeed, but also perhaps walking or cycling, and to have these various networks then connected to these satellite points. I think that is very, very important, especially if you're making, a slightly longer journey, perhaps, the heads of the valleys, and driving into the edge of Newport or Cardiff, or indeed Swansea, if you take the Western Valleys. I think this offers a lot of opportunity as well. And I think we need to look at our infrastructure and that is currently there and think about how that can be used more effectively. I noticed that the Mayor of London's draft transport strategy earlier this year did suggest that Oxford Street could be closed to domestic vehicles and made into a cycling and walking street only. And, that's the type of thinking we need. There are a lot of routes there currently. We don't necessarily need to build new ones. And I think a focus on walking, cycling and public transport in an integrated way has a lot to offer. And then the private use of cars in areas that are likely to get less congested, so the periphery of the town and such. But, being in a partnership with motorists so that we don't just sort of beat them down with lots of restrictions. And can I finally say that the use of the Future Generations Act, I think, is an ideal piece of legislation to try and coordinate these approaches. So I think that would be a key test of the Act in the future. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Vicky Howells.
Diolch. I'd like to congratulate the AMs in whose name this debate is tabled today. For my contribution, I'd like to address my comments to the second part of the motion dealing with electric vehicles. The number of electric and hybrid vehicles on Welsh roads has increased dramatically in recent years, with nearly a 25-fold increase in the 4 years between 2012 and 2016. This is obviously something that we should welcome. We know that emissions from motor vehicles contribute to global warming and are linked to tens of thousands of deaths each year. However, to ensure greater take-up of electric vehicles, we need to ensure that the correct infrastructure is in place so they can be used in everyday life. And this is something that my colleague Jenny Rathbone has already mentioned. I noticed with great interest the commitment in the budget a few weeks ago for £2 million for electric vehicle charging points. I think this is a really sensible step in making sure Wales can develop the network of supply points it needs. But we need to ensure a network not just of charging points, but of rapid charging points. And these are those charging units that can provide an 80% charge in around 30 minutes, as compared to those units which take 3 to 4 hours to fully recharge a vehicle. With the average range of an electric car being around 80 miles, for many journeys, users will need to stop and charge their vehicle up again. And it's simply not feasible for us to have charging units where people would have to stop for 3 to 4 hours. These are the kind of things that put people off owning electric vehicles. So it's really important that we use this investment in getting the rapid charging points rather than the conventional ones. So outside of a dozen or so rapid charging points, which are largely limited to the M4 or the A55 corridors, this really is something that requires further development. And I would hope that the Welsh Government will engage with the passionate and committed electric vehicle community at an early stage to make the best decisions in spending this money correctly and efficiently. It is a basic point, but we must make sure that these charging facilities are located in the right places and that they're accessible 24 hours a day too. In doing my research for today, I found the report from the Low Carbon Vehicle Expert Group produced for the previous Minister for Economy, Science and Transport to be particularly useful. The report offers sensible suggestions for how the Welsh Government can promote a rapid charging network across the public sector estate and better develop an LCV fleet of vehicles. It also notes the importance of promoting alternative fuel sources amongst public transport vehicles. As the report notes, the strength of Wales' automotive base places us in a good position to develop as a centre of excellence for low-carbon vehicles, and this in turn offers new opportunities for us to stimulate growth and capitalise on its economic benefits. I commend this motion today.
Thank you very much. Gareth Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thanks to the various members for bringing forward today's debate. We do broadly support the motion, although there are some observations which do need to be made regarding the development of driverless and electric vehicles. Now, I take on board that we are going to progress with this technology, so the problems we have now may not be the problems in a few years' time, but I think I do want to follow Vicky Howells' lead in pointing out some of the problems that we have currently. Regarding driverless cars, I'm not really sure if they are going to be a positive development, because it seems to me that there is a very real risk that if driverless cars did become a commercially viable product, you could end up with more cars on the road. Will you need a traditional licence to drive them? If not, you could have people who are too old to drive getting back into a car, as well as people who are too young. Now, as Di Lloyd said, this could bring social benefits. However, we could have a huge increase in vehicles on the road, and the roads could end up being even more congested than they are now. We have to remember that every major improvement to the road system that we have ever had, from the inception of the motorways in the 1950s onwards, has led to more traffic congestion. Of course.
Thanks, Gareth. You made some interesting points there. There is, of course, a flip side of that, that if you have driverless cars which are communicating with each other by a computer, Wi-Fi, whatever it is, you can actually have shorter stopping distances because you're not relying on human reaction, so you can get far more capacity out of the existing road network.
Yes, I'm aware of the concept, but what bothers me with that concept is the transitional period when you have both driverless cars on the road and you have passenger-driven cars on the road. How will they interact with each other? And I'm interested in what the implications are for congestion and other road factors in that interaction. But it's good that you raised that issue. The other issues relating to driverless cars, if it makes it easier for people to get into private vehicles to make a journey, this could have a negative impact on the use of public transport. And it is public transport that we are trying to encourage. And what about its impact on active travel? Driverless cars could make it even easier for kids to get to school in a private car, since that car might not even have to be driven by time-pressured parents. So I think that these are things that we do have to bear in mind as we go forward with considering driverless cars. Electric cars is the other thing that we've been discussing, and I don't want to rehash all of the very valid practical points that Vicky Howells just made. She mentioned the same measurements that I've seen quoted. She made a distinction between the two different types of charging points, and we do need the rapid charging points, but even then, at the moment, we're talking about half an hour to recharge to 80%. What does that compare with in terms of filling up a tank of petrol? A few minutes. So there is still a big difference, and it will render many journeys unviable in a certain time frame, which currently you can undertake. There are other issues as well relating to electric cars. How are we going to dispose of all the batteries after we've used them? And where do the parts come from to make them in the first place? Given that two of the parts that are used are lithium, some of which is sourced from Zimbabwe, and cobalt, some of which comes from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So this may raise issues of working conditions in the mines in those countries. Another problem is that electric vehicles are also very quiet. You can't hear them coming. So one thing we could get, if we have more electric cars on the road, is more fatalities involving pedestrians, cyclists and motorcyclists. So I think, although I agree with the broad thrust of your motion, and it needs to be it's something that we do need to investigate, I think we have to bear in mind we are entering uncharted waters, and there could be pitfalls ahead. Thank you.
Rwy lywydd mi na i gyfraniad byr. Dwi eisiau gwneud hynny oherwydd mod i'n teimlo wirioneddol yn angerddol ynglyn â'r mater yma. Dwi'n licio ceir. Dwi wastad wedi licio ceir. O'n i'n mynd i'r motor shows pan o'n i'n hogyn bach. Efo fy rhieni, dwi'n ystyried moduron i fod yn ddarna o gelf. Ac mae rhywun yn gallu edrych ar gar o unrhyw gyfnod a dysgu llawer am y cyfnod hwnnw ar wrth y car sy'n o'ch blaen chi. Ac mi fydd y ceir sydd ar yn ffyrdd ni yng Nghymru yn y dyfodol yn arwydd o be fydd ffasiynau a ffyrdd o fyw Cymru yn y dyfodol. Ac mae yn ddiddordeb i mewn ceir yn ei gyriant nhw hefyd, sydd hefyd wedi dilyn ffasiynau ac wedi dilyn trends byd eang. A da ni'n gwybod yn barod wrth gwrs bod gyriant wedi newid dros y blynyddoedd wrth i anghenion a dyheadau a disgwyliadau pobl newid. Ond mae arferion pobl o ran i dewis nhw o gar yn gallu cael ei newid. Ac mae yna nifer y ddylanwadau yn gallu dod i mewn i hyn, concerns amgylcheddol, wrth gwrs, a mae hynny, diolch byth, yn dod yn fwy amlwg, perfformiad car o bosib, a cost hefyd. Ac da ni yng Nghymru rwan yng nghanol neu bosib ar ddechrau y newid mawr nesaf o ran gyriant ceir, sef y newid i gerbydau llwyr drydanol. Ond mae o'n newid graddol iawn. A dwi ddim yn gweld y gwir gymhelliad yna eto i gyflymu y newid yna. Mae pwynt 1 yn yr cynnig heddiw yn nodi cyflymder y chwyldro mewn technoleg trafnidiaeth, ond ydy strategaeth llywodraeth a polisi cyhoeddus ddim yn dod yn agos at ddal i fyny efo yr chwyldro technolegol hwnnw. Dwi yn wirioneddol gredu bod yna gyfle i ni yng Nghymru greu enw un hunain yn y maes yma, a drwy hynny i yrru a chyflymu newid yn arferion defnyddwyr yng Nghymru. Felly dyma i chi ambell i syniad. Pam ddim newid canllawiau cynllunio i dau newydd mwyn i gwneud hi'n orfodol i osod pwyntiau gwefru y tu allan iddyn nhw? Lle mae strategaeth ar draws y sector gyhoeddus i osod pwyntiau gwefru? Oes rhaid cael pwyntiau gwefru mewn meddygfeydd neu ysgolion unfed ganrif ar 20? Mae angen gweithredu ar hyn. Lle mae rheoliadau i gwneud hi'n angenrheidiol i fflyd cerbydau'r sector gyhoeddus, cynghora yr NHS ag ati i fod yn zero allyriadau neu'n drydanol. Mae yna un rheolwr NHS yn etholaeth i sydd wedi bod yn trio sicrhau bod nyrsys ardal a nyrsys ysgol yn gallu cael ceir trydan ar gyfer eu hymweliadau nhw, ond yn methu oherwydd bod y contract oedd gan yr NHS efo cwmni oedd yn methu darparu ceir trydan. Dyma newid alla gael i gyflwyno drwy newid polisi. Be am rwydwaith wedi farchnata o ran i apel twristaidd? Dewch i Gymru ac mi nawn ni sicrhau bod eich amgueddfeydd chi a'ch atyniadau twristiaeth a'ch gwestai chi yn llefydd lle allwch chi wefru eich car. Dwi'm yn gwybod os mae'r dacteg ydy gadael i bethau ddigwydd yn organic, gadael pethau siawns, ond os dim ond rhaid i chi edrych ar fapiau Tesla o bwyntiau gwefru ar draws Ewrop i weld bod Cymru yn cael ei gadael ar ôl. Dwi'n sôn am bwyntiau gwefru cyflym, dim ond ar goridorau'r A55 a'r M4 maen nhw yng Nghymru. I fi sy'n hollti mol eisiau cael car trydan. Dydy y rhwystra ddim yn rhaid dwi'n gallu goresgyn mewn ffordd sy'n economaidd synhwyrol ar hyn o bryd. As someone who is unashamedly a fan of the motor car for its artistic and mechanical and technological merits, and before I'm criticised, I'm as eager as anybody to make sure as many people as possible leave their motor car behind and use public transport. But as a car fan, I want Wales to embrace and to accelerate the electric vehicle revolution, to normalise electric vehicles. So let's try to build a reputation for Wales as a EV-friendly country. And knowing that investment and culture change doesn't happen overnight, I think even a declaration of real intent, a declaration of ambition to build that reputation could be a good way to get the ball rolling on this. Finally, I was discussing recently with an electric vehicle enthusiast in my constituency who incidentally has installed a high voltage charger at his business in Llangefni because of the lack of charging points elsewhere. I said, I don't want Wales to just follow others in this. His response at the moment, we're not even following, we're looking at our feet and shuffling. And we really need to move ahead from that. Diolch yn fawr iawn am gymryd rhan yn y ddadl yma. I'm glad to have had this opportunity. I'm thankful to those who've put forward this motion today. And with a pun fully intended, let's use this debate as a spark to government putting a positive electric vehicle vision forward for Wales.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Skills and Science, Julie James.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I too add my thanks to the members who tabled this very important debate and for all the thoughtful contributions from all members today in the Chamber. I too am a bit of a car fan. Everybody who knows me at all well knows that I restore old Minis by way of relaxation at weekends. I too also feel that Wales should be on the crest of the wave, whatever analogy you want, to take this forward. I feel obliged, I'm afraid, to address some of Gareth Bennett's somewhat downbeat contribution by a well-known anecdote from the introduction of motor vehicles in the first place, where many countries across Europe embraced the motor vehicle, but Britain put in place legislation to make a man with a red flag walk in front of them. And consequently, almost all of the large successful automotive firms of the 20th century were in Germany and France, whereas we lagged behind terribly. And the lesson of the Luddites is clear. You cannot hold back the tide of technology. You can only embrace it and mould it to your own ambition. And that is very much what we want to do here in Wales as part of our government's strategy to embrace and involve ourselves in this very welcome, in my view, change of as the technology advances. And we'll do that by having a tripod structure to stand on. And that is by having policy which embraces the change and is fleet of foot, by having infrastructure policy to go with that overarching policy that allows us to mould our investment, to make sure that the new requirements for that infrastructure are in place, and also that we have a skills policy that produces the people necessary to produce both the infrastructure and indeed the vehicles and so on that travel on that infrastructure into the future. And there's absolutely no reason at all why Wales couldn't be in the forefront of all of those things. The need for action is extremely clear, not only because the technology is upon us whether we like it or not, and indeed I hope members will see that I do like it very much, but also because actually it allows us to set a clear pathway for Wales in terms of decarbonisation and very seriously good renewable energy generation at the same time. We have to be ahead of this game. We have to understand intelligent transport systems, the integration of information, certainly.
Thanks for giving way, Julie. You've been extremely good and diligent at visiting broadband not spots across my constituency, across deepest, darkest Wales over the last few months. Are you really willing to take this on? You might get invited to all sorts of parts of Wales to check electric charging point not spots as well.
I'm looking forward to it already. Well, the reason I've been visiting all of those places is because I want to make sure that we are embracing the technology as it comes upon us. So as I was about to say, understanding intelligent transport systems, the integration of information and communication technology with transport infrastructure, vehicles and users is one of these important challenges. So as we adopt these new technologies, low-emission, connected autonomous vehicles and so on, we need to make sure that both our companies in Wales and our infrastructure are in a position to take advantage of it. We've got a whole series of manufacturers already interested in coming to Wales, who are already in Wales, who are interested in adapting their practice to embrace this. And that's part of the reason why we're going to invest the 100 million to invest in the automotive park in Blaenau Gwent. And that will, I won't rehearse the metrics for that because you're all aware of it. I recently attended a dinner after Digital 2017 with a series of automotive and digital entrepreneurs with a view to getting them together to talk about their ideas. And that was a very instructive dinner because it really does make you understand some of the integration pieces for this. So we have to integrate our role in battery development and manufacture, in electric charging points and their distribution across Wales, fast electric charging points. I completely take that point. point that we have to have a low-volume special-purpose electric vehicle manufacture, composite manufacturing. We need to have highly competitive, independent companies in Wales, but we have to have a good public infrastructure for them to be able to use it, both for the test beds of the next couple of years and then for the cars of the future as that rolls out. And I think it's worth having a look for a minute at just a few of the things that we will need to discuss along this way. Members will know that we recently published a mobile action plan which talks about readiness, amongst other things, for testing of 5G and other innovative solutions in Wales. And I'd like members to just apply their minds a little bit to how an autonomous vehicle might travel along a road. That road will be wired. It will have a fibre broadband tetrabyte pipe running along it, and it will have nodes every so often to talk to the vehicles above it. The car won't stick a spike into the road. It will have to have some kind of spectrum, Wi-Fi or radio spectrum, to talk to that road and to the car in front of it. If the government sells the 5G spectrum, radio spectrum, which is a finite resource, bear in mind, it's not an infinite thing, in the way that it sold other spectrum, then what we will have effectively is equivalent to land banking. So members will be very aware that 4G is not available right across Wales, but 4G has been sold, and the companies that own it are simply not utilising it in areas which are not commercially viable. We call on the UK government to seriously think about the way that it approaches the next spectrum sales, not as cash cows, but as ways of making sure that this infrastructure can be used productively to make this technology happen properly. So, for example, I personally would not want to be driving along in an autonomous vehicle in the middle of Powys, only to find that my mobile connection cuts off because a private sector company has done a nefarious deal someplace else in the world and gone bankrupt. I would quite like that to be public infrastructure, that I need to be reliable and resilient. So I think these things really do need to be thought through as we move forward into the future. So I thought it was worth pointing that out. At the same time, we need to be embracing, for example, battery and technology change so that the range gets bigger and better, that we address some of the issues that Gareth Bennett raised around the production of rare materials and so on. And recently I had the real pleasure to attend the Catalysis Cutting-Edge Research Centre at Cardiff University to look at some of the experimentation that's going on there in developing different fuel cells and using different catalysts to produce different types of fuel technology. I confess that although I understood what I was being told at the time, I'm not too sure I could reproduce it now in all of its chemical technicolor glory, but it was very impressive indeed. And of course the government has put an enormous amount of resource into knowledge transfer partnerships and the commercialisation of such resource with appropriate private and public sector companies around that research to make sure that the commercialisation for that kind of thing happens here in Wales. And I'm going to run out of time, otherwise I'd read you a whole long list of things, companies that are very much part of that. As Vicky Howells pointed out, we have provided £2 million in the budget to help secure a network of charging points, and in addition we are putting 10 fast charging points in Welsh Government offices to serve employees and visitors as a network as we roll it out. We're liaising with the UK Office of Low Emission Vehicles, administering the UK funding on the potential for running roadshow type events in Wales for public and private sectors. And my innovation team has run several events in partnership with Innovate UK and the Knowledge Transfer Network on opportunities for funding integrated transport systems as part of our infrastructure, connected autonomous systems and accelerating innovation in rail systems. Deputy Presiding Officer, I have another 12 or so pages about all of the things we could do in rail and electrification,
No, I don't think so.
which I won't indulge myself in reading through. But I do think it's worth, and you'll forgive me for doing so, I do think it's worth mentioning the need for advancing policy thinking at all levels of government in the UK. And the issue about generation of electricity in order to support these new technologies is a big one. And so I'm going to take this opportunity unashamedly to ask the UK government to make the decision on the Swansea Tidal Lagoon in the way it should be made, as we know everybody in Wales wants it to be made, because I think it's not really acceptable that they have dragged their feet on that, and to abhor the lack of electrification of the mainline railway down into Swansea, not least because we need the infrastructure for that to roll out some of the other programmes. There are many things that we can do. We've been clear from the outset that we want integrated transport systems in Wales to bring communities closer, to link our people with jobs, leisure and tourism opportunities, and to develop our economy. But more than anything else, we want to ride the crest of this wave, embrace it and make it Wales's contribution to the future as we go forward. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much. And I call on Lynn Morgan to reply to the debate.
Well, diolch yn fawr. Can I thank Jenny Rathbone and everybody else who sponsored this debate? Because I think it's really important that we start to look to the future. When we are developing a new economic strategy, this has got to be a fundamental part of it. And I'm really pleased that Julie James was the person replying to this, as she has a real understanding of this technology and the need and the potential of this changing the way that we live. And I don't see it as something negative. I see it as really giving new opportunities, in particular to people living in rural Wales. I know that General Motors this week announced it would be test driving self-driving vehicles in New York City. So the point is, this is happening now. This is not a revolution that's going to happen in the future. This is not science fiction for our grandchildren. This is happening now, and we need to catch up. And we need to create the infrastructure and to put that in place. In fact, Elon Musk, who's the guru of this new technology, has said he wants to have a fully autonomous vehicle on the road by 2018. That's next year. That's a commercial vehicle. So things are changing. I've just come back from Brussels yesterday. You could see cars being charged on the street in Brussels. Other people are doing it. We need to catch up. And it's predicted that in time, this new technology will lead to a 90% reduction in accidents, a 40% reduction in congestion, 80% reduction in emissions, and 50% reduction in parking space saved. And I think it's absolutely right that we shouldn't just restrict this, as Jenny said, to electric vehicles. Hydrogen vehicles also have an opportunity to contribute to this. I know that in my constituency, Llandrindod Wells, the River Simple car, they are just about to start a new pilot that is going to be happening from Abergavenny. So this is happening. We are a part of this, but we do need to go further. And one of the most interesting things for me is that actually the potential for new car ownership is likely to change. Now, KPMG has suggested that 59% of industry bosses believe that more than half of all car owners today will no longer want to own a car by 2025. That's 8 years from now. Well, I don't know about you lot, but that means I bought my last car. So I think it's really important for us to understand that the circular economy, that the new way of owning cars is actually also going to change the way we have our relationship with the way we travel around. And of course there will be casualties. There will be casualties. You know, taxi drivers are probably not very happy about this. The people who build combustion engines were probably not very excited about this. But that's why we have to move with it and create the new jobs. I'm not one of those doom-mongers. I don't think that we can stick the finger in the dike. I think it's really important that we embrace it and we run with it. And we have to take advantage of those economic opportunities. The Boston Consulting Group says that this market is going to be worth $77 billion by 2035. Now, even if we had a fraction of that in Wales, that would be a great step. And I really hope that the Minister and the Cabinet Secretary, when they're developing this new economic strategy, that they will be thinking, as I'm sure they are, beyond the here and now. It's given me great heart to listen to Julie, to know that actually they have got their eye on this, there is potential for it, but also to listen to actually the real problems that we have. You know, if we do have this 5G Wi-Fi going out to the commercial sector, not having any control on it, then that potentially could really freeze up the system in some areas. I think it's important also, we heard about planning, lots of people talked about planning, and I think Cream was absolutely right to mention not just about the infrastructure charging system, what Vicky suggested is really important, that rapid charging system. There's also the destination charging. You know, you can drive to somewhere and leave it charging overnight. We need to make sure that can happen, and is happening in some places in Wales already. But I think there is an opportunity for us to think. And I do hope we will be building this into when we're assessing what's the impact going to be if we do go ahead with changing the M4. What's the impact going to be when we are redesigning our towns and cities? All of these things need to be built in to that planning thinking now, as Reen suggested. I know that many people in this chamber are committed to improving public transport in Wales. But I would ask that people give a particular thought to how this technology could be really beneficial in parts of rural Wales where we do need things to be a little bit more flexible, that we can't have big buses and things that in the same way as you do in cities. And the potential there, I think, in particular for helping an ageing population, I think is really great. And again, we need to be thinking about that. Di Lloyd talked about the difficulty in narrow country lanes. Well, one of the things that I've learned from talking to Tesla is that you have to paint white stripes at the edge of roads. And in half of our rural areas, there are no white stripes for these autonomous vehicles to read. So again, what are local authorities doing? Are they actually writing that into their economic strategies? So we do need to think about how we're going to do this. We do need to think how we can adapt our grids. Not just the large infrastructure grids, but could we have more local grids? Can we do more with renewable energy, which is absolutely crucial? We simply won't be able to continue if we have this revolution to electric vehicles with the power infrastructure that we have now. So let's remember that I think that this electric vehicle revolution is upon us. I think we need to move really fast to make sure we're not left behind. And I do hope that we can lead with this technology and embrace this technology, because I think it's a real opportunity for us in Wales to be an innovator and to lead. So diolch yn fawr i chi am trafod.
Right, thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? The motion is therefore agreed in accordance with the Standing Order 12.36. We now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the Welsh Conservative debate on concessionary bus and rail travel for young people. And I call on Russell George to move the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I move the motion in the name of Paul Davis, which calls on the Assembly to extend the eligibility for free bus travel entitlements and rail card privileges to all 16 to 24-year-olds in Wales. And I think our debate this afternoon is very relevant follow-on from the previous debate. As members may appreciate, we are unable to support the Welsh Government's amendment, which seeks to delete our motion in its entirety. I must say, though, that I welcome the fact that the Welsh Government appears to be following in the footsteps in consulting on a new scheme to support young people in using public transport and reforming the My Pass scheme, a scheme which, despite sinking millions into it, has not really lived up to the initial potential and has been characterised as disappointing take-up. The aim of this motion, Deputy Presiding Officer, is to help relieve young people of the financial challenges that they face in today's economic climate through the introduction of a scheme designed to make public transport more accessible and levying the playing field for younger people. Young adults tend to have the lowest wages, the highest car insurance premiums. They suffer most from Wales's housing crisis, and they've also suffered the uncertainty over not knowing whether their tuition fees will be rising yet again. And this, of course, has compounded the concerns of younger people regarding the costs of higher education. Therefore, our Green Card scheme, which we have proposed, could lift the barrier to assessing education, training for jobs and for many people in Wales. Indeed, this is an issue which faces many young people in my own constituency, where the cost of assessing of public transport is a major hurdle for many young adults as they try to access further and higher education. As a result of the schools and colleges in some areas of Mid Wales providing increasingly limited courses, the financial constraints and sheer difficulty of accessing further education elsewhere means that young people are either not pursuing their first choice of subjects or not pursuing further education at all. So I'd suggest that we must act. I struggle to see how the Welsh Government's Prosperity for All strategy can become a reality without sufficient measures being put in place to reduce the cost of public transport for younger people. The justification for this motion stems from the obstacles which younger people are facing in today's Wales. Welsh workers now have the lowest weekly wages in the UK. Shockingly, in Scotland, a pay packet contains £43 more per week than that of a Welsh worker. And as a result of this, younger people are facing a bleak outlook in terms of their earning potential. And I believe by providing a free bus service and a rail card, this will play a role in enabling younger people to pursue employment or further education, especially as 18 to 21-year-olds are the most likely to use a bus than any other age group. Our young people depend heavily on the bus and rail network to access work and education opportunities, so we on these benches believe that they should be supported in that. I would like to note that our proposal has been met with highly positive feedback from the Confederation of Passenger Transport, who were delighted by Welsh Conservatives' efforts to support the use of buses by younger people. And we proposed 2 fully costed initiatives which we believe would reduce the financial burden facing younger people in Wales. So, in order to help younger people reach their potential, I think the Welsh Government must make public transport more accessible to a struggling age group. And our free bus travel scheme will also have substantial environmental benefits that go beyond the immediate benefits to young people themselves, encouraging people to switch from private motoring to public transport. And this is, of course, consistent with the Welsh Government's aims to reduce vehicle emissions and will also reinvigorate the bus industry. As I said last week in a contribution, it's clear that if young people are introduced to public transport early, they stick with it and continue to use public transport in later life. So I do believe that our proposals for free unlimited transport for 16 to 24-year-olds is a crucial step to ensuring young people make the most of their potential, building ambition and encouraging learning, which the Welsh Government strategy Prosperity for All seeks to achieve. So I therefore commend our motion this afternoon to the Assembly, and I look forward to hearing members' contributions to this debate this afternoon.
Yay. Thank you very much. I have selected the amendment to the motion and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure to move formally Amendment 1. Thank you very much. Paul Davies.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'm pleased to take part in this debate this afternoon. As Russell George has said, good public transport is essential for younger people in Wales who rely on buses and trains to access educational classes, weekend jobs, after-school clubs and sports. The list goes on. Access to these opportunities and activities is integral to the development of the next generation, who continue to make it clear that they want to see better public transport. Members may remember that the UK Youth Parliament voted to make public transport cheaper, better, accessible, their priority campaign for 2012. This UK campaign emerged from a nationwide poll of 65,000 young people, which identified the top 5 issues of concern for young people. And clearly, public transport was very much at the top of that agenda. Therefore, it's important that governments at all levels show that they are listening to the views of young people when it comes to providing transport services. Of course, it's also important that the bus and rail industry are also listening and engaging with young people too, as young people are an important market for public travel. Indeed, quite often young people will have no option but to use bus and rail services before they learn to drive. Therefore, public transport providers must ensure that when young people have a positive experience of travelling publicly, to encourage them to continue using buses and rail into adulthood, even if they learn to drive or buy a car. We live in an age where it takes seconds to send a tweet or update a status on Facebook, and so it's clear that young people can be a great influence or a strong critic of public transport, and that's something that perhaps the bus and rail industry haven't taken that seriously in the past. Therefore, perhaps there's an opportunity here for bus and rail service operators to engage more with younger people when developing services and even campaigns in the future by using these digital platforms much more than they've done in the past to communicate with young people. Therefore, given the importance of public transport to young people, this motion is today calling on the Welsh Government to support the introduction of a new green card scheme to provide all 16 to 24-year-olds in Wales with access to unlimited free bus travel and discounted rail travel. I think that this scheme sends a clear signal to young people across Wales that we recognise the concerns that they have surrounding public transport, and we're looking at ways that we can better support them. This policy will also help strengthen and support the bus industry in Wales by encouraging more and more young people to use public transport, thereby protecting those bus services for the future, which is particularly important in rural areas and the constituency that I represent. A scheme like this will undoubtedly make some bus services, especially in rural areas, much more sustainable. Of course, the use of public transport can be even more of a barrier to young people with learning difficulties who quite often find the public transport system complex and intimidating. One of the most effective ways that the Welsh Government can support young people with learning difficulties using the public transport network is by simply increasing understanding and tolerance of the challenges that faces young people with learning difficulties. I've had many representations from groups such as Pembrokeshire People's First, and I should declare an interest as their president. Groups like Pembrokeshire People's First continue to advocate policies to make public transport more accessible to people with learning difficulties, and one of their calls has been for free entitlements to bus travel. Hopefully this scheme will help in some way by encouraging more young people with learning difficulties to use public transport, thereby building up their confidence and encouraging them to live more independently and engage in the wider community. Now, the importance of providing good public transport is certainly felt in rural areas where services are fewer and costs are higher. For young people living in rural areas like Pembrokeshire, the geography simply is not as interconnected as other parts of Wales. Therefore, I believe there's a case here for making better use of the existing transport fleet in rural local authority areas by developing more of a partnership approach with those delivering transport services in local communities. This would mean bringing together a range of agencies and stakeholders along with local authority departments to centrally coordinate and schedule public transport by taking into account capacity on the mainstream network and hopefully identifying gaps in transport provision where solutions can be met jointly. With funding tight for many local authorities in rural areas, alternative options are needed to support transport availability for young people, and perhaps a collaborative approach that can coordinate public transport is an effective way forward. Therefore, in closing, Deputy Presiding Officer, at the very heart of this debate is the desire to deliver more support and independence to younger people. I believe that to do this, the Welsh Government, public transport providers and young people themselves have to work together to make services more affordable, accessible and acceptable. Our proposals aim to give young people the independence to travel more freely around Wales by offering free bus travel and discounted rail travel to young people, and I urge members to support our motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeremy Miles.
Diolch, Dr Llywydd. Today you speak to any young person about the sort of things they want to see from politics, and public transport, both its availability and its cost, are always pretty near the top of the list. Through the Neath Area Economic Forum, we heard a story of a young man who'd lost confidence due to a failed job placement, which had broken down as a result of his having to depend on bus transport from the top of the Neath Valley into Neath and onwards into Cardiff. The difficulty of making that journey work for him had led to him losing his job and set him back really on the road to sustainable employment. So young people definitely need a new deal for bus users, and one which gives them free or cheap travel, but that also improves travel times and experience. And that's about bus prioritisation, planning issues and technology, as we've discussed several times before in this chamber. But on the cost of travel, I welcome the Welsh Government's consultation on extending the age of discounted travel to those aged 24 years old, and I'd encourage young people across Wales to respond to that consultation with their views so we can hear what matters to them. I also think it's right that the Welsh Government should keep alive the option, if needs be, of a mandatory scheme to build on the voluntary arrangements if that should prove to be necessary. But the debate today on the Welsh Conservatives' motion is not about those things. The motion repeats the policy that the Conservatives have been pushing in the press in recent weeks, which has the virtue of consistency, if little else. They claim that offering free bus travel and a third off rail fares would cost £25 million. Let's examine that. There are currently some 15,000 pass holders who will take approximately 1.5 million journeys on buses by March 2018. On the basis of those figures, you can assume that a completely free travel pass would be used by many more young people. Assuming an adult bus ticket price costs around £2 and some 350,000 people would be potentially eligible, the price tag for the Conservative proposal is not 25 million, it's probably much nearer 70 million. And that's just for the bus element, let alone the rail discount. Now, I've got a calculator if anybody wants to borrow it. But they tell us that they want to scrap education maintenance allowance in order to pay for part of it, just like their Tory colleagues did in Westminster. The EMA, which, by the way, supports 26,000 students to stay in education. Now, if you're one of those students, and we've heard a lot about educational opportunities from the bench opposite today, if you're one of those students, the Conservative plan would take away from you more than £1,500 a year. Russell George has said that transport costs are a huge barrier to education, and I agree. But what on earth do you call a £1,500 hit? I call that a huge barrier too. And if the Tory bus policy is puzzling enough, their policy of a third off rail travel is already national rail policy. So I won't be backing the Tory motion today because it doesn't help young people and it doesn't add up. I urge young people to respond to the Welsh Government's consultation and to tell us what they want from a discounted bus travel so they can get a policy that works for them.
Very much. Dai Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Dirprwy Lywydd, ac bleser cymryd rhan yn y ddadl yma pnawn yma. Nawr, mi fydd Plaid Cymru yn cefnogi cynnig y cydwadwyr heddiw oherwydd mewn ygwyddor, mi ydyn ni'n gefnogol i'r syniad o ymestyn cymhwysedd ar gyfer hawliau teithiau bws a rheilffordd am ddim i bob person rhwng 16 a 24 mlwydd oed yng Nghymru. Os ydych chi'n gofyn i bobl ifanc, os ydyn nhw eisiau talu am fynd ar y bws, neu mynd am ddim sydd ei chael bob tro. Ond mae rhaid i'r gyllideb fod ar gael mwyn gwireddu hynny. Felly mi fiaswn yn galw ar y Llywodraeth i edrych ar gynigion y cydwadwyr am hyn, ac i beidio diastyru a ffarddio unrhyw gynigion polisi gan wrthbleidiau heb hyd yn oed ei ystyried nhw yn gyntaf. Mi osai gwneud unrhyw beth i'r gwrthwyneb o hynny yn sicr yn aneiddfed ar ran y Llywodraeth ac yn orblwyfol heb reswm. Oherwydd, o edrych ar welliannau'r Llywodraeth, yn ogystal â dogfen ymgynghori'r Llywodraeth, mae'n edrych yn debyg y bydd y Llywodraeth yn cyflwyno rhywbeth tebyg drost y blynyddoedd nesaf ta beth. Felly mi oedd ymateb y Llywodraeth i'r cyhoeddiad yma gan y cydwadwyr yn hollol ddi-angen. Ond mae'n rhaid cofio, wrth gwrs, pam yr ydym yn ystyried ehangu'r manteision hyn i fwy o bobl ifanc. Yn amlwg, mi fesai sicrhau fod mwy o bobl ifanc yn defnyddio trafnidiaeth cyhoeddus yn dod â nifer o fanteision economaidd, cymdeithasol ac amgylcheddol, fel da ni wedi clywed eisoes yn y drafodaeth yma. Ond mewn rhannau helaeth o Gymru, ble mae dreifio yn fwy cyfleus, mae trafnidiaeth gyhoeddus hefyd yn bryn. Mae angen ehangu darpariaeth gwasanaethau bysys ac yn y pen draw yn ei dod â fe nôl i fod yn wasanaeth cyhoeddus. Ond mewn sefyllfaoedd a lleoliadau ble mae darpariaeth trafnidiaeth gyhoeddus ar gael, yna mae'n angenreidiol i ni ddarganfod ffyrdd arloesol mwyn newid ymddygiad o blaid defnyddio trafnidiaeth gyhoeddus. Mae angen cael bysys a threnau sydd yn ddibynadwy, sydd yn cyrraedd ar amser bob tro, sydd yn lân, sydd yn cydlynu efo gwasanaethau eraill, ac yn cydgysylltu efo'i gilydd a hynny'n digwydd yn rheolaidd, fel na bod angen treulio rhan sylweddol o bob dydd yn teithio. Mae'r cynigion da ni'n ei dadlau heddiw werth ei ystyried fel un ffordd amlwg o gyrraedd at y nod o newid ymddygiad o blaid defnyddio trafnidiaeth gyhoeddus, o blaid rhyddhau a gwneud un haws un pobl ifanc, gael swydd yn y lle cyntaf a cadw y swydd hwnnw pan maen nhw wedi ei chael ei. Felly, edrychaf ymlaen at derbyn rhagor o wybodaeth am y posibiliadau hyn gan y Llywodraeth ar ôl i'r cyfnod ymgynghori ddod i ben. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Janet Finch-Saunders.
Encouraging the increased use of public transport must be near the top of any government's agenda. The benefits to the environment, economy, public health are undeniable. Additionally, supporting our young people in accessing employment and education opportunities is essential to the growth and development of our future workforce. Our debate today... I've only just started, sorry. Our debate today outlines a realistic, costed and positive policy. Indeed, one might realistically expect the Welsh Government to support this, given that it goes so far in meeting their objectives for young people, outlined in their Prosperity for All document, and is a credible alternative to the current system. Just 15,000 young people aged 16 to 18 have applied for a Welsh Government My Travel Pass, out of a total of 113,000. Now, forgive me for thinking, there is something wrong with that. That statistic alone says their message isn't getting through. This is a take-up rate of just 13%, yet the Welsh Government's current consultation fails to even ask the question about how we can encourage more young people to sign up to the scheme. This is a real concern, because we know that 23% of drivers are involved in motorised vehicle accidents, and 21% of those involved in serious or fatal accidents are aged 24 or under. So we need to be actively encouraging alternative and greener transport options where possible. Our proposals to extend free bus travel entitlements to all 16 to 24-year-olds is the simplest, most open and accessible option. Universal eligibility should encourage take-up, and in those areas with our business roads work to reduce congestion and accidents. Additionally, the relief of the burden of transport costs will more relieve the more broad economic challenges faced by our young people here in Wales today. Savings in petrol, insurance, initial car purchases, they actually mount up to a similar figure to a house deposit within a few years for some young people. The average cost of car insurance for a 17-year-old, for example, is now a staggering £2,272 a year. Coupled with this, Welsh workers have the lowest take-home pay of all the home nations, with weekly median wages for 18 to 21-year-olds just 40% of those for 40 to 49-year-olds. Further, the employment rate for 16 to 24-year-olds considerably lower here than in England and Scotland, and 57,400 people aged 16 to 24 are classed as NEETs, not in employment, education or training. Now, given that almost 40% of job seekers say that their job search is limited because of the costs involved, it is clear that access via free bus travel really can make a hugely positive difference here. 18 years on from the establishment of this Assembly, Welsh Labour, with the occasional help from Plaid Cymru and the Lib Dems, have failed to address the needs of our young people, who face some of the worst employment opportunities in the UK. This policy is clear and immediately effective, and I do urge parties from across this chamber to support our motion today. Diolch.
Rhiannon Passmore.
Deputy Presiding Officer. Imagine my surprise to see that this Tory debate before the Senedd offered supposed largesse. The same group of members opposite who support this ideological, obsessive policy of austerity that the Tory UK government is inflicting on victims with no mercy. The removal, for instance, of housing benefit for 16 and 17-year-olds, and where they are in power, as in England, removing from those young people the educational maintenance allowance that they are now proposing to remove from young people in Wales. The life chances of 16 to 24-year-olds are a generation suffering suffering badly from the ongoing austerity to zero-hour contracts in the private sector, and to a Tory government in England who are failing to provide more affordable housing. Young people across the UK are continuing to pay the price for Tory neglect and failure. Imagine my surprise when I hear that you wish to help the younger generation reach their potential by taking away their educational maintenance allowance. It is no wonder that a sighting of a young Tory voter is almost as difficult as finding a Welsh Conservative Assembly member who believes that Theresa May will lead them into the next election. But let's give these proposals a closer inspection. What are they? Well, the economic professors opposite lecture us on the evils of spending are claiming that they are offering free bus travel and a third off rail fares, as Jeremy Miles has already stated, for all 16 to 24-year-olds at a cost of £25 million. I'm sure that they think that this will make lovely creative reading as a press release, but I would also say that we must look at the small print, because the devil is always in the detail. This intended funding, as I've stated, will be accounted for by scrapping the EMA, helping more than 26,000 students stay in full-time education in Wales. And don't forget, a lifeline for our most vulnerable young people in danger of falling out of education entirely. That is extremely helping their life chances. And its removal will have a devastating impact in Wales if it were allowed, as it is in England. Indeed, have they actually engaged with students and young people? And if I said to you free jam tomorrow, I think we would want it. But if I said free jam tomorrow, but you will lose your education access, there's a different response. The Welsh Government have launched a consultation on potentially extending the age of discounted travel to those aged 24 last week. It is a wide-ranging consultation exercise, as has been stated, and it is aimed at engaging with young people, schools, colleges, organisations and bus companies in order to develop a scheme that is attractive. This consultation runs until the 4th of January 2018 and looks at a variety of aspects, including which categories of journeys, whether there is the age availability and size of discount, and alternative payment methods include fixed contributions per journey or a monthly annual pass for free travel at the point of use. So we do have a Welsh Labour Government with a purposeful consultation underway that is not to be completed until January. Yet, for some reason, we are now presented with what can only be seen as a cynical attempt by the party opposite to preempt it or piggyback it. And so let's look at those figures. Currently, 15,000 pass holders who will take approximately 1.5 million journeys on buses by March 2018. And on the basis of these figures, it can reasonably be assumed that a completely free travel pass would be used by many more people. Assuming an adult bus ticket price is £2 and some 350,000 people would be potentially eligible, the Tory proposal could cost around £70 million for the reimbursement of bus journeys alone. That is almost 3 times the cost published by the Tories, 3 times, 25 million. This figure only covers the free bus travel part of this scheme and does not factor in the significant additional cost of reimbursing rail operating companies for providing a discount of a third of a rail travel cost for 16 to 24-year-olds in Wales. So, how would the Welsh Tories bridge this huge funding gap between their published 25 million and the 70 million plus which this scheme would cost in reality, particularly given the devastating effect which their party's ongoing austerity is continuing to have on budgets? The Welsh Tories are advocating a plan with the damning economic incoherence that would cause spreadsheet Phil to blush, yet they continue to lecture the rest of us that they are masters of economic competence. Not even Alex Douglas-Hume with his matchsticks could make these Welsh Tory figures up. So as such, I will be supporting the amendments to the motion proposed by the Welsh Government instead of the fantastic and fantasy economics of the Welsh Tories. Diolch.
Thank you. Susie Davis.
Diolch yn fawr. Will you forgive me if, by beginning by saying purposeful consultation is perhaps just a little bit late for a government whose last scheme collapsed so spectacularly, which of course affected my constituencies. The first thing I want to speak about is those constituents. My region pretty much follows the boundaries of the old West Glamorgan Authority, which back in the mists of time and evidence in documentation, which is apparently far too expensive for the local authority to disclose these days, it introduced a tertiary college education policy which remains influential to this day. Neath Port Talbot Borough Council is still following that policy, with 2 exceptions based on language and religion. Post-16 education is provided by a handful of further education colleges, and a merger with Powys FEs not so very long ago means that some of that offer now extends well beyond the local authority boundary. And that might mean that young people have perhaps a good choice of post-16 education, but it's in a small number of centralised campuses which extend into mid-Wales and separated by considerable distances. And so by definition, these aren't local for most people. And in my experience, getting up early to travel considerable distances is a pretty unattractive proposal for some young people, if my house is anything to go by. And it's even more unattractive if the cost of the bus to college is not the priority spend from the EMA if they have it, or indeed other money if they don't have it. Colleges were telling us not so very long ago that their hardship funds were being swallowed up, and this is during the EMA period, by childcare and travel costs, leaving nothing left for meeting other demands. And if the direction that Wales is going in is to centralise provision for further education colleges, then our green card policy would mitigate those two connected pressures. My second point is about Welsh language post-16 provision. And again, I look at Neath Port Talbot, one Welsh language sixth form situated right at the top of the Swansea Valley, miles from the main areas of population. And I think you'd have to be pretty dedicated to get there if you live in somewhere like Port Talbot, and support for travel is not particularly well guaranteed. The tertiary colleges are nowhere yet ready for providing an immersive Welsh language environment. I think our green card could help the Welsh Government meet its targets of 1 million Welsh speakers by not choking off supply to that sixth form, by not making cost a reason for a young person to choose a college that may be nearer, and by not making it easier to leave your Welsh behind. My third point is about the view that young people have of themselves, and I think this is pretty important. David Melding started to talk about it in the last debate, actually. And it's, I think it goes without saying that the population's use of public transport, especially reduced diesel, will result in air and noise pollution, as well as having less congestion on the roads. And while many of our young people, especially those 16-year-olds that our green card would benefit, well, they don't drive yet. So encouraging them to use buses and trains more helps embed the idea that they don't need to rely on expensive cars in the future. Congestion is just going to slow down their road journeys if they reach for the car keys anyway. So encouraging that public transport-friendly population through the use of the green card works on two health levels. The first being about air quality, but fewer cars, fewer idling cars. It's the same thing, really. But the second and perhaps less obvious point is that in using public transport, you do end up walking and cycling more. Even if you have to walk to the end of your street to catch a bus, that's further than walking to the car parked outside your house. And in 2009, the World Health Organization found that one of the best ways of encouraging greater physical activity generally was through transport policy. And the Welsh Conservatives' green card feeds into this really, in a really obvious way, because public transport journeys will require some footfall or cycling travel at least one end of that journey. Countries where population make a higher proportion of trips by walking, cycling or public transport, I'm sure we've heard this before, they have lower rates of obesity. And also, although this may not actually be the strongest argument in Wales, I suspect, sunlight exposes us to vitamin D, which in turn leads to a lower risk of cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes and some cancers. And then just to finish, on the area of health, but more importantly, wider well-being, it does matter how young people become confident and how they don't limit their own horizons. And young people currently have to buy a rail card to get cheaper travel, or they perhaps get a deal when they go to university when they open a student bank account. And I just did a quick ask around locally before this debate last week, and found that Swansea students don't just use their cards to go home. They take some chances to go places and make contacts, which lead to work opportunities, new networks, trips that some of them would not have considered without the discount. Now, University College in London also found that discounted travel cards were not always taken up because even a one-off payment can be affordable at that time. So that's one small barrier, closing off all that opportunity for those already best placed to take it. Now, I think all our people need that opportunity, not just students, and our free green card makes it just that bit easier to seize that opportunity.
Thank you very much. I now call on the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure, Ken Skates.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'd like to thank all members in the Chamber for their contributions today for what is becoming a very much transport-related set of debates. Before I respond to comments specifically about bus services, I'd like to add my name to the list of car enthusiasts and say that Wales is in a prime position to take advantage of emerging technologies, particularly in electric and hydrogen. powertrains. In fact, I'm a classic car enthusiast, and I'm pleased to say that it's now possible to convert your petrol-driven classic car to an electric powertrain, thanks to a service that actually exists here in Wales, Dragon EV, right at the forefront of developing electric engines for existing vehicles. We are right at the forefront of research and of development and of implementing new ways of powering vehicles. Moving back to bus services, and particularly bus services for young people, I think it's abundantly clear from this debate that we all wish to see more young people using local bus services. We want people to use them more regularly, not just for environmental benefits, but also, as Susie Davis highlighted, for wider social and well-being benefits, for better connecting communities and, crucially, enabling people to better connect with other human beings. And so it's the objective of this government, and it's something that we are keen to encourage for the well-being of existing and indeed future generations. Now, since April of this year, young people have made over 500,000 trips using their My Travel Pass, and today there are more than 17,000 pass holders. I accept that the proportion, the uptake, is not as high as we would wish it to be, and so the challenge is to encourage even more young people to do the same, to enhance our discounted bus travel scheme for younger people, and to make it easier for an entire generation to travel by bus. Last week, I was delighted to make good on our promise to consult on how a new Welsh Government scheme, to be introduced in April of next year, can best encourage more young people onto our buses. And I'd like to emphasise the point which was raised by Jeremy Miles, that it's absolutely vital those who stand to gain the most from any discounted travel scheme are at the heart of any decision that we make. The consultation on discounted bus travel for younger people in Wales aims to capture the views of young people, of schools, of community groups, of colleges and of bus companies on a scheme that is both attractive and affordable, one that can practically support people in their life, in their work and in their study. Now, the consultation document invites comments about maintaining the existing provision or extending the scope of the current scheme to include potentially an increase in the upper age limit, increasing the level of discount, replacing the current reimbursement arrangement with a charge per journey, which is something that we see in many parts of Europe, and also on introducing a monthly or annual fee so as to retain free journeys at the point of travel. The consultation also considers extending the scheme to apprentices, only some of whom are currently eligible under existing arrangements. It also looks at potentially extending the scheme to volunteers, to carers, to recipients of education maintenance allowance, to all young people in further education. And I do recognise the benefits of such a scheme to many other people who actively contribute to society or who need assistance when embarking on a new career but currently fall outside the age of eligibility. And that's why I'm particularly keen to explore what appetite there is for extending the age of discounted travel up to 24-year-olds, potentially allowing us to help more young people make the most of bus travel right across Wales. The scheme, introduced in April 2018, will be one that best reflects the needs and preferences of our young people and helps further boost bus travel as an option. That's essential if we are to create a sustainable bus network for the future. Now, in the current financial year, we have set aside up to £1 million to support the one-third discount scheme. Any enhancement of the scheme can be expected to result in increased costs for compensating bus operators under what would continue to be a voluntary arrangement. Operators, though, who wish to be eligible for bus services support grant funding must offer the discount. The existing legislation, of course, means that we cannot make a younger person's discounted bus travel scheme mandatory other than for 16 to 18-year-olds in full-time education. And I am very much sympathetic to the point that my colleague Jeremy Miles made regarding this matter. I also welcome Jeremy Miles's offer of a calculator to those members who possess broken abacus. His and Rhiannon Passmore's forensic analysis of the Conservatives' proposals, I think, demonstrate that there is a titanic hole in the numbers. I'll outline again the reasons why those figures don't stack up. Based on a 50% uptake across the 16 to 24-year-old cohort, the cost would be more likely £78 million or upwards. That's based on 50% uptake. Now, we know that the Conservatives support our view that there should be more young people on the buses, so assuming an uptake perhaps of 100%, which I'm sure everybody would like to see, that figure would rise to more than £150 million, and yet their budget of £25 million would allow for an uptake of just 16% of 16 to 24-year-olds. In turn, that would equate to approximately 17,700 16 to 18-year-olds. Ironically, the very same uptake figure that the Conservatives were so critical of. However, I do congratulate the Conservatives for entering this debate in a very cooperative manner. I think it's very helpful that they have tabled this debate today to highlight just how much this Welsh Government has done and intends to do to support young people across all of our communities. To expect every young person, though, to forego the benefits of a car for all their journeys, I think everybody in this chamber would appreciate is probably unrealistic. But it is entirely realistic, Presiding Officer, for many young people to use the bus for more of their journeys. And I hope that many young people whose only experience of bus travel is the daily trips to and from school will take advantage of the new scheme to try the bus for other reasons, and, having done so, they'll see that today's buses provide a really attractive offer. Whilst reducing the cost of travel for young people is a priority to encourage use, I appreciate that it's only part of the solution. Providing a bus product that is attractive and also efficient is equally essential. And anyone who's used a bus recently, I think, will recognise that the vast majority of vehicles on our roads offer a clean, comfortable and a well-equipped environment. Yet, unfortunately, there remains an incorrect impression that buses are somehow a poorer relation to the private motor car. If this were ever the case, it is most certainly no longer true. I've asked the Confederation of Passenger Transport, representing the bus industry, to develop proposals for a marketing campaign to publicise and promote today's bus network. And subject to their proposals, I would hope to match fund their financial contribution to any such campaign in order to drive up patronage. The new scheme I plan to introduce in April will be a better, more attractive means of encouraging younger people to use the bus for more of their journeys. And the current scheme has made a good start, but we need to do more if we are to change attitudes. Now, members will be aware of the bus summit that I held in January, and I'm pleased to say that a number of workshops are taking place this autumn to consider how best we can improve the passenger experience at bus stops by providing improved facilities and consistent passenger information, how we can also develop funding solutions that offer greater stability to the bus industry in Wales, and how we can deliver an integrated transport system that provides improved accessibility and ticketing solutions fit for the 21st century. This is our ambition, and it's what we want to deliver. Thank you.
Galwaf Darren Miller I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch, Llywydd, and can I thank everybody who's taken part in what, for the best part, has been a very good and decent debate on all sides of the chamber. We're bringing these proposals forward today because we believe that they offer an exciting opportunity to do something different in Wales that's not been done in any other part of the UK, and that is to offer our 16 to 24-year-olds the opportunity to travel on the public transport network free of charge on our bus network. At the moment, of course, we extend those privileges to the over 60s and to other vulnerable and special groups like injured servicemen and women. And we know that has been extremely successful. It's been something which has been supported by all political parties. And I want to extend similar privileges to our young people, because I believe that they also deserve a fair deal. Our Green Card proposals are good for young people. As you've already heard from the speakers in this debate, they're good for the environment, They're good for public transport, particularly in rural areas where we've seen bus routes scrapped because of a lack of commercial viability. They're good for public health, and they are good for people's social well-being. I will explain where I'm at with costings in a second, if you'll sit down, please, because I think it's really important that the one significant objection that some members seem to have is around the funding. Okay? So let me go into a little bit of detail on our funding and how we've costed these proposals. First of all, can I just say that your suggestion, Rhiannon Passmore, about the fact that if we scrap EMA, it's going to push up the number of people who are not in education, employment or training, is wrong. Because actually, Wales has a higher rate of NEETs than England, which does not have EMA at all. You mentioned, Jeremy Miles, about the fact that 26,000 people currently benefit from EMA, and you're absolutely right. But our proposals would benefit 360,000, not just 26,000. And as you will know from speaking to individuals in your own constituency, EMA awards can be extremely divisive amongst the young people in educational establishments, between those, and there's a divide between those who get it and those who don't. So let me just explain why I think this is an affordable policy. Your costings, Cabinet Secretary, have been based on the My Travel Pass scheme, which currently operates, which, frankly, is an extraordinarily expensive scheme. I cannot see how it is costing the Welsh taxpayer quite so much money. At the moment, for the figures for the financial year to 2017, there were 15,000. There were 9,000. Just let me get the figures here. There were 9,250 beneficiaries of that scheme at a cost of 9,743,000. That means that the cost of My Travel Pass per beneficiary is £1,053 a year. Now, in anybody's mind, that's extraordinarily expensive. £1,053 per year to get a third off your bus passes, when you can actually buy a bus pass for a whole year in my area for £490 a year at a commercial price. I think that's an extraordinarily expensive scheme, and I'm yet to see any explanation as to why it's costing the Welsh taxpayer quite that much. I'm very happy to take an intervention.
As a member will be aware, it's based on a no better, no worse off scenario, and therefore the reimbursement is based on the amount of trips that a young person will make. Now, your scheme, as you've proposed, would supposedly cost just £25 million, and yet it would apply to 350,000 people, meaning the cost per person would be just £71 per year. I'm not sure how many journeys that would buy at today's adult rate, but I don't think it's many, and it's certainly less than the 200 journeys that are expected to be made with the introduction of such a scheme.
I'm grateful for the Cabinet Secretary clarifying why his scheme is so expensive, because what he will also know is that the other scheme which is operated by the Welsh Government, the concessionary fares scheme, is much less expensive, much less expensive indeed. In fact, it's less than £100 per beneficiary for older people who get their free bus passes. Okay? And I understand the difficulty that the Welsh Government has in trying to justify spending £1,000 per beneficiary on a third off a bus ticket, when actually you can buy them over the counter for £490, and you'd be better off giving a grant directly to the individuals concerned, frankly, because it would cost you an awful lot less. But the reality is that if we're able to afford this for older people, we can afford it for our younger people too. Surely they're worth just as much to society as older people. Now, we have based our figures on the cost of the existing concessionary fares scheme and the existing spending within that scheme. The cost per head of beneficiaries, as I've already said, is well under £100 per year. And if we extend that scheme to 16 to 24-year-olds, then we know that not all of those 16 to 24-year-olds are going to take up the opportunity, as is the case with older people. So at the moment, everybody who's over 60 is eligible to be part of the concessionary fare scheme, but only 70% of people actually take up the opportunity to participate in that scheme. We believe that younger people, would choose. Some people would want to take up the opportunity to get their free bus passes. others wouldn't. And we actually expect around 2/3 of the rate that older people take them up. So just over half of the young people who would be eligible. So that's how we've arrived at our costs. We also know that you can buy commercially priced national rail cards for young people, the young person's rail card, for less than £15 on a regular basis, £14.99 I saw them advertised for, £15 last week. The usual price is £30, but they're regularly discounted. Now, I would hope that the Welsh Government could use its buying power for 360,000 16 to 24-year-olds to get some sort of extra discount on that price in order to encourage young people to take up the opportunity to use the rail network at a discounted fare price. So that's where we've got our figures, and I'm happy to share them with you in the same way that I have now. We've even thrown a little bit in, on top of funding the bus passes and on top of funding the rail card discount, we've even thrown a bit in for promotion, because you haven't done enough in terms of promoting your current scheme now, which is why we've got a paltry 15%. 15% of our of 16 to 18-year-olds actually receiving and taking part in the My Travel Pass scheme. Now, you've already heard that for young people, this is a big issue. It's one of the top priorities, as Paul Davis and Jeremy Miles acknowledged. The cost of transport is a barrier for people being able to get to their place of education. It's a barrier for them getting a job interview, let alone getting to and from work. So we need to do something about this. We've come up with a solution. We've presented that solution. We're trying to do it in a non-partisan way, and it's a shame that some people who have spoken in this debate have tried to make it a very partisan debate completely unnecessarily. So we've got a realistic, fully costed solution to the travel woes of young people across Wales, and we want to encourage you, Cabinet Secretary, to seriously consider taking these plans forward, because I tell you what, it will make a huge difference to young people across Wales. My daughter's just passed a driving test, okay? I'm very proud of her. Just passed a driving test, first time, unlike her dad. And the cost of her insurance is absolutely extortionate, over £1,600 a year. For you know, not, and let me tell you, she's not driving a flash car. You know, it's a small, tiny, pokey little car. So when you consider the costs for young people of being able to be a motorist in the current time, you can see why our proposal would give them another alternative, would encourage them to take up the opportunity to use public transport, would help those bus routes stay sustainable, would encourage them to get out and see their friends and to see some of what Wales has to offer, would enable them to get backwards and forwards to their place of education or work. I will take an intervention from
Thank you. In terms of, as has been stated, improving the life chances, well-being and potential of young people, how do you see factoring in the side of the coin whereby you are going to get rid of the educational maintenance allowance to pay for this wonderful proposed policy?
Well, I thought I'd spelt that out, but just to repeat myself, because you clearly weren't listening, the education maintenance allowance does not achieve its stated aims. The education maintenance allowance was scrapped in England, and they have lower levels of NEETs, in fact, record low levels of NEETs in England, whereas Wales's rate is much higher proportionately of 16 to 18-year-olds. As I say, I think using that money, it's also very divisive, using that money and giving 360,000 young people the opportunity to benefit rather than 26,000 is a much better use of taxpayers' money. And that's why I hope, Cabinet Secretary, that you'll take forward our proposals.
Y cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn y cynnig heb ei ddiwygio, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais ar yr eitem tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Felly'r eitem nesaf yw dadl Plaid Cymru a'r economi y gogledd, a dwi'n galw ar Llyr Griffith i wneud y cynnig.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Llywydd am y bleser gen i arwen y ddadl yma'n enw Plaid Cymru heddi ar economi Gogledd Cymru ac yn wir yn ehangach ar yr angen i Lywodraeth Cymru i roi mwy o chwarae teg i'r Gogledd, rhywbeth mae nifer o bobl yn teimlo maen nhw wedi methu'n glir i'w wneud ers blynyddoedd erbyn hyn. Nawr, mae'r Deyrnas Unedig, wrth gwrs, yn cael ei chydnabod ac yn cael ei hadnabod fel gwladwriaeth anghyfartal, un o'r gwladwriaethau mwyaf anghyfartal yn Ewrop, lle mae buddsoddiad, wrth gwrs, yn cael ei ganolbwyntio mewn un cornel fychan o'r wladwriaeth a'r drail y gweddill. Yn wir, i ni'n byw yn y wladwriaeth o fewn yr Undeb Ewropeaidd, lle mae ganddo ni'r ardal gyfoeth ocan Ewrop wedi lleoli, yn ogystal, wrth gwrs, ar rhai o'r ardaloedd clota, a hynny yn sgil methiannau llywodraethau olynol y Deyrnas Unedig o bob lliw, a hynny, wrth gwrs, yn destun siom a rhwystredigaeth i nifer ohono ni. Ond mae yna beryg hefyd fod Cymru yn disgyn i'r un trap ac yn bod ni yn mynd lawr yr un llwybr anffodus hwnnw. Pan enillwyd y referendwm i sefydlu'r cynulliad hon 20 mlynedd yn ôl, a mae yna lawer o edrych yn ôl ar hynny wedi bod yn y misoedd diwethaf, mi roedd yna gryn dipyn o beth ledled Cymru a gallen ni fel cenedl. Nid yn unig ddechrau gwneud penderfyniadau dros yn hunain, ond wrth gwrs i wneud pethau yn wahanol. Ond os ond angen edrych ar ffigurau'r Llywodraeth ei hunain ar gyfer gwariant cyfalaf y pen fesul rhanbarth ar draws Cymru mwyn gweld yr anghyfartaledd sy'n yna mewn buddsoddiad. Ers 2013, mae trigolion y Gogledd wedi derbyn dros 360 o bunnau yn llai y pen na trigolion De-ddwyrain Cymru, er enghraifft. A mae trigolion canolbarth y Gorllewin Cymru mewn sefyllfa hyd yn oed yn waith, lle maen nhw wedi methu allan ar dros 520 o bunnau y pen mewn cymhariaeth. Nawr, mae rhai pwysleisio, wy'n siŵr fydd rhai pobl yn trio portreadu y peth fel hyn, nad yn bwriad ni heddi, nag ar unrhyw adeg arall pan i ni yn amlygu methiannau'r Llywodraeth i wasgaru cyfoeth a buddsoddiad yn gyfartal ar draws y wlad yw i greu rhyw fath o rangiadau a rhwygiadau rhwng rhanbarthau gwahanol yng Nghymru. Dwi'n sicr ddim yn danod buddsoddiad yng Nghaerdydd ar hyd coridor REM4 nag yn unrhyw le arall. Ond mae yna rhwystredigaeth pan nad ydw i'n gweld buddsoddiad cyfatebol neu weithiau hyd yn oed lled gyfatebol yn y Gogledd. A'n bwriad ni yn y ddadl yma yw tanlinellu'r angen i uno yn cenedl ni drwy sicrhau bod yna bod ganddo ni wlad sy'n rhannu manteision datganoli yn fwy cyfartal. A mae rhaid i fi ddweud, yr argraff dwi'n gael yw bod yr ymdeimlad yma yn y Gogledd bod popeth yn mynd i Gaerdydd, erioed wedi bod yn gryfach. Yn sicr dyna dwi'n ei glywed ar draws y rhanbarth dwi yn ei chynrychioli. A chymod, dwi ddim yn meddwl bod hyn yn unigryw i'r sefyllfa cenedlaethol. Mae yna microcosms o hynny'n bodoli mewn awdurdodau lleol ar hyd a lled o wlad. Dwi'n byw Sir Ddinbych a dwi'n clywed bobl yn cwyno ddyddiol mae'r arian i gyd yn mynd i'r Rhyl ac mae'r ardal wledig yn ne'r sir yn colli mas. A mae yna, dwi ddigon eangfrydig i dderbyn bod yna elfen o ganfyddiad yn perthyn i'r ffenomena yna, ond dwi hefyd yn gorfod cydnabod bod yna mwy na elfen o reality yn bodoli hefyd yn y cyd-destun yma ar lefel cenedlaethol, a mae angen newid hynny. Ond mwyn i hynny ddigwydd, wrth gwrs, mae'n rhaid sicrhau fod buddsoddiad yn cyrraedd pob cornel o Gymru mwyn gosod y seilwaith yn ei le mwyn i Gymru gyfan fedru ffynnu. Nawr, ers y chwyldro diwydiannol, mae Gogledd Cymru, wrth gwrs, wedi bod yn bwerdu economaidd llwyddiannus. Mae ganddo ni weithlu medrus yn y Gogledd a gweithlu cynhyrchiol gydag arbenigeddau megis y meysydd awyrofod, peirianneg, bwyd ar amgylchedd a cyfan yn dod at ei gilydd ac yn cydweithio'n effeithiol gyda'n colegau a'n prifysgolion ardderchog ni. Mae'r sector dwristiaeth yn un sydd wedi newid yn sylweddol yn y Gogledd dros y blynyddoedd, mae rhaid cydnabod hynny. A bellach mae Gogledd Cymru wedi goddiweddyd ardaloedd a gwledydd eraill megis ardal y Llynnoedd a Chernyw. A mae hyn oll yn ddatblygiadau cyffroes ac sydd yn dangos arloesedd y Gogledd a'r potensial sy'n yna o wireddu y potensial hwnnw. Mae gan Ogledd Cymru gyfleoedd gwych i dyfu economi ac mae'r cynhwysion oll i gael yna ar gyfer economi bywiog ac amrywiol, ond mwyn i hynny ddigwydd, wrth gwrs, mae rhaid derbyn y gefnogaeth sydd i angen i ddatgloi y potensial hynny yn llawn. Siaradwch chi gydag unrhyw un o gwmnïau rhanbarth neu unrhyw un sector yn arbennig ac mi glywwch chi thema gyson o safbwynt y gwyn sy'n dod yn ôl, sef gwendid sylfaenol yn is-adeiledd ni. yn y rhanbarth yn y gogledd. Mae gallu yn rhywbeth ffyrdd ni i ymdopi yn wael, ac o'n i'n clywed bod yna giwiau o hyd at 6 milltir yr A55 y prynhawn yma. Diwetha, prif ffordd y gogledd ac un o lwybrau traws-Ewropeaidd pwysig wrth gwrs ar stop am gyfnod yn ystod y dydd. Mae trafnidiaeth gyhoeddus o fysiau i drenau yn wan a dweud y lleia, ac mae safon derbyniad signal 4G, yn sôn am unrhyw G arall, yn echrydus o wael mewn nifer o ardalodd, a bandlydan hefyd yn boenus o araf ac o wan mewn rhannau helaeth o'r gogledd, ac mi allai siarad o brofiad personol ynglyn â hynny. Nawr, mae cyflwr yn ffyrdd ni, wrth gwrs, yn golygu nad yw hi'n hawdd i gynhyrchwyr i gael i cynnyrch i'r farchnad. Ac o'n i'n sôn gynnu am dwristiaeth, mae ganddo ni yn y gogledd, wrth gwrs, Zipworld, Bounce Below, Surf Snowdonia, beicio mynydd o'r safon gorau yn y byd, cynwyo dŵr gwyn, heb i ail, a mae bob un ohonyn nhw yn tynnu arian da i'w hardalodd, ond triwch chi deithio o un i'r llall ar drafnidiaeth gyhoeddus, ac mi ddwedaethwch chi bod i bron iawn yn amhosib i wneud hynny. Now, this is where investment by an ambitious government that looks to boost the whole of Wales can, of course, make a key difference. A Cardiff-centric approach to government has seen new institutions, of course, created along the M4 corridor at the expense of other parts of Wales. Now, the new Welsh Revenue Authority was a prime example, if you ask me, of an opportunity missed. The government decided, of course, for it to be located at Treforest, and, you know, all well and good for the people of Treforest. But there was a palpable feeling, in Wrexham that there was a missed opportunity. We know that HMRC are closing its tax office in Wrexham. Over 300 employees are likely to lose their jobs there. They had many of the relevant skills. And the question that people there are asking, well, why didn't it come here when this opportunity offered itself? Yeah, yes, I will, of course.
Thanks very much. I'm listening with great interest to the contribution. I was at the briefing this morning for the pre-launch of the Development Bank for Wales, and I was delighted, I have to say, as a South Wales Assembly member, that they've chosen to headquarter in North Wales and to more proportionately represent their staffing around Mid Wales and North Wales, as well as the headquarter in North Wales. Now, that is a good way forward, he'd have to agree, and probably we need to do more of it, but it's not to criticise other regions in trying to get investment into their area too.
I agree, and thank you for that, because you're making my speech for me, effectively. I can probably skip a page. But when you think that the government is getting it right, as you say, you know, the new Development Bank for Wales is going to be headquartered at Wrexham, but then, of course, we hear that the Chief Executive won't be based there. We hear that lead officers and board members will be based elsewhere, despite the Cabinet Secretary, of course, telling us that it wouldn't just be a brass plate on the door. Well, you know, I accept that it is positive that it is going to be based there, but, you know, it does still leave a little bit of something hanging there about, you know, whether they genuinely will be headquartered there or whether really that isn't the case. Now, Plaid Cymru has been consistent in insisting that we need parity of funding for all parts of the country, as well as the real devolution of existing and the establishment of new national institutions, such as the Welsh Revenue Authority and the Development Bank, and of course the National Football Museum as well, we hope will, if it comes to fruition, be culturally important and be an important economic driver for North Wales as well. Now, in our recent budget deal, we secured millions of pounds, of course, of extra investment for North Wales, including funds for potentially the National Football Museum, I mentioned just now, investment in north-south links, medical training for the north, work on the third Menai crossing, etc. And that, of course, is positive. But there is a concern in North Wales that the North Wales economy, there's a feeling that it's becoming a bit of or there's a risk, certainly, that it's becoming a bit of an afterthought. It's an add-on or an appendix to the Northern Powerhouse. I'm hearing that from increasing numbers of people in the sector, and there's a danger as well that it falls between the two stools of the Northern Powerhouse in England and the city regions in South Wales. And we need to guard against that, and we need to ensure that North Wales becomes an economic powerhouse in its own right, as part of a broader national Welsh economic strategy. And of course, an all-Wales economic vision, such as Plaid Cymru's, is essential if we are to spread prosperity and opportunity throughout the country. And I'd flag up here as well that the Shared Prosperity Fund that the UK government is proposing to replace some of the EU regional funds that Wales is currently receiving for the post-Brexit era. Now, the EU regional funds are accessible, of course, to West Wales and the Valleys if we look at certain aspects of that funding. Now, if the Shared Prosperity Fund is for all of Wales, and, you know, there's a discussion to have about how we use that money, then I'm already hearing people expressing concerns that it's going to be channelled into areas that are already getting the lion's share of investment. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but we really need to be mindful that there's a risk there that some of those areas in North Wales, West Wales and the Valleys potentially will not be able to access as much money as they have previously been able to. The North Wales Economic Ambition Board as well, of course, is critical to all of this, and the amendment or one of the amendments before us is quite right to recognise their role, and their growth vision offers certainly a direction of travel for us, and their work recently on highlighting the skills needs in North Wales lays out a clear challenge to the Welsh Government and to the UK Government, and it's a challenge, of course, that needs to be met head-on. Now, alongside all of this, of course, Plaid Cymru wants to introduce a regional renewal bill that will enshrine in law a requirement on our Welsh Government to ensure that investment benefits all parts of our nation and drives up productivity in every part of Wales. It will transform how investment decisions are made in Wales, as well as how they are delivered. And through legislation, we'd established regional development agencies, as well as a National Infrastructure Commission with statutory powers. And in its remit letter will be a duty to spread investment across Wales. We need to prioritise the most deprived areas for investment in order to rebalance the economy, and the Government has a duty to ensure that no community and no part of Wales is left behind as it seeks to create the jobs, the growth and the opportunities that we all deserve.
Rwyf wedi dethol y 3 gwelliant i'r cynnig wrth derbynnu'r gwelliant 1, caeth gwelliant 2 ei ddadfethol. Galwaf ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros yr economi i gynnig yn ffurfiol gwelliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Jane Hutt.
Formally.
Galwaf ar Mark Isherwood i gynnig gwelliannau 2 a 3 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Paul Davies. Mark Isherwood.
John Clive. Well, as this motion states, we need to strengthen the performance of the North Wales economy and regret the historic underfunding of North Wales by the Labour Welsh Government. We also, though, regret Plaid Cymru's role in this when in coalition with the Labour Welsh Government and in its historic budget deals with them. The Welsh Government has now launched 4 economic strategies since 1999, yet Wales' economic performance has continued to stagnate. In 1999, the value of goods and services produced per head of population, or GVA, in Wales was 72.4% of UK average. In 2015, it shrunk to 71%. The West Wales and Valleys sub-region, including 4 North Wales counties, was still bottom across the UK at just 64% of the UK average. Even Flintshire and Wrexham saw their GVA fall from almost 100% of the UK level to just 84%, whilst GVA in Anglesey had fallen to just 54%, the lowest level in the UK. Yet this Welsh Labour government only gives Anglesey, the poorest part of the UK, the 11th highest level of local government revenue funding per head of population after 22 Welsh local authorities, with Conwy 15th, Wrexham 18th and Flintshire 19th. The North Wales Local Health Board is in special measures and overspent because Labour Welsh Government dismissed our warnings on behalf of patients and staff over very many years. The Labour Welsh Government amendment claiming that it has played the cross-border leadership role in developing proposals with partners for a North Wales growth deal is laughable. In its March 2016 budget, the UK Government announced that it was opening the door to a growth deal for North Wales and it would be looking for the next Welsh Government to devolve powers down and invest in the region as part of any future deal. At least the UK Government has the courtesy to say that officials from both itself and Welsh Government have been working with local partners to develop the vision and understand where a growth deal would sit within it. The UK Government encouraged local partners to prioritise their proposals, which is precisely what the growth vision for the economy of North Wales did. When it called for the devolution of powers by the Welsh Government over employment, taxes, skills and transport, saying that this would boost the economy, jobs and productivity, create at least 120,000 jobs and boost the value of the local economy from £12.8 billion to £20 billion by 2035. By taxes here, this means project delivery via tax increment finance borrowing funded by future growth in business rates receipts resulting from growth deal projects. Well, people in North Wales look south and conclude that different sets of rules are being applied to different parts of Wales. As the chair of the North Wales Chamber of Commerce stated, the Welsh Government is too Cardiff-centric, and North Wales could be better served if it could secure its own form of devolution deal with the Welsh Government so it can respond much more quickly and in a more informed manner to ongoing developments within the region and across the border. Well, yes, Plaid Cymru has done a deal with the political devil in return for a few crumbs from top table. And to those isolationists who would undermine the growth deal, I say do not betray the people of the borderlands, Middlelands or Westlands of North Wales who stand to lose the most.
Absolutely.
I therefore move Amendments 2 and 3, proposing that this Assembly notes that the North Wales Economic Ambition Board's A Growth Vision for the Economy of North Wales document concludes that North Wales is well placed to receive a range of new responsibilities, and that we endorse its call for the devolution of powers by the Welsh Government. April's update on development of the North Wales growth bid stated that ambitions for flexibilities and devolved powers to be granted to the region include transport functions, strategic land use planning, business innovation and advisory functions, careers advice and taxation powers. And evidence submitted by the North Wales Economic Ambition Board to the Economy, Infrastructure and Skills Committee's City Deals and Regional Economies of Wales inquiry stated, Wales as a polity needs to ensure that North Wales can both compete with the North West of England and participate effectively in the planning for growth in the north of England via the Northern Powerhouse. They also said devolution of functions to North Wales that matches that of neighbouring English regions is a defensive necessity and a desirable enabler of growth. That is the economic and social reality within which those in the North East live. It's also the means to spread prosperity into those middle and western regions which still languish at the bottom, not just of the Welsh, but of the UK table after 18 years of devolution.
Rhyn ap Iorwerth.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llywydd, diolch am gael gwneud cyfraniad i'r ddadl yma. Gai osod un cafiat yn fan hyn fel y gnath Llyr hefyd. Mae'n gyffredin iawn yn y gogledd i glywed pobl yn deud bod popeth yn mynd i'r de. Ond wir, does gen i ddim llawer o ddiddordeb mae'n bwydo rhaniadau. Uno y genedl ydy yn ddiddordeb i, ond am hyn yn bwysig iawn, lle mae yna dystiolaeth o ddiffyg gweithredu gan lywodraeth i ledaenu llawyrch yn deg i sicrhau bod pob rhanbarth yn cael y cyfle gorau posib i gael y gwasanaethau cyhoeddus mwyaf cynaliadwy, bod buddsoddiad, trafnidiaeth neu ddatblygu economaidd ddim yn ymddangos yn hafal ar draws y wlad. Mae'n bwysig sefyll i fyny dros y rhanbarthau hynny, lle bynnag y maen nhw, a lle mae yna syniadau. Lle mae yna, dwi'n hapus iawn i ildio i Alun Davies, sydd fel arfer yn siarad.
Dyw'r gweinidog ddim eisiau cyfrannu i'r ddadl, mae'n gwneud lawer gormod o gyfraniadau ar ei eistedd, os gael ddweud, ac felly os wneud y gweinidog ganiatáu aelodau i siarad ac i gyfrannu'r ddadl yn llawn.
Dydy'r gweinidog byth eisiau gwneud cyfraniad i ddadleuon Llywydd, ond yn hapus iawn i'w lais gael ei glywed mewn y siambr tra mae ar ei eistedd. Mi na i barhau lle mae yna syniadau neu gynlluniau fel sydd ganddo ni ym Mhlaid Cymru, fel dyn ni'n hamlinellu pnawnau gryfhau y gogledd, i annog buddsoddiad, cael gwared ar ddiffyg cydbwysedd rhanbarthol mewn nifer o feysydd, gwneud yn gwaith ar ran y netholwyr yda ni a dal y Llywodraeth i gyfri. Dwi'n edrych ar ddau faes rhodden ni sylw iddyn nhw'n yn trafodaethau ni gyda'r cytundeb efo Llywodraeth Cymru cyn y gyllideb a'r drafnidiaeth yn gyntaf. Mae deioli y Britannia'n rhywbeth dwi wedi galw amdano'n gyson ers cael fy ethol, nid dim ond ymateb i oedi mewn oriau brig ydy hyn, mor rhwystredig ydy hynny i deithwyr ac i rhai sy'n defnyddio'r bont am y resymau masnachol. Yn hytrach cam ydy hyn i adeiladu gwtnwch i'r cysylltiadau rhwng y tir mawr a Môn yn yr hir dymor. Dim ond yr wythnos yma mi gafodd Pont Britannia ei chau oherwydd gwynt efo Pont Menai, yr unig gyswllt ar agor. Pont fydd yn dathlu 200 mlwyddiant o fewn y degawd nesaf. Mae'r y bont hyfryta gywchi, ond tynnu'r pwysau oddi arni hi. Nid ychwanegu pwysau arni hi ddylan ni fod yn ei wneud yn y dyfodol. A mae yna gyfle yma i sicrhau cysylltiad, fydd yn sicrhau llif traffig, rhoi sicrwydd i'r gwasanaethau brys, maen nhw'n gofyn i fi bwyso amdano fo, cyfle i roi sicrwydd i fasnach, a hefyd cyfle rwan i chwilio am fuddsoddiad grid genedlaethol ar gyfer cludo gwifra trydan foltedd uchel ar draws y Fenai'n hytrach na gwario falle 150 y filiynau ar wneud twnnel. Mi allan nhw'n wneud cyfraniad a chal arian wrth gefn i fuddsoddi mewn tan ddeiaru gwifra ar draws Ynys Môn. A mae pob aelod etholedig yn Ynys Môn yn cefnogi hynny ar wahân i aelod rhanbarthol UKIP. Dyna pam oedden ni'n falch o weld y gytundeb gyllideb yn neilltuo arian i ddatblygu'r cynlluniau ar gyfer y croesiad ymhellach. Tra dwi ym maes trafnidiaeth, gadwch i fi gyfeirio at gysylltiadau y gogledd efo rhannau eraill o Gymru. Mae Prydain gyfan yn dioddau o'r canoli pob ffordd, bob rheilffordd yn arwain i Lundain. A'r gorllewin dwyrain o hyd ydy'r prif wythiannau trafnidiaeth yng Nghymru. Mae'n bwysig bod yna gysylltiadau cry rhwng Gogledd Cymru a Llundain. Mae'n bwysig bod yna gysylltiadau cry trawsffiniol. Ond gadwch i ni gofio hefyd am yr angen i fuddsoddi yn y cysylltiadau trafnidiaeth yna fydd yn helpu i gryfhau economi gynhenid y Gymreig, y math o economi fel ddedodd Llyr, fydd yn gallu bod yn bartner efo'r Northern Powerhouse ac yn bartner efo'n partneriaid ni hefyd i'r gorllewin yn Iwerddon. Mi ddefnyddiau yr munud sgen i ar ôl i dynnu sylw at un maes arall, sef y pryder neu'r prinder arffwysol o weithwyr iechyd sydd ganddo ni yn y gogledd, yn benodol meddygon. Mae Plaid Cymru wedi cyflwyno cynnig allai helpu fynd i'r afel y hyn, sef i sefydlu canolfan addysg feddygol Mangor. Da ni'n gwybod bod yna batrwm o feddygon yn tueddu i setlo i weithio lle maen nhw wedi cael ei hyfforddi. Rwsyd, da ni angen darparu mwy o feddygon sydd wedi ei gwreiddio yng Nghymru wledig, wedi datblygu arbenigedd efallai mewn meddygaeth wledig sy'n ymroddedig i weithio yng Nghymru wledig ac yn y gogledd yn benodol hefyd. Mae yna gyfle, dwi'n meddwl, drwy'r ganolfan addysg newydd yma i ddarparu hynny mewn partneriaeth, dwi'n gobeithio, efo Caerdydd ag Abertawe. Mae yna sôn am symud mwy o fyfyrwyr o Gaerdydd ag Abertawe. Da ni'n gwybod bod rhai anhyfforddiant yn mynd ar rotations o gwmpas Cymru, ond mae'n rhwystyr i bobl sydd ddim yn dymuno gwneud y teithio de gogledd yna. Mae'n rhwystyr iddyn nhw ddod i astudio o fewn y cyfundrefn Cymreig. Felly, beth am gryfhau yr addysg feddygol sydd yna yn y gogledd? Felly, mewn addysg feddygol, mewn trafnidiaeth, mewn datblygu economaidd, nid yn unig mae angen tegwch, mae angen sicrhau cydraddoldeb cyfle, ond mae rhaid i bobl y gogledd allu gweld mai dyna reality.
Hannah Blythen.
Diolch, Lewis. I welcome the opportunity to have this debate today and to be able to contribute, as I'm proud to serve the community that shaped me, and since being elected just over a year ago, I've been clear that I'm not only here to be that strong voice and stand up for my constituents in Delyn, but also for North Wales and the North East Wales area as a whole. Like many others from the area, I'm all too well aware of what I tend to call the devolution disconnect from the area from my not least because from my constituency, it's actually quicker to get to London, by train from Flint than it is to get to Cardiff. And there's a whole range of things we can do to tackle that. And I'm actually, for that one of those reasons, I'm looking forward to the Senedd Act coming to Delyn next month and using that to actually engage more people with what the Assembly does and how it impacts on their lives. But also it is about ensuring that we bring greater economic benefits from devolution to the region. And I'm pleased to see some such investment in the pipeline, including the development bank that was launched today, which will be based in Wrexham. And I'm also supportive of the plans to have a national football museum also in Wrexham, but I'd ask perhaps if there's any clarity from Plaid Cymru, whether that be part of the National Museum or a standalone museum. And from my own personal perspective too, I'm also keen to know whether the museum would feature those Welsh greats such as Neville Southall and the late Gary Speed, who also played for the #1 team for North Walians to support Everton. I should point out this is the only time I ever support the team in blue. Over the summer...
Taking intervention, it's worth noting that Neville Southall outed himself as pro-independence over the past few weeks.
He backed me personally for my and works in Black
Everybody seems to have a story about Neville Southall. I'll leave it there. During the summer, I spent a lot of the summer doing a survey of constituents, going out door to door, knocking on doors, and one of the main issues that came back was public transport, particularly in more rural areas. And there's many issues around, bus and train tables and integration in the region, and I think issues that the planned North East Wales Metro needs to address. 50 million from the Welsh Government to take forward the North East Wales Metro is a big proposal that could bring huge economic benefit. But as we work towards this metro gathers pace, I think we also need to consider the importance of people's ability to access decent work closer to home and provide a driver for businesses to invest and expand. I think the proposals for new stations at Deeside Industrial Park and Broughton and Airbus Broughton is to facilitate travel to Airbus and the new Advanced Manufacturing Institute would better equip our region with transport connections to meet work demand. However, I think the ambition shouldn't end there. I think we need to look at additional stations, and particularly from my perspective, my own constituency, I think there is merit for looking at an additional station in the Greenfield Holywell area, which not only would connect the advanced manufacturing sector of the North East with the energy sector of the North West and Greenfield and Mostyn Docks, but also actually could link into some of the tourism heritage of St Winifred's Well and Basingwork Abbey in the area. We've already touched on how an integrated transport system is essential, not just to connect us east to west and north to south, but also across the border in North West England. So we know around almost 23,000 people commute from North Wales daily into the northwest of England, and almost 31,000 travel in the opposite way into North Wales. And this has had a long-standing pressure on our transport infrastructure, and one that needs addressing. And we know the value of that M56, A55 corridor is £35 billion, and over 2 million people live within a 30-minute commute of Deeside Industrial Park, making further investment in our infrastructure all the more significant, which is why improvements to A55 are looking at the Menai crossings, additional routes, widening where we can, the resilience study to look at those pinch points to see how we can address our challenges are all incredibly important, as it's the gateway to North Wales and all the amazing tourism and attractions that we have there. And so we need that infrastructure in place to better make the most of our visitor economy. Talked about, I work on the Welsh Government's commitment, we talked about a growth strategy and a growth deal for North Wales. And I'd ask kind of where the UK Government is on this, and hope to see something more than just warm words in the autumn statement, and actually some money to follow, money where their mouth is, literally, so we can take that forward. But we need the UK Government, Welsh Government, all politicians across the region, and working in partnership with stakeholders like the North Wales Economic Ambition Board, the Mersey Alliance, working together to achieve this growth deal for North Wales. And, we can't, I think other people have acknowledged that, when we talk about the North Wales economy, we can't ignore the fact that we're historically and physically and economically connected to our neighbours across the northwest of England. And although cross-border working, I think, brings a unique sense of challenges, it also could bring significant opportunities, but we need to make sure those opportunities make the most for us in North Wales. Finally, I'd like to welcome the Welsh Government's amendment to this motion, which commits to continued support for the steel industry in Wales, including Shotton Steelworks in North East Wales. I won't refrain from repeatedly making the case for Shotton Steelworks when we talk about the steel industry in Wales. It is a shining light in the sector, and that produces profitable and unique projects with a highly skilled and committed workforce. And it's just one example of the advanced manufacturing sector, which is the cornerstone of our regional and wider wealth in North East Wales. Indeed.
Are you winding up, please?
I am. Indeed, I believe there is great potential in the pipeline for North Wales, a potential that's been recognised right now by the government here. But we cannot be complacent. We must build on this, ensure that the voices of the people of North Wales are heard loud and clear in developing our region if we successfully bridge the gap between North and South and get a fair share of the devolution dividends.
Thank you very much. Siôn Gwenllian.
Diolch i'r Prylywydd, a mae'n bleser gen I gymryd rhan yn y ddadl holl bwysig yma heddiw. Ac fel gog o'r gorllewin, dwi am ddefnyddio yng nghyfraniad I drafod y gogledd orllewin yn benodol. Un o fy hoff arferion I fel yr aelod cynulliad dros Arfon ydy sgwrsio efo cynifer o bobl a phosib ar draws yr etholaeth. A'r un peth sy'n cael ei godi efo finna hefyd, yn debyg I llyr ar hyn, dro ar ôl tro, beth sy'n cael ei godi efo fi ydy'r ymdeimlad yma fod Llywodraeth San Steffan ac yn gynyddol Llywodraeth Cymru yn gadael ein cymunedau ni ar ôl. Ond mae o'n fwy nag ymdeimlad. Yn anffodus, mae o'n reality hefyd. Mae Llyr Gruffydd di sôn am y ffaith fod trigolion y gogledd wedi derbyn dros 350 o bunna yn llai y pen o gymharu â thrigolion de-ddwyrain Cymru ers 2013. Ac efo'r posibilrwydd o ddefnyddio holl bwera benthyg y Llywodraeth ar ariannu prosiect drydfawr llwybr dyr M4 yn fuan, mae'n debyg mae dal I ddisgwyl am chwarae teg y bydd trigolion y gogledd, a hynny am flynyddoedd lawer I ddod, os na oes na newid cyfeiriad sylweddol. Mae gorfodi'r Llywodraeth I fuddsoddi yn sylweddol yn ein cornol ni o Gymru yn aml yn teimlo fel trio gwasgu gwaed o garreg. Fel mae cynlluniau ar gyfer y ffordd osgoi ym Mont Newydd yn dangos, dydy buddsoddiadau sylweddol o'r math yma ddim ond yn dod oherwydd ymgyrchu diflino gan Blaid Cymru dros nifer o flynyddoedd. Mae angen buddsoddi yn is-adeiledd y gogledd, ond hefyd buddsoddi mewn swyddi. Ac yn fan hyn mae yna gyfle i'r Llywodraeth ddangos I ymrwymiad nhw I ddosbarthu cyfoeth drwy sicrhau fod swyddi yn y sector cyhoeddus a sefydliadau cenedlaethol yn cael ei dosbarthu ledled Cymru. Ond hyd yn oed ar ôl cyhoeddi y strategaeth lleoli gyda'r amcan o gynnal a chreu swyddi mewn ardaloedd tu allan I goridor yr M4, methwyd a mynd ar maen i'r wal, yn enwedig yn y gogledd orllewin. Yn 2010, roedd 127 o swyddi wedi ei lleoli yn nhref Caernarfon. Erbyn hyn, 82 o swyddi sydd yna yng Nghaernarfon. Ac mae yna fwy o ansicrwydd ar y gorwel ar gyfer gweithwyr yn swyddfa Llywodraeth Cymru yn y dref. Mae'r Llywodraeth yn mynd I werthu'r safle presennol mwyn lesu rhan o adeilad llai mewn rhan arall o'r dre. Lesu, nid prynu adeilad newydd, efo'r hawl I ddiweddu'r les ar ôl 5 mlynedd, ac mae hyn I mi yn codi cwestiynau mawr am sicrwydd y swyddi yng Nghaernarfon yn yr hir dymor. O'n i'n falch iawn pan gytunodd Llywodraeth Cymru I alwadau Plaid Cymru I gynnwys 2 filiwn o bunna mwyn hyrwyddo cydweithio rhwng 4 sir y gorllewin fel rhan o gytundeb gyllideb. Mae gynnon ni gyfle rwan ar draws y gorllewin I rannu arfer dda, cyfle I weithio'n strategol a chyfle I gychwyn denu buddsoddiad newydd i'r gorllewin. Oherwydd mi fydda gadael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd heb unrhyw fath o ddel yn ddim llai na thrychineb i'r ardal wledig, dlawd, orllewinol Gymraeg yma. Mae rhaid ni felly ddyblu'n ymdrechion dros yr ardal, ac un cam clir mae'n rhaid i'r siroedd gorllewinol hyn I cymryd ydy gweithio efo'i gilydd mwyn denu buddsoddiad ar gyfer is-adeiledd modern a swyddi o ansawdd i'r ardaloedd difreintiedig yma. Pryder pobl yn fetholaeth I yw na fydd manteision bargen twf y gogledd yn ymestyn i'r gogledd orllewin. Felly dwi'n edrych ymlaen at weld rhanbarth newydd grymus yn dod i'r amlwg yn y gorllewin mwyn gweithio yn erbyn methianna Llywodraeth Cymru a'r Deyrnas Unedig I fuddsoddi mewn talp mawr o'n gwlad. Falla wedyn y gallwn ni greu cenedl lle mae pob cwr o'r wlad yn cael cyfle I ffynnu.
Thank you very much. Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I endorse the sentiments expressed in points 1, 2 and 4 of Plaid's motion. It's very true that the performance of the economy in North Wales needs to be strengthened. In particular, we need to build an economy in North Wales that allows its people to earn more while allowing them to keep more of their own money. I also regret the historic underfunding of North Wales, as do so many other people in North Wales. Excuse me. However, although Plaid are making the right noises, when it comes to action, they're doing the opposite and supporting a Labour budget and a Labour government that has let down North Wales in the past and will let down North Wales in the future. So much more could have been achieved for North Wales if Plaid had stayed true to their voters' wishes and helped throw that budget out. But now they expect us to applaud them for successfully begging for the crumbs that are left after Cardiff and the rest of the South has once again taken the lion's share from this South-centric government. The rest of the motion does seem agreeable, but again, this does seem a little bit odd coming from Plaid given their current track record. They mention the extra crumbs their betrayal of Plaid voters has secured for Visit Wales, but somehow forget to mention the tourism tax, which they're the supporter of being powerless or unwilling to stop, which will make things even harder for those running tourist-related businesses in Wales. Since the advent of cheap holidays abroad, Welsh tourism businesses need every bit of help they can get. Not moves that will push up costs and overheads, especially in comparison with their English counterparts. This is not just a tax on tourism businesses, but on all of the non-tourism businesses that are involved in the supply chain, or that benefit from a healthy tourism sector and the employment it supports. And therefore, the proposal is in effect a levy on pretty much all local businesses in North Wales. But the tourism tax does have one useful function. It helps voters see what happens when you devolve tax powers to Labour and, through their supporter, Plaid. They raise them. They look to find anyone who is making a living and grab what they can while they can, with no consideration for the long-term effects. We can't support point 3 of Plaid's motion, by which Plaid seeks to give itself a massive pat on the back for negotiation concessions secured from the Welsh Government in return for propping up a Welsh Government again, whilst at the same time pretending to oppose that government. Consequently...
Go on.
Yeah, go on.
Go on, thank you. Yeah, I mean, you've seen the list that we've outlined in our motion. Which ones do you disagree with, then?
Point 3. That's it? That's it? OK, fine. OK. So, consequently, UKIP will be supporting Amendment 2. As regards the other amendments to the motion, relating to Amendment 1 by Labour, I note that Welsh Labour may now be spending some money in North Wales, at least they've promised to, and we'll see if those plans come to pass. But I don't think that Welsh Labour have anything really to boast about, though. Yes, money is being promised to North Wales in some limited ways, but that's a drop in a puddle compared with the monies that are being invested by Welsh Government in South Wales. The benefits of the so-called improvement to the A55, A494 corridor to the local economy remain to be seen. I and many others believe that the decision to implement the red route will merely move the traffic problems currently in Queensferry further west, which will help no one and certainly not the wider community. So I will be reminding voters whose lives and livelihoods will be damaged by the decisions and the neglect of North Wales by Welsh Labour that they should not only blame Labour but also the equally culpable Plaid. Turning to the other amendments proposed by Labour, as regards an additional crossing over the Menai Strait, when will these plans actually see the light of day and when will construction actually start? How soon can people on Anglesey expect the third crossing? When will this Advanced Manufacturing Research Institute start showing dividends? No economic benefits can be felt until the plans come to fruition. So when will we actually see some improvements in the real world? I recognise that some of the powers called for by the North Wales Economic Ambition Board would need to be devolved by the UK Government first. However, the proposals of the North Wales Economic Ambition Board are very interesting ones that should be taken on board by Welsh Government, but I fear they won't be. It would make sense for such decisions to be made by those most closely affected by them and by people who understand the area and put North Wales first. Power should be devolved to the lowest level of government feasible, and therefore we will be supporting Amendment 3. Perhaps if investment decisions had historically been made by those most affected by them, we would not now be bemoaning the neglect of North Wales in comparison with other regions of Wales. So in summary, although I support the sentiments expressed in Plaid's motion, I do find it a bit rich, coming from a party that has propped up a Labour government for years, that has treated North Wales as a poor and remote relation and continues to do so. Thank you.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch yn fawr, Dipwy Lawydd, ac rhaid fi ddweud mewn dadleuon fel hyn, dwi'n ffindo fi hunan ar dir haniaethol weithiau gan dybio, weithiau wy'n teimlo lle mae'r Gogledd Cymru yn dechrau, lle mae'n benni, ond y tro yma, mi newydd dilyn sgwrs lle o'n i teimlo, wel, pa fyd a pa Gymru dwi'n byw yno, achos oedd hwnna gyfan gwbl afreal wrth gymharu â'r byd ni'n byw ynddo fe. Yn ywedig trafod treth nad yw'n bodoli eto, nad yw'n wedi cael ei cynnig yn ffurfiol, a lle mae'r Llywodraeth San Steffan yn gallu gweud na wrth y dreth hwnna, unrhyw byd o gwbl. Beth sydd yn digwydd yn Gogledd Cymru, wrth gwrs, mae trafystiaeth yn hynod bwysig i'r afordir a'r ardaloedd gwledig, ac beth fydde'n gwneud byd o wahaniaeth yna, fydde torri treth a werth i 5%, fel mae Plaid Cymru wedi bod yn ymgyrchu yn gyson ar ei hyd, yn lle mae'r caedwadwyr sydd wedi bod mor hiawdl ynglyn â trafystiaeth yn ystod y bythefnos diwethaf, ond wedi cadw treth a werth 17.5% a wedyn codi treth a werth i 20% o busnesau trafystiaeth, a addo mewn etholiad, nawr nhw byth yn gwneud y fath beth i Ogledd Cymru a Gweddill Cymru. Dyna'r gwir am y blaid honno. Ond mae yna un peth sydd yn gallu cael ei gweld fel llinend sy'n cysylltu'r Gogledd, lle bynnag chi'n teimlo mae'r Gogledd yn dechrau. Bydde fai yn teimlo bod yr iaith yn dechrau newid rhyw byd uwchben Aberystwyth, a fai eraill yn teimlo bod rhaid i chi fynd heibio Dolgellau. Dwi ddim cweit yn siŵr lle yn union mae'r Gogledd yn dechrau, ond dwi yn gwybod bod yna rhywbeth cyffredin yn yr ardaloedd hynny, sef cefn gwlad, ffermio ac amaeth a adnoddau naturiol, yn ywedig y gwynt a'r glaw. A dwi jyst eisiau siarad yn fas iawn am y cyfleoedd y dylen ni trio manteisio yn nhw nawr i sefydlu economi gryfach gan defnyddio adnoddau naturiol ni yn yr ardaloedd hynny a gan sicrhau dyfodol llewychus i cefn gwlad. Mae Sian Gwenllian wedi cyffwrdd ar hyn, ond gobeithio ddim yn maddau i fi jyst wedi chydig mwy am y ffaith bod gyda ni erbyn hyn adroddiadau arbenigol iawn am y wahanol senarios gall deillio o adael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd heb gytundeb, neu gyda gytundeb o math arbennig, neu gyda parhad i pob pwrpas y fachnad sengl ar undeb tollau. O'r holl senarios yna, does dim dwywaith fod Gogledd Cymru yn mynd i fod yn dioddau'n wael iawn, ond i bai bod gyda ni rhyw fath o gytundeb sydd yn cadw mynediad neu rhywbeth rhaid tebyg i aros yn y fachnad sengl ar undeb tollau. Mae'n bwysig fwy ar gofnod, dwi'n meddwl, bod undeb ymaethwyr Cymru wedi dweud y bod rhaid i ni aros yn yr fachnad sengl ar undeb tollau, a bod yr NFU heb sôn yn benodol am y fachnad sengl, ond wedi sôn yn benodol am aros yn yr undeb tollau o leia am y tro mwyn sicrhau bod y fasnach yn digwydd. Mae'r un o'r senarios sydd wedi cael ei crybwyll gan adroddiad yr Agriculture and Horticulture Development Board yn dweud yn glir iawn bod yr ardaloedd hynny sydd yn llai ffafriol, sydd o fan fwy o amaeth yng Ngogledd Cymru, yn mynd i fod nid yn unig yn colli arian, ond y dweud y gwir yn mynd i fod mewn sefyllfa negyddol pe bai y cytundeb yna yn digwydd. Mae'n bwysig felly, a dyn ni ddim yn mynd i ymddiheibio i neb am foi mewn cynnig Plaid Cymru a ddadl Plaid Cymru, rhai o bethau dyn ni wedi llwyddo sicrhau gan Llywodraeth Cymru, ac yn ei plith nhw yw 6 miliwn o bunnoedd ar gyfer ffermwyr newydd, ar gyfer pobl newydd i mewn i byd amaeth a cefnogaeth. Wy'n gobeithio drwy drafod gyda Llywodraeth Cymru a byddwn ni'n cael gweld cynllun llewychus i sicrhau bod ni fwy yn neges iawn i bobl. Wrth i ni am adael ar Undeb Ewropeaidd, mae yna cyfleoedd i waed newydd yn y diwydiant, mae yna cyfleoedd i bobl newydd i dod mewn i diwydiant, a mae'n mwy na dim byd arall. Mae yna cyfleoedd i syniadau newydd dod mewn i amaeth, a mae angen y chwildo yno, wrth gwrs, i mwyn delio gyda her y dyfodol. Ac wrth gwrs, mae gyda ni llwyddiant wrth ceisio lliniaru ar rai o'r problemau sydd wedi deillio wrth newid treth busnes a'r effaith a cynllunio ynni o'r dŵr. I ni wedi llwyddo cael ryddhad treth ar gyfer cwmnïau cymunedol. Mae yna ddadl dros cael ryddhad treth ar gyfer pob math o cwmni sydd yn gwneud ynni o'r dŵr. Dyn ni wedi pwysio Llywodraeth mor bell a gallwn nhw yn y cytundeb yma. Mae yna dyrdiliad tymor hir o trethu busnes. Mae'n amlwg bod y Llywodraeth ddim rili yn moyn gweld trethu busnes yn lladd busnes llywachus y maes yn ei adnewyddol. Dwi'n siŵr bod nhw ddim eisiau gweld hwnna, ond dyna beth yw sgil effeithiau newidiaeth sydd wedi bod yn trethu busnes, a mae rhaid i unrhyw adolygiad nawr sicrhau bod yna llwyddiant y ffyniant. Dwi'n gweld yr enghraifft bod Llywodraeth San Steffan yn edrych ryddhad ar y treth stamp, y treth pan i tai a iddo, ar gyfer y tai ac eiddo sydd yn ei adnewyddol. Wel, gallwn ni wneud un peth yn rwydd fan hyn yng Nghymru. Dwi'n gwir oedd Plaid Cymru wedi cynnig hynny wrth edrych ar y dreth yn mynd drwy pwllgwr, ond oedd y Llywodraeth yn barod i dderbyn ar y pryd. Felly jyst i gloi a nodyn o baith, dwi'n meddwl, mae yna cyfleoedd diwi i tyfu economi Gogledd Cymru os y ni yn meddu ar yr adnoddau'n hunan a'r yn dyfodol yn hunan. Ac mae hynny yn golygu mwy o rym i Gymru gyfan.
Thank you very much. Can I now call the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure, Ken Skate?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'd like to thank members for their respective contributions to today's debate. I am incredibly proud of North Wales and the dynamic, forward-looking economy that it has. Advanced manufacturing hubs in North Wales, a flourishing tourism sector, a booming food and drink sector, outstanding skills providers. They all contribute to a hugely prosperous part of Wales, one that we wish to see develop in the coming years, but one which is built on existing strengths and capabilities. And incidentally, I think I should draw attention to the fact that right now in the Middle East, World Skills is taking place. There are approximately 30 competitors from the UK there, and I'm pleased to say that 2 are from Wales, 2 are from Coleg Cambria in North Wales. Both represent occupations in the advanced manufacturing sector. One lives in Manchester, one lives in Wales, and both work in North Wales, contributing to that sector and to the regional economy. I'm pleased to say as well that both economic output and household incomes in North Wales are higher than the average in Wales. This shows that the economy of the region is buoyant, is strong, but we do not wish to rest on our laurels, and we will be investing heavily in the region in the years to come. From Wilver to Airbus, from Zipworld to Chetwood Financial, we've some of the best skilled workers, we've some of the biggest attractions and the brightest prospects in the UK. And I say all of this because I do think that it's too easy in debates such as this to focus on the negatives. We rightly focus on what we can do better, but rarely do we take a moment to actually reflect on what we're doing very well. And so I'd like to start my contribution talking about the positives. And I do think that the fundamentals of the North Wales economy are strong. Our task now is to look forward and to build on the strengths of the region, to promote North Wales and to strengthen its confidence, not to turn North Wales to against other parts of our country. And I'm proud of what the Welsh Government has done to support the success of North Wales in recent years. Our programme for government investment portfolio in North Wales is hugely ambitious, far, far more ambitious than during the period in which a Plaid Cymru member held the economy and infrastructure levers. Across the region, we have plans for investment in 78 schemes, totalling a capital investment of more than £1 billion for North Wales. That certainly is no small fry. We're investing £250 million in the Deeside Corridor, or Flintshire Corridor, as my colleague Hannah Blythen rightly calls it, to address the chronic congestion that I'm afraid was only worsened when a previous minister decided to cancel the project. We're creating an advanced manufacturing and research institute to deliver game-changing support to key manufacturing companies, which will potentially grow the regional economy by £4 billion. And we're investing £50 million to take forward the first phase of the North East Wales Metro. We are creating, as members are aware, MSpark in the North West. We are locating the headquarters of the Development Bank of Wales in the North East. And the Welsh Government has led the way in pressing the UK Government to ensure that high-speed rail 2 has regular and accessible links into North Wales to support the economy. And I would ask opposition members whether they have done as we have, which is to urge the UK Government to support Scenario 3. As I outlined in March, we are progressing with developing a third crossing of the Menai Straits. And I do think, as Hannah Blythen said, there is a need to take a mature view of the position of the North Wales economy and develop a strategic agenda for the region that develops the significant cross-border opportunities we have to ensure that the region plays a bigger role in the Midlands engine and the Northern powerhouse. Yes. It's a fact that the GVA of the North Wales and MGA region is more than half of the entire Welsh economy. And Hannah Blythen was right to state that it's difficult to travel from Delyn to Cardiff in less time than it is to travel from Delyn to London. But the reality is that it takes less than an hour now to travel from Delyn to Liverpool, Delyn to Manchester, or Delyn to Chester. And so cross-border collaboration is a necessity, and it is surely desirable for our improved economic well-being. For that reason, the Welsh Government has played a leading role with our partners in North Wales and on both sides of the border to develop proposals for a North Wales growth deal that gets added benefit from deals that are being formed across the border in the North West and the Midlands of England. And I've been very clear that any growth deal must be used to bring together the UK Government and the Welsh Government with a shared purpose to capitalise on the strategic potential of the region, with a relentless focus on improving productivity, raising skills and improving infrastructure, with Growth Track 360 asks at the very heart of any deal. And as constructive as Mark Isherwood's contribution today might have been, I do think that getting his political masters in London to address the shameful underfunding of our railways would be far more beneficial to North Wales. As great as North Wales is, though, there are challenges that we have faced in recent times. Last year, we intervened to support our steel industry, including the important site at Shotton, by making available over £60 million of support to Tata to keep steel jobs and steel production here in Wales. Our investment is helping the Shotton plant develop a sustainable future, and in turn is helping that community to make a vital and vibrant contribution to the local economy. But of course, the most significant investment in North Wales, indeed the whole of Wales, in the years to come will be the £14 billion Wilfa Newydd project. This is the largest private sector investment since the dawn of devolution, and we are absolutely committed to ensuring that this project, of course subject to necessary consents, delivers a lasting legacy for Ynys Môn, and to ensure that this development is reflected fully and wholly in the growth deal. Deputy Presiding Officer, you'll be pleased to learn that last week appointments were made to our new regionally focused economic development units, with Gwenllian Roberts appointed as Deputy Director to the North Wales region. Our model of regionally focused economic development will build on the work that we have been undertaking with our partners in North Wales to develop new structures of cooperation. And so, to conclude, we are committed to doing everything possible to support jobs and growth across North Wales, from Cemmaes Bay to Saltney Ferry, and indeed to all parts of Wales.
Thank you very much. And I call on Claire Griffiths to reply to the debate.
Wel, gai ddiolch Dirprwy Lywydd i bawb sydd wedi cyfrannu i'r ddadl yma. Mae'n debyg mod i wedi siarad gormod ar y dechrau i allu ymateb i bob pwynt sydd wedi cael ei wneud wrth gloi fel hyn. I'll pick up on one or two of the contributions, and thank you for making those contributions. Member for Delyn, of course, mentioned concerns about the devolution disconnect, and she was asking about clarity around the proposed National Football Museum. Well, my wish, certainly, is that it would be part of the network of national museums that we have in Wales. Certainly, when you look at the map, there is a gaping hole in North East Wales in terms of having national museums in all parts of our country. And, you know, there has been reference to the lack of national institutions in North East Wales generally, and I think maybe that, over the years, has fed a little bit of the devolution disconnect that some people feel. So that's my response to your point there. And I have to say, the contribution that we had from the UKIP member for North Wales, you confirmed to me that you don't support the third point of our motion today. That means that you don't support better links between North and South Wales. You don't support improvements to the Menai Crossing. You don't support additional support for young farmers in your region, more medical training in your region, business rate relief for community hydro schemes in your region, additional funding for Visit Wales in your region. You heard it here first, and that tells us all we need to know, I think, about your party. Can I thank Simon Thomas for his contribution as well? Certainly there's a lot that we can build on in terms of the rural economy, but also the point that was made about tourism. Clearly, if parties in this Assembly want to do something to support the tourism sector in Wales, then certainly they can start with VAT, and the Tory Chancellor of the Exchequer can start next month in his budget. And I look forward to seeing Conservative members of Parliament voting his budget down if he doesn't walk the walk. Or even supporting Plaid Cymru amendments, and I trust that there will be amendments to that effect in relation to VAT. In the meantime, this party is getting on with being an effective opposition, securing millions of pounds of additional investment for Visit Wales last year, millions of pounds of additional investment for Visit Wales this year, millions of pounds of additional investment next year as well. That's what effective opposition is about. Just to address some of the amendments, which was something that I didn't do in my opening remarks, I see that the Welsh Government has once again opted for one of its delete all and replace with amendments in an attempt to highlight some of their successes, many of which, of course, I support. I just wonder how long the list would be for other parts of the country when I look at that list. We won't be supporting the second amendment from the Conservatives, which again seeks to delete recognition of the numerous victories that we've secured in this budget, and indeed victories for some of the people that you represent as a party as well. The third amendment we're happy to support, the third amendment, in favour of devolving beyond Cardiff. You could argue that, of course, if we had a government that truly did represent the whole of Wales and ensured equity of investment to all parts of the country, you might not need that amendment, but we are happy to support it. So with those comments, and having been told I have 3 minutes 25 seconds to sum up, I thank you all for contributing.
Thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion without amendment. Does any member object? Object. Right, thank you. We will now defer that voting on this item until voting time. And unless 3 members wish for the bell to be rung, I will proceed directly to voting time. Okay. So we're now going to vote firstly on the motions to elect to committees. Can I just inform you that the first 3 votes we take they have to have a 2/3 majority to pass. So I now call for a vote on the first motion to elect Neil McAvoy to the Petitions Committee. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 39, 10 abstentions. Therefore, that motion is carried. The motion to elect Ffrin ap Iorwerth to the Petitions Committee again requires a 2/3 majority to carry. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 39, 10 abstentions. Therefore, that motion is carried. The motion to elect Adam Price to the Public Accounts Committee again requires a 2/3 vote to carry. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 40, 10 abstentions. Therefore, that motion is carried. We now move on to the Welsh Conservative debate on concessionary bus and travel for young people, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Paul Davis. If the proposal is not agreed to, we will vote on the amendments tabled to that motion. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 24, no abstentions. Against the motion 26. Therefore, that motion is not agreed. Can we have some quiet while we're carrying out the votes? And the person saying here is probably the one who's the most noisiest in the chamber. Thank you. So that was for the motion 24. No abstentions against the motion 26. Therefore, that is not agreed, and we'll now turn to vote on Amendment 1. So a call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Jane Hutt. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the amendment 26, 8 abstentions, 16 votes against. Therefore, Amendment 1 is agreed. I now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 49, 1 abstention. Therefore, the motion as amended is agreed. We now move on to the Plaid Cymru debate on the North Wales economy, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Rhyn ap Iorwerth. And again, if this proposal is not agreed, we vote on the amendments tabled to the motion. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion, 8, no abstentions, 42 against. Therefore, that motion is not agreed, and we proceed to vote on the amendments. Now turn to Amendment 1. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendment 2 will be deselected. So I call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Jane Hutt. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 26, no abstentions, 24 against. Therefore, Amendment 1 is agreed. Amendment 2 is deselected. Now call for a vote on Amendment 3, tabled in the name of Paul Davies. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 50, no abstentions, no against. Therefore, Amendment 3 is agreed. So I now call for a vote on the motion as amended. Open the vote. Close the vote. For the motion 28, 8 abstentions, 14 against. Therefore, the motion as amended is agreed. We now move to the short debate. If members are leaving the chamber, can you do so quietly, quickly, please? It did go through. I thought they were all going to vote it down. Thank you. Can you hurry? If you're leaving the chamber, will you hurry up, please? Now move to the short debate, and I call on Bethan Jenkins. Thank you. If you're leaving the chamber, will you do so quickly, quietly, please? If not, please sit down. Thank you. Sorry, Bethan. I now call on Bethan Jenkins to speak on the subject that she has chosen. Bethan.
Thanks, and I've given a minute to Angela Burns. When approaching this debate, thinking about the issues it poses, including patient rights, how we support and trust victims of crimes or mistreatment in the NHS, how we safeguard against future incidents, and how the NHS handles problems and major incidents when they do arise, I felt it was important to use current events as a prism through which to look at these problems. The Chris Wade case is, of course, one which people will know here I have taken a particular interest in, not just because ABMU Health Board is in my region, but I have taken an interest because the case has demonstrated clearly, despite the review and the promises and assurances, Wales is still in a situation where a major health board has failed again to properly live up to the expectations people have of their NHS. And, more fundamentally, women have been failed, victims of sexual abuse by a sexual predator in an alleged safe environment. I must put this case on the record, have a proper discussion about it, and assess what went wrong and the issues that have arisen as a result. The desktop review Lessons Learned, published by ABMU in August, was something of a contradiction in terms. I think we would agree that in order for a proper review into a major incident to be thorough and to demonstrate that lessons have in fact been learnt, that such a review would acknowledge the gravity of a situation such as the one under discussion before anything else. But in fact, what we saw was something quite different. The report itself was inexplicably late. We were informed initially that the review would be ready in January. It was not published until August. No explanation has been given for this. The review being led by the former Chief Executive, Paul Roberts, did not materialise, and instead a desktop review was published with redacted authors, a far cry from the thorough and wide-ranging process which was expected and deserved. I have been told that repeated requests by a consultant and former clinical director to give evidence to the desktop review was repeatedly denied. The report came to conclusions for which there was absolutely no basis, such as the claim that there was no link between the failure to prosecute or dismiss Mr Wade and his murder of Christine James. This is something which, unfortunately, others, including the Welsh Government, have repeated. How can this claim conclusively be made when Mr Wade clearly committed a series of sexual assaults against vulnerable women, aggressive actions which are often recognised as precursor behaviours to more serious crimes? In the opinions of many, including some legal opinions, there is a casual link between the decline to prosecute and the fact that Mr Wade faced no legal issues at the time he committed the murder of Christine James. There was scant information over how Mr Wade came to be employed as a health support worker, working with vulnerable people in the first place. Mr Wade started with the predecessor authority, Bro Morgannwg, as an IT technician. He was also not subject to any advanced CRB checks, which is a requirement for the role he was later employed in. And shockingly, ABMU still have told my staff and other staff of AMs that they still have outstanding CRB checks to do on current staff. The report skirts over any potential conflicts of interest of nepotism within management of ABMU. It simply says the point is neither here nor there. It failed to draw conclusions one way or another. This did not strike me as good enough at the time, and it is an aspect of this which deserves greater attention. Chris Wade was, after all, employed as a health support worker in the Learning Disability Service without the mandated checks, when his father, Stephen Wade, had been the clinical director responsible for the service. One of the most critical parts of this case, and one which is barely reflected upon at all in the review, was why Mr Wade was not dismissed sooner than he was. Why were there so many delays in disciplinary hearings over his actions when there were allegations from 3 people? Responsibility for this does lie directly at the door of ABMU, and there is a clear responsibility to be taken and lessons understood in terms of safeguarding as we move forward. Although it's shocking, there is a recognised risk within the NHS of vulnerable people, particularly women, being abused. In fact, Rowan House stands on the site of Ely Hospital, at which the inquiry into failures of patient care for people with learning disabilities took place in 1969. The Chris Wade case occurred under the Health Board, in which standards of care in Princess of Wales Hospital has been subject to the independent inquiry and subsequent Andrews report trusted to care, and similar incidents had occurred within its mental health services. ABMU has acknowledged its failures of care towards people with a learning disability in the tragic case of Paul Ridd. Even without the local examples, the failures and abuse witnessed in other health boards across the UK and in care facilities should have been a clear warning to the health board to take allegations of this nature seriously. That, in cases of this kind, employment has to be weighed against risk, and there was a clear risk and a pattern developing with this case. Also omitted from the review were the problems with governance at ABMU. A former consultant from ABMU who I met told me, and I quote, I had personally raised concerns with the medical director in 2012, following the second allegations of abuse and its implications recognised. Concerns around the internal governance and leadership of the director were highlighted in internal reviews of governance and performance, but not acted upon, and a comprehensive range of concerns raised by myself and others about the failures of governance and actions of the clinical director, either ignored or more actively suppressed by the executive of the Health Board. There is clearly major accusations to make here, and one which wasn't raised in the Lessons Learned report, in no small part because his request to submit evidence was rejected. He goes on to say the culture within ABMU Health Board left the clinical director a free rein to run without proper oversight an isolated service which operated without accepted governance practices. This cannot be acceptable. Clearly, despite it not being part of the desktop review, governance at the Health Board is a key issue here. There has been no clear accountability or responsibility from management over what happened, no formal apology. The victims of Chris Wade had to find out from the television that the desktop report had even been released. This is abysmal behaviour on behalf of ABMU. The BMA recently said that the Health Board should not be allowed to review themselves, and I think Angela Burns has said something similar, and I quote, "The Francis report starkly betrayed the catastrophic effects when concerns are not dealt with effectively, and post-Francis, we believe it is unacceptable for a health board to investigate serious concerns about itself." It becomes crystal clear from this case and from the desktop review that there needs to be a better and more robust framework in place to oversee the management of health boards. If a doctor made a serious mistake, or a number of them, then there are professional disciplinary bodies which would have the authority to deal with any of these cases. But no such body exists in the case of managerial breakdowns of responsibility. The boards can't keep getting away with this. They must be held to account. While we can never say for certainty that what happened in this Chris Wade case will never happen again, there is sadly likely to be allegations of abuse and crimes committed against patients in future. So we must prepare health boards and the NHS to deal with incidents more effectively and more timely than what has become apparent in recent events. The police, I believe, must bear some responsibility in terms of what happened in the Chris Wade case. This is not a matter for the Cabinet Secretary, but there should be, in the upcoming Health Inspectorate Wales assessment, a thorough as possible investigation into why the police did not bring charges initially in relation to the first allegation, and why the CPS did not bring charges with regards to a later allegation. There is also a question to answer as to why, in one of the allegations, the police recorded a crime had been committed, yet no charges were brought in relation to it. Alan Collins, a solicitor representing one of the victims in the Wade case, told me this: "Police inaction is a concern in itself. I do not necessarily criticise the police because none of us actually know why Wade was not prosecuted for the 3 sexual assaults, and that is because the information is not in the public domain. Moreover, the review authors were in the dark too. The fact is that 3 vulnerable patients were sexually assaulted by a man who posed a serious risk to women. He went on and killed. The public are entitled to know why this man was not prosecuted for the 3 assaults. Clearly, on the face of it, the police thought crimes had been committed. The victims and the public are entitled to know why this dangerous man, because that is what he was employed in public service and not prosecuted. We are also entitled to ask, are there lessons to be learnt from what we do know? Would, for example, the police approach these cases differently if reported today? I would hope that you would support me in calling for HIW to thoroughly investigate this police matter and that they give their full cooperation. The HIW report will of course be pivotal and will stand as a test as to whether or not we can have faith in the review and oversight processes we currently have. I have met with HIW and I was reassured to an extent that the case will be looked at in its entirety. However, to what extent witnesses and evidence can be compelled from outside the Health Board or from those no longer employed by the NHS remains a grey area, and I would leave open the option of calling for a full independent inquiry under the Inquiries Act in future, if necessary. More broadly, I would hope to see a proper and humble apology from Health Boards after these events. I would hope that HIW fully investigate Health Board management structures and how they work across Wales. In particular, accountability and who takes responsibility when clearly there is an incident to be responsible for. How health boards cope with major incidents and what happens if safeguards and procedures are not followed or failed. There needs to be inquiries made regarding how we have better oversight of NHS management structures, recognising that it isn't only doctors who make decisions which have a real and lasting impact upon a patient or NHS user. For me, one of the bigger negatives which has emerged as a result of this case is that there is clearly a culture of secrecy in some parts of the NHS where a light needs to be shone. There is an unfortunate tendency in some sections of the NHS where the reaction to a major incident, or a number of them, is to put up the barricades and hunker down, rather than to open doors and resolve to openly and transparently find out what went wrong. I would hope HIW and the Welsh Government work together diligently moving forward to solve these problems once and for all. I'd like to end on a quote from a consultant from ABMU who told me, and I quote, "The lessons to be learned are ones of relevance not just to ABMU, but all other health boards. In brief, lessons cannot be learned if the Welsh NHS refuses to take the class." I hope moving forward that this isn't the case and that the victims and their families get the justice they deserve. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you. Angela Burns.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to thank Bethan Jenkins for bringing forward this debate on safeguarding and patients' rights in the Welsh NHS. And the reason why I wanted to make a contribution was that in January 2012, I did a short debate which was entitled, "Does the Welsh Government have a moral responsibility to seek to protect whistleblowers in all walks of life?" Because one of the incidents, and you talked specifically about the Chris Wade case, is that there were people there who were trying to blow the whistle, and they couldn't and didn't. And the question is why? Now, when I raised this before, the Minister who responded to me at the time, who's the current Leader of the House, assured us that there is written guidance issued by Welsh Government to NHS trusts requiring each to develop its own whistleblowing policy, and that a structured assessment of NHS bodies had been undertaken by the Wales Audit Office, which sought high-level assurances that whistleblowing policies and guidance to staff were in place. And the reason why I feel so strongly about this is, in this instance, whistleblowing didn't work. In Powys, we've talked about earlier, people tried to whistleblow and that didn't work. And currently, I'm being ticked off by a major health board because somebody's tried to whistleblow, got slapped down by the health board, who then came to me, and I've raised those concerns. And I've got a letter which I will share, but I won't publicly shame them, but I'm very happy to share with you, Minister, that basically tells me that because they haven't gone through the policy, the procedure, then tough luck. The reason people can't whistleblow is because they are frightened. The reason they don't whistleblow is they are scared they're going to lose their jobs or their lives are going to be made an absolute misery. And when good people walk on by and do nothing, it allows things like the Chris Wade incident to get away, to happen without having proper punishment. We must start having a robust system in place that everybody in the NHS and other public service bodies absolutely cleaves to in terms of being able to point out something that they feel is morally or factually incorrect and have a manager who is outside of that system looking at it and examining it. And above all, somebody, and I know I'm just discounting all the malicious people, and there aren't that many of them.
Because you've gone well over your minute.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
But that these people should have that right, because without them to act as a check and balance on our public services, we will have more of these awful, appalling instances in the future.
I call on Cabinet Secretary for Health, Wellbeing and Sport to reply to the debate. Vaughan Gething.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to thank both members for their contributions in today's debate, which is, of course, a significant and generally serious issue for all members in all parties and all of the constituents that we are here to serve. And I think there is genuine cross-party support for ensuring that all patients using our services receive safe, high-quality care and are protected from harm. And much of what we discuss is where that doesn't happen in this place. It is, of course, the nature of our business that we're less likely to talk about the things where things go right, but actually talk about things have gone wrong and to try to understand why. And for patients, that's why we've put in place the Putting Things Right process, to integrate those and to try and ensure that those issues are investigated and addressed. And we do want to see a single integrated approach to make it easier for people to raise concerns and to provide a fair outcome for individuals, and it is consistent in the way that people are treated. And in doing so, we expect to make the best use of our time and resources and to make sure that people really do learn lessons from where things go wrong. And concerns and complaints could and should be raised by patients, staff and members of the public, and all who raise them should receive support during the process. And I recognise that whatever the process we have in place, there is always the relative human error to fall within that. Now, within NHS Wales, staff should be treated with dignity and respect in line with our established policies. All NHS organisations, as employers, must take action to address any concerns raised by staff in a prompt and timely manner. And there is an All Wales procedure for NHS staff to raise concerns, as agreed in partnership with the Welsh Partnership Forum, and that's reviewed on a regular basis to ensure it is fit for purpose. I just want to respond directly to some of the points that Angela Burns has raised, because in my previous life, when I was an employment lawyer, there's the challenge of the rights that people have in theory and in law, and actually the really difficult part of how you assert those rights in practice. Because even in an organisation like the NHS, it's a privilege to stand up and to be a minister for the health service, but within the 76,000 staff, we reckon there is imperfection. There are times that people make mistakes. There are times that people don't just make mistakes, but actually it's a rather more deliberate approach. And that isn't to attack the service, to recognise in a human service that will happen. And our real challenge is how we support people in practice, because we ask people to raise their heads above the parapet, and that is not always easy. And I am always interested to understand where somebody raises a concern, a complaint. It may not always be something where there is, on a full investigation, a real founding to. But they should not suffer a detriment from doing so. And that is a challenge about the cultural part and the vision and the values. That's really lots of work with the BMA on the vision and values for the service. And that's still relevant now as it was when we actually introduced and agreed that work. But for children and vulnerable adults, the NHS has been actively improving its approaches in recent years. The National Safeguarding Team works across NHS Wales with stakeholders and partners to help local delivery in health boards. And as well, of course, as our regional safeguarding, children and adults boards. Designated professionals provide a source of independent, expert health advice from an All Wales perspective. And in addition, there is an NHS Wales safeguarding network that connects organisations across NHS Wales to try and collate that collaborative environment to recognise common issues, develop solutions and achieve healthcare standards that better safeguard the welfare of children and adults at risk. And at its heart is the evaluation of the efficiency and efficacy of child protection and adult safeguarding arrangements and interventions, as well as trying to reduce the variation in practice within the NHS. Examples of what the network has done already are the NHS Wales Quality Outcomes Framework for Safeguarding Children, the Child Sexual Exploitation Prevention Strategy and Action Plan for NHS Wales, and quality standards of medical advisors' roles in adoption and fostering. And we also have the Always Female Genital Mutilation Clinical Pathway. Think about the range of areas where people come forward into our service. And of course, a key part of the Social Service and Wellbeing Act passed in the last term of the Assembly was the establishment of a new National Independent Safeguarding Board, which is now chaired by Dr Margaret Flynn. And their job as a board is to advise Wales ministers on the adequacy and effectiveness of safeguarding arrangements across Wales. And we'll never be in a position, I think, where we can say everything is perfect. There will always be a need to review our procedures and our practices to understand whether we have the best possible system in place and whether we have people in place to do so. I'll come on to the points that Beth Ann Jenkins in particular mentioned about the individual case in point. And there's not just a challenge about whistleblowing, but in this particular case, with the three previous allegations, unfortunately, it appears to be the case that those complaints were not seen as being reliable. And that's a real problem for us in our system. It should not be the case that vulnerable people, whether children or adults, are seen as intrinsically unreliable, and that is a problem. The Health Board did, though, refer those allegations promptly to the criminal justice system. The police investigated, and on each of those occasions, the criminal justice system decided not to proceed. And that is a problem for us to understand. But in the HIW review, they don't have the powers to go into and investigating what the criminal justice system did. What we do need to assure ourselves of with our responsibilities is that the action that was taken, what lessons are there to learn, and look to the future about what more needs to be learned for other instances where there will be people in our service, sadly, who will be in a position where not behave as we would wish them to around people in their care. And that is something that we do need to have, the independence of the HIW review. But of course I expect them to have a conversation with the criminal justice system about what happened in this case. And there is definitely learning for the criminal justice system from the Chris Wade case as well. But I depart company with Beth Ann Jenkins and a number of others in the very stark view that health boards should not investigate serious concerns. I think health boards have to investigate serious concerns where they have responsibility. There will always be a challenge about when is it appropriate then to have an independent review in addition, because we expect health boards to look at serious concerns, and they already do. We regularly have ombudsman's reports where they actually look at what the health board has done, and in some of those they don't always get it right. There's still this process about understanding what they've done and properly learning and improving. And in this case, we've decided that there should be an independent review, which is why we've charged HIW to undertake that review. I will take an intervention.
On this particular report, however, the authors were unredacted. We're having an internal review of which we don't know who actually wrote it. So it's very hard to have faith in a system where we can't properly scrutinise it and where that actual report did not take evidence from those who wanted to give evidence. How can you be assured that that will happen if health boards investigate themselves?
I understand the points have been raised about people and where the evidence was taken because it was a desktop review. My understanding also is before finalising that report, there was a conversation with one of the people who was a whistleblower. But we'll get through that with the HIW review, and if there's a need to look at our process again, with the learning that will come from this, we will want to learn that. And that's the point about being open and accepting that we don't start the HIW review from the point this is about defending the service. It's actually about understanding what's happened and understanding what we could and should do differently in the future. And there are, of course, a range of serious allegations made today in opening this debate. And the statement about Chris Wade having clearly committed a series of sexual assaults, I'm not in a position to say whether that is the case. And that's part of the challenge about the interaction with the criminal justice system and their opportunity to investigate that and to understand what has happened. The HRW review will look at the range of issues through the whole process. I'm interested in the delay in resolving the employment issues after suspension. I'm interested in what's the interaction between different representatives. Is there a good excuse? Is there not? And to understand what more could and should we do. Because occasionally when you have lengthy suspensions, it's not good for the organisation, it's not good for the individuals, or the people all around that, potentially as witnesses. We've discussed the Chris Wade case previously. I'm sure we will do again. I just want to make clear that in response to some of the other points that were raised in other challenges around this health board, I think the Paul Ridd failing of care is a really interesting example of where, having been criticised, having had a serious adverse finding made against it, the family re-engaged with the health board to want to try and improve the situation. And it's a marker of the fact that the nurse of the year this year is in the learning disability service within the health board. And lots of her work, in terms of the award she's got, is because she's engaged with that family, listened to them, and they've changed the way they behave within that health board, in particular around people learning disabilities. And that's an example of the openness we want to encourage. We, of course, ideally want to have a system where we remove the opportunity for failures to take place in the first place. But it's really important that we do take the opportunity to learn and then to act after that to improve the quality of healthcare that all of us expect not only from ourselves, but all the people we represent.
Thanks very much. And that brings today's proceedings to a close.